What is this foolishness?
How many dreams can you shape in a minute, an hour?
The kind of clean you like best.
Lost 3 of my teeth, too. All right, sir, you lost. Next time you'll win.
Steamy, hot, hearty, delicious, invigorating.
Folks at ho! Oh my God. Folks at ho! Ho, ho, ho. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome to the Ike Live Christmas special. This is our holiday special. We've got a great show in store for you tonight. Not only will we be celebrating, bringing in merry cheer and good tide, and drinking good tide, but also it's the Tiny Boat Special. Let me introduce my co-host for the show, the one and only, the crust of everything, including Christmas, Pete Glusick. Pete, how you doing tonight?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Pete, I had that Santa suit laid out for you. We thought we were going to get a repeat of one of our last Christmas shows.
Repeat. Well, it's still early.
A three-peat.
Maybe Act 2.
Act 2. Okay. How you doing? It's good to see you.
I'm doing real good. Getting ready for the holidays. You know, everybody's happy, smiling. We're getting presents together.
Yeah.
Trees all decorated.
Couple days away. 2 days away.
Yeah, I love this time of year.
Yeah, I do too.
I spent a little time at Tackle Warehouse.
Ooh.
Buying some stuff for some people.
Tackle Warehouse.
Yeah.
Good place to be this time of the year. Let me introduce the rest of the room. We've got two very special guests with us tonight, Pete. Of course, sitting by the fireside tonight. We've got the one and only, and if you're a South Jersey guy, we're going to be talking small boat builds, tiny boat builds, and you also have got an ass whipping from this guy occasionally in the tournaments. The one and only Dave Haas. Dave's mad at me because I spelt his name wrong on my cell phone. Don't get offended by that. I spell everybody's name wrong.
Everybody does.
I've known Brian and Dave my whole life, and his name's spelled. I just put I put Fathead for Dave because I couldn't spell his last name.
Yeah, nobody can spell that name right.
No, it's a long Polish name. Nobody can get it right. And sitting next to Dave, we've got the one and only back in the studio, Pete. So happy. The one and only Dave Brodzik, a.k.a. Fathead, a.k.a. Worf. Dave, how you doing tonight?
All right, man.
Dude, we missed you, man.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Merry Christmas to you.
Yes.
Good to have you back.
Yes, good to have you back.
Yeah.
All right. First of all, real quick, there's people watching and listening right now. I swear to you, I'm not just saying this to pump you up and make you feel better. But every show, people say, where the hell's Dave? Where's Dave? We missed Dave. So it's great to have you back. Yeah, you are missed by not only us, but everybody that watches.
No, well, that's good to know.
In the Christmas spirit, I see already, which is great. Pushing buttons tonight. Of course, this guy makes the show possible. Honestly, Pete, I don't think over 6 years in, I don't think we'd still be here with BU Live or Ike Live. And according to Brian, this is probably show 104. That's a lot of shows. The one only Brian the Carpenter pushing buttons tonight. Yeah.
Probably.
Probably show 104.
Driving us all into this podcast world.
Yeah. And we had a minor emergency. The camera wasn't working, but it's working now, apparently. And working the IMs tonight, becoming a key part of the show, very important part. We've got Rich, a.k.a. Riz, a.k.a. Rizzo, in the house tonight. Rich, how you doing?
What's good?
Riz got no claps, my guy. No claps. If Haas didn't bring his kid, it would just been me.
I know. You're right. And let me do mention that we have this studio is still in progress, and we're eventually going to have a casting couch, a shot. We also have a casting couch in this studio space, and we don't have it yet. But sitting on the couch is Jake Haas as well. So, Jake, it's good to have you in the studio.
J Money.
Rich, real quick, let me get back. And, we got a special guest that just walked in. Beck, come right here. Sit between me and Pete right here just so I can introduce you. This is the Christmas special. it would be wrong to not have this lady in here, the one and only Rebecca, a.k.a. Becky, a.k.a. Fashionista. Let me officially introduce you by going, whoop, whoop.
That's the sound of the police.
Whoop, whoop.
That's the sound of the beast.
Beck, who are you wearing tonight?
I wore this amazing tiger shirt for y'all now because when I come back, I'll be in my pajamas.
Who are you wearing tonight?
Thank you, Beck.
Who are you wearing?
LSU Go Tigers.
Real quick, while you're here, I want to put you on the spot. You're diversifying. A lot of people don't know this. Ike Live fans, you're diversifying. You have a brand new video podcast, vlog-style podcast, starting on YouTube. Tell us a little bit about that real quick.
I'm baking, and it's really fun and fabulous.
Look at the look on Dave's face.
Dave's horrified.
No, why would you say that?
Brian, we need a close-up of Dave's face.
I realized that I didn't have a head there. but
I'm listening. I'm not
can't
shocked.
do anything with that shot there. No, I'm cooking and baking and stuff. So some of it is like tried and true recipes that I know, and it's fun and fabulous and teaching people. Dave, I'm looking at you.
I'm listening to you. How am I supposed to listen? What am I supposed to do?
I think you're inspiring him to have a rose growing.
Yeah, Dave!
But
show.
listen, so the other thing that I'm doing is, you know how like sometimes cooking is really intimidating and you see these recipes and you're like, I really want to try that, but God, that sounds scary. I'll screw that up. So I'm doing that for people and screwing it up. Like today, I screwed it up. Yeah, that's what I do.
That's half the screwing up with Becky.
Here, I put my glasses on, so it looks like I'm listening serious. But let me ask you this: what's the channel called?
It's called Baking with Becky.
I'll have to check that out. All right.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah,
good
it's
to know.
coming
I
out
didn't
this
know you had
week
that.
because I have 4 that I've already filmed, and they're getting edited and coming out.
Okay.
Edited.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I was actually the camera guy for a few, and I want to tell you, camera work's hard. Like, I have no idea what we're doing, but camera work is hard.
But you have it on her butt the whole time.
Well, that was the GoPro. I had focused on her butt the entire time. Vegas, you want to come up and make cameo real quick? Come on in here. Come on here. It's a Christmas special.
This is my midlife crisis, so I'm cooking.
That's right. She didn't get a car. She's
Yeah,
doing
so
a
you
cooking
could have got
show.
a sports car that you never drive.
And also making a little cameo real quick before he has to go to bed, the one and only Vegas the Hammer. Great appearance, because guess what we're talking about on tonight's Christmas show?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're talking about tiny boats. We're talking about small boat builds. And let me tell you, these guys are going to admit, you've got one of the baddest tiny boats in all South Jersey.
Killer.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, good night. Have a good night. All right. Listen to me. This is going to be a great show. We've got a couple special guests joining us as well. And Pete, we're going to be Skyping with 2 guys that were really in this movement, that have made this movement popular, that have grown this whole segment of fishing. And we've got the one and only Michael Lopez from Tiny Boat Nation joining us on our second segment. And on our third segment, you're going to want to hang out for this whole show. We've got Frankie Prevalone, like the cheese, joining us in Act 3.
Frankie Stinky Cheese.
Yes, Frankie Stinky Cheese. And again, we're going to be talking about small boats, building small boats, and small boat tournaments, getting people involved in small boat tournaments, which is growing like wildfire. So very, very excited to have those guys on. It's going to be a great show. Here's the kicker. Now listen to me. If you're watching, if you're listening right now, this is the Christmas special. And in the spirit of Christmas, Pete, I want to reach back here and grab one of these. We're going to be giving away, Brian the Carpenter and Rich, we're going to be giving away fully loaded
Oh, yeah.
MTB
Most likely.
mystery tackle boxes all night.
Right.
We're going to be giving these things away. Riz, you want to explain? If they're watching right now, this is the Tiny Boat Special.
Yes.
They're
Yes.
watching right now, and they're participating on the IM.
On the Ike Live show, I am.
On the Ike Live show, IM instant messaging board. How can they win them one of these right here before Christmas?
So what they can do is they can send in pictures of their tiny boats. They can submit those pictures to us for us to talk about on the show. Yep. And the photos that we select, the submitters will win a mystery tackle box.
Wow.
And
And extra points if you put a hidden egg in there for us to have to find.
Yeah, bikinis always
In the
win.
picture?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, a subliminal message in the photo.
Yep.
I like
so
that
if we
idea.
Put up your picture and we talk about it and make
Yeah.
jokes about it, you win.
Yeah. All right. That's it. Send your picture in. We want to see it. And listen to me. This tiny boat movement, Pete, what makes it so great is that there's no limit to this, right? It could be everything from a couch with a trolling motor on the back to, to a 16, 17 footer and everything in between. I made a post earlier on social media, and I saw some incredible pictures come in. So keep sending those pictures, and if you send a picture and we like it, you're going to be winning an MTB box. I'm looking at probably over 24 boxes to give away tonight. So send your.
Oh, God.
It is Christmas. I know.
Remember the Bantams?
Who's somebody's rolled in their grave right now? We're gonna ship all the shit out. Is rolled in their grave. The Bantams.
The Bantams.
The boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Remember
We called them CCs back in the day.
CC?
CC boat. Yeah. I don't know why, but yeah.
We called that guy CC Shad.
That's what it was.
That lure, because that's all he wung around he was always winging.
He trolled a lot too. Yeah, that's right. We called him
CC
CCs.
Shad.
But Bass Pro made one.
Yeah. So popular. I guess the kayak kind of outcompeted it.
The kayak outcompeted it. I think, polyurethane John boats were the early version of the kayaks, and then the kayak came in. We're going to be flushing this out today, but kayak movement happened, got real big. But then I think this John boat movement happened again and recirculated. And I'd say it's stronger now than it's ever been. It really is. With the advent of social media, with the advent of the internet, and people learning from each other. We're going to get in this with Dave. Dave's one of the best boat builders here in South Jersey. Of course, some of our guests are going to be coming on the show, and this has gotten to a craft, to the point where it's a craft. And we're going to be flushing that out. But let me tell you about the other great giveaway that we have tonight, and this is for our Facebook viewers. Listen, if you're watching right now over on Facebook, like and share the feed. That's all you have to do. If you like and share the feed, you're going to win this Ike Live gift bag. It's loaded. How much does that thing weigh, Pete? Give me an honest estimate.
How much?
5 pounds?
9.5 pounds.
9.5 pounds. Loaded with stuff from all our sponsors, including, look at this. You asked for it. Here it is. Bash University signed hat in there from Pete and I. Signed from Pete and I. Loaded with products from Ike Live. So like and share it on Facebook. You'll be entered to win. We're going to announce it at the end of the show. Is that correct, Rich?
That is correct. We also have another little contest going on right now, and it's our YouTube contest. So if you're watching this show, it's not too late. You can head over to the Ike Live Show YouTube page, subscribe to the YouTube page, and comment on the most recent MTB unboxing video so that we know you subscribed and commented, and we're going to pick a winner at the end of the second segment tonight, and that winner is going to get 3 months free to Mystery Tackle Box and an Ike Live gift bag.
Ooh, man, that's awesome. Loaded. It is the holidays, Pete, so we're giving away a ton of stuff tonight. Of course, this show is brought to you by a herd of amazing sponsors, including the presenting sponsor, Mystery Tackle Box, giving these things away all night. Brought to you by Tackle Warehouse. They got some great savings. You mentioned it, Pete, going on right now. Real Snot, Dr. Squatch, TH Marine, Primal Urge Foods, Flambeau, Founders, Tackle Warehouse, Hobie. Said Tackle Warehouse twice. That's how important they are. We have codes for all of these. If you go, Rich, is it at the bottom of the page you're watching right now after watching at Ike Live? Is that correct? At the very bottom of the page on the IkeLive.com website, you're going to see a list of promo codes for every sponsor. Here's the thing, Pete. It's 2 days away from Christmas. There's still people panicking right now. There's still people panicking. Dave Haas, are you done all your Christmas shopping? Be honest.
No way.
Okay. Just like Dave, there are people panicking still. And don't panic. Listen to me. This will make a great Christmas holiday present. Go to the website. Go to Mystery Tackle Box, Liquid Mayhem, Real Snot, Dr. Squatch, Primal Urge Foods. Get a subscription. Use the Ike Live promo code. You're going to get it cheaper. Dude, print it out. Print that subscription out on a piece of paper and give it to somebody. It makes a great gift in the last couple days here.
It makes an amazing gift. And you can, Bash University right now, we have our bundle. If you buy a ticket to a Bash University class, which gives you a subscription to Bash University TV and a bunch of other things. And we also, Bash University TV, if you get an annual subscription right now, it's a $60 gift that will include Quotient Tackle Box, a couple Rapalas, and a Bash University hat. So do not panic. There's tons of great stuff. If there's an angler in your family, somebody you know, this is a great gift. They all want it. It'll help them make better anglers and take advantage.
I'd agree with that. I think the Bash University subscription is a great gift for someone that wants to get better in the sport of bass fishing. And
everybody wants to get better.
Everybody wants to get better, including Dave Brodzik. He needs it.
Just take 10 minutes of your time, and instead of or 10 minutes, half hour, whatever, instead of watching TV at the end of the night after dinner,
Yeah.
throw on Bash U.
Yeah, real
you know what I
quick.
mean? It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, real quick too. Zach, come back here and stick your head in right here. I did forget because Zach was in the back. We have the one and only Zach, the intern, here with us tonight, but he's got a new name already. What is it?
Trevor.
Trevor with us tonight.
Why that?
I don't know.
He looks like a Trevor.
It does look like a Trevor a little bit.
I was thinking Zach Attack, but all right.
Okay. Also, let you know we will be doing in the third segment. In the third segment tonight, we will be doing a MTB live unboxing, only live podcast, fishing podcast to do an unboxing, and of course the founders of the beer night. Because it's the holidays, Pete, we've got a little rotating list of beers tonight. We're starting out on the very solid tip, and because of that, we're starting with yes. You want to give me a little highlight shot there, Brian the Carpenter? Give me a little zoom in.
First.
We're going with, in my opinion, the classic. You can't go wrong with this one. This is the Founders Solid Gold. Man, this goes down so smooth. It's so easy. Easy drinking beer. We're going to start out with that. In each segment, you're going to see a new Founders pop up. Other thing, Brian the Carpenter, too, mentioned on the Ike Live website, we got a cool little, is it weekly little Founders thing that pops up?
Every Thursday.
Every Thursday.
Yeah. As part of the contract, I have to drink a beer on Thursday.
Oh, it's a hard gig.
Even if I didn't want to.
Wow.
So we try to highlight a beer each show and every Thursday. So tonight we're starting out doing a little hydrating with some solid gold lagers, and then we're going to get into some stouts later on.
Ooh.
We have a KBS Espresso, which is, I'm very excited to try that. We haven't had that yet.
Ooh.
And also the Imperial Stout.
Ooh. Okay. Let me continue, Pete, and I already mentioned this, but it is really good to have Dave back in the studio. There's definitely something missing, Dave, without you here. You provide something to the show that's very, very important. So it's great to have you back. And as always, we tend to forget your birthday every year.
Yes.
And we did again this year. But now that we finally have you cornered here on the couch, and we're right on the heels of Christmas, we do have a very special gift presentation for you, Dave, which is back here. Look, he just knows it's going to be something messed up.
Yeah.
Look at him.
I mean,
Look at him. He's preparing himself for
Oh.
something insane. But we're going to give it to you, and you can just take a look at it. This is an actual gift this time.
Nice. All right.
This isn't something fake, Dave.
Oh, wow. Thank you
an
very
actual
much.
gift.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to
You're
me.
welcome. So happy birthday,
Very
early
nice.
Christmas present for you,
Smells
Dave.
so. Oh, yeah. See, do we even talk about that? Are they still?
Oh, yeah.
The Squatch?
Dr. Squatch, of course.
I could smell that coming over here.
It's been so long. Dave's been on the set. He didn't know if they were sponsoring the show still.
All right.
Yeah.
Rifle through here? All right.
Yeah, it's good. Pete, before we get the show started, of course, want to give, especially with the holidays, too, want to give a thank you to our military, active and veterans, men and women. Thank you for what you do. Police, firemen, EMT, special time of the year to say thank you to those
pool
folks.
sticks?
Yeah.
The travel rod.
Travel
Travel
rod.
rod.
Oh, all right.
Dave's ready to play pool over there.
Yeah, during the holidays, but it's odd that there's a lot of emergencies that go on, and I really appreciate the men and women that are on the emergency crews and respond during Christmas. When everybody else is celebrating, you guys are out there taking care of us. Really appreciate that. Want to thank you guys and wish you happy holidays.
Yeah. Let me remind everybody, we want to hear from you. Please, 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 we want to hear from you. Tune in on the IM when you get a chance. And here's Dave, gone through some of the let's look at some of this, Dave, real quick.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
So I remember you telling me about your rod that you had on your show. You
Yeah.
pack it away. I won one of these. Thank you.
Yep, you've got it. We've got, of course, the Abu Garcia Ike travel rod. We've got a Ike reel. We've got some Flambeau products, Dave.
Some Flambeau boxes.
Yep, we've got the Ike IQ Quotient series in there for you.
Hold
Try-
on, Browser.
What? Well, I don't even know where the cameras are. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm looking over this way 'cause I think that's what I'm supposed to be doing. All right. On the old couch, I was going like this when I hadn't done it.
We didn't even give you an official walk around, did we?
There's a bunch of equipment there. I thought
This is all new. This is all new.
Jesus. All right. Trying to sway me. I got a Molex micro buzz.
A little buzz.
You're going to try to sway me from the strike king?
I maybe not. That's
All
the
right.
original. Yeah.
We'll see.
Next product.
And, of course, some scent. Oh,
Liquid Mayhem.
Love some mayhem.
Mayhem is in there, of course.
And the super rad tackle box.
Little backpack action.
I like it, man.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thanks. I
You're
got
welcome.
I got some real
You're
snot.
welcome. Got some real snot. Got some Gerber stuff in there.
And some-
It's loaded.
And some soap.
And some soap.
Yeah.
Got to stay clean.
Shout out to Dr.
Brian must have
Squatch.
clipped my Gerber because I ain't got no Gerber.
Oh God.
Oh, no, here we go.
Okay, I was gonna say, Brian.
Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah, we got some pliers in there, little scissors,
Nice.
little action. Early
Man,
Christmas
dude.
present.
Very nice. Thank you.
You're welcome. We want to remind everybody, Pete, we want to hear from him. Please hit us up on the IM if you've got a question, if you've got a comment, and of course, send a picture of your tiny boat build. That's what we're going to be talking about all night.
Yep.
No better time than start right now, Pete. And
right now?
Let's start talking about this.
Did you get my pictures of my tiny boat?
No idea.
I emailed them to you.
We got him.
Is it a
You got
bass
'em?
cat?
We got him.
Look,
Tiny bass
there's
cats.
are there already pictures coming in? Look
It's
at that.
Yeah.
way prior to basket.
Wow.
Yes,
Look at that thing.
we already got one that came in, and the fella that sent this in,
That's
he's
dope.
17, and this is how he rigged it up to be able to go fishing.
Does anyone
Wow.
else even need to send one in after that?
Dude.
You pretty much call the
Look
competition.
at that. It's dual axle.
Axles.
He wins all of them.
Jesus.
All 20 boxes. Contest is over.
Can you see what's the horsepower on this? Is that a 9 on there? 9.9? Is it a
Dude.
6?
It looks like about a 9.9. I don't know. I'm sure he's still watching the show, so hit me up on the message board, and we'll talk
Wow.
a little more about it.
Dang,
Give us
he
some
should have
details.
waited, dude. And then, like, you
Wow.
make other people think they were going to win, then he kills that.
What's
Yeah.
is that a brand on the side? I can't quite make it
dude.
out.
Bass Bandit.
Bass Bandit. That
Yeah.
thing's dope. That thing's
Neato.
dope. Now, that looks a little more factory, like he bought it like that. But it's still part of this tiny boat
He's
movement.
got to be a small guy, though.
That guy?
Look at this. Look at the seat in comparison to the boat.
Right.
Too late.
All right.
He had to be tiny.
Could be a small guy.
Tiny guy.
This movement goes across a lot of genres of boats, and that's a great example of it, right? It goes from the little Bantams you were talking about to John boats to Coleman crawdads, and everything in between. But here's the thing: I want to start by talking about this tiny boat movement, and we've mentioned this on this show a lot. Brian the Carpenter this is not new, right, Pete?
No.
This is not new. I know your early start. If we can pull up a picture you sent, we've got Pete's early boat, and I think we have a couple from the old Top Rod days as well. This is something guys have been doing for a long time. This isn't new.
Let me tell you about how I got started with it.
Yeah.
I worked on a farm, in high school, and my boss was heavy into bass fishing. At the time, as heavy as you could be into
Yeah.
it, and he had this little John boat that he had mounted 2 seats on the benches, just screwed them right into the aluminum, and that was his boat. And in order to thank me for the work on the farm, he gave me access to the boat. To me, that was the hugest.
Let you use it anytime you want.
Anytime I wanted.
Wow.
I just had to call him, see if he wasn't using
Yeah.
it. So I was able to go buy a trolling motor and a
Yeah.
battery, and I bought a rack for my car. I was able to go out and use that boat, and I car topped it. I car topped it to get started, and it gave me freedom. It got me off the bank,
Yeah.
and that was an amazing experience. And Al, I always appreciate you. He's no longer with us, but I'm thinking about you. And, he allowed me to really get into this sport that way. But soon after, I got this boat, which is up on our screen right now, and I got this boat in 1980.
Wow. So this is a Pete Glusick early special right here. Look at this.
This is it.
Wow.
This is actually not my work that you're staring at. This is probably the 3rd rebuild on this boat.
Wow.
This was a Grumman.
Yeah.
I believe it was 16 feet. It was really wide, so stable, like a 6.5 foot wide boat. And I took pressure treated plywood, and I cut it. My dad, showed me, basic carpentry. I didn't know anything. Let me use his tools.
Yeah.
Went out and got some pressure treated wood and cut boards, placed hinges so I could
Wow.
access the battery
Yeah.
compartments, and it was terrible. Like, you should see my cuts.
It was
were like,
terrible.
They were like a snake, going,
Yeah.
Mine's worse.
Yeah.
You could lose all lures down the side where it married up against the boat.
Yeah.
And then I went out and I got indoor outdoor carpeting.
Oh yeah.
From
Home Depot, Lowe's,
Well, we
yeah.
didn't have Home Depots. Back
Kmart
then.
back then,
something
yeah.
like that.
Grossman's?
Grossman's.
I got a question,
I
Pete.
put
Woolworth?
that carpet carpet down.
Sears Roebuck, five and dime.
What's the question?
Hey, so what kind of work did you do on the farm? Like, what did he have you? I'm curious. I never even knew you worked on a farm.
I cut flowers.
Choking chickens.
It was a flat. It wasn't like a milking the cow and
No.
tending the eggs.
No, it's actually pretty intense work. I cut flowers, and you got paid.
So
by,
it's nursery stuff.
made with milk and eggs.
you got paid by how many bunches you could put together.
Wow.
So if you could cut fast out in 100-degree weather, you could make $15 an hour. At that time, minimum wage was like $3.
In 1962, they were like $3.25.
Saving up that money to go to Woodstock.
Yeah, the original Woodstock.
So he sold bouquets of flowers to like Acme's and stores.
No,
like
he sold wholesale.
Oh,
So he
okay.
sold to the people that put the bouquets together.
Interesting.
And that's
Child labor laws
Yeah.
ruining America.
I know.
But hey, that gave me the money to be able to fish and buy, tackle and all that kind of stuff. But I built that boat, and I remember you telling me stories like this, but it rotted out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It
Yep.
would just be a matter of time, and the screws would be rotten.
Yeah.
And you'd go to sit on your pedestal seat.
Yeah.
And it would just fall over, and you'd be almost falling in, and you'd have to replace. You rotate it, right?
Yeah.
You rotate the pedestal and find some fresh wood.
Was
and
that you in
keep
the
going.
picture? Who was that in the picture? The two people standing. on it?
That is Mark. It's Mark's boat, and I won't mention his name because I don't know if he wants me to or not. But him and his son was on Delsey's fishing team, and they purchased it from me. I mean, I don't know, 15 years ago, maybe more.
Oh, okay.
And he rebuilt it. He took all my decks were all rotted, and he took them out and put another set of decks in, and then they rotted. And I believe now the boat's a duck boat. So it went that boat.
A lot of life to it.
1988.
Dang.
Wow.
That's 20,
yeah.
20, 30, almost 40 years old.
It's a long time ago.
Good
And
boat never dies.
Yeah, and of course, you've heard, if you're a fan of Ike Live, you've heard the stories here over the last 4 or 5 years about the old Top Rod days where we'd take Coleman crawdads, polyurethane boats, and deck them out. A lot the same way you're talking about with the wood. And we did have a cool picture circulating on social media, if you saw it, which was from our first ever Top Rod tournament at Stewart's Lake, a.k.a. Woodbury Lake. That was a cool pic, man.
Yeah.
And all 5 of us were there, right?
I took the pic, so I wasn't in the picture.
Right. Yeah. Pre-selfie days.
Did it fish better back
Yes.
No.
Not really.
No, I think Mike won with 2 fish.
No, Mike won with 1 fish.
And Brian had like
Yeah.
a 4-pounder. Brian was the carpenter of the group, and he never installed a live well. Remember, he had a cooler.
Yeah.
And the fish busted his face through the cooler and jumped out. It was like a 3-pounder.
Yeah, I had one. I left a little crack in the lid.
Yeah.
Hey man, we were new at this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
right in the water.
It's crazy.
About
But
10
we
minutes-
all had live wells.
about
You were the only one that.
Take it easy.
Yeah. Oh,
Take it easy. We all came along.
we all had live wells. Brian
Nah, I don't think so.
bought a cooler at like 11 o'clock at night the night before the tournament.
That's probably right.
He had an aerator hanging over the side with like frayed wires.
Yeah.
They weren't even working.
Yeah.
He probably had no oxygen. He was fighting for his life.
Let's still talking shit. Still talking shit.
We're trying to rub it in all these years
We're
later.
gonna bring out the video. You talking shit on the boat build.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine because I'm ready for that. Bring it up. Bring it
right,
up right
so-
now.
We'll get there.
So
We'll
put
get
this
there.
in perspective. Pete's building boats in the 80s. We're doing this stuff with crawdads in the 90s. Now, Dave, jump in. Tell me give me your history of this because I know it's not new for you either.
No.
You've had some early builds, very basic builds. When did it all start for you?
About 7 years ago, Jake was in the Bass Nation Youth,
Yeah.
and we needed to modify the boat I had because we were using a cooler.
Yeah.
I mean, my boat's it's a 20-foot. It's not a tiny boat, but it's aluminum.
Yeah.
And we just made it built it real fast. I built it in like 3 weekends.
Yeah.
But now it has a live well in it, aerator. And everybody's seen it. Everybody loves it. They call it the barge.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
a
land a plane on that
giant
thing.
Dude, that thing is unbelievably giant.
you-
But yeah, go ahead. Pete.
I was just going to say one of the monumental things that I remember about getting into the boat thing was dealing with trailers. Now a lot you guys probably were able to put it in your truck. I don't know if you trailered your stuff or not, but I had to trailer that, but there's no way to put that, especially when I decked it out. I mean, there's no way 4 people could load that, so I had
Yeah.
to get a trailer. So we had an old boat that we used to use in the bay, and it had a trailer.
Yeah.
And So I took that trailer. My dad let me have that trailer for this boat, and I modified it with bunks and I used it. And it had to be like the first couple of trips. Knew nothing about mechanics. I still hardly know anything. But I'm driving down to Lake Lenape.
Yeah.
Got to get on Route 42, and there's this like merge where you got to stop, and the 42 sweeps the road that I got to use, right? And I come up, and I feel like I hit something, and I'm coming to the stop sign, and I stop, and as I'm stopping, I look back, and sparks are flying.
Oh,
Nice.
And I'm like, I come to a complete stop, and I see, oh man, boom, my trailer's dropped. It's single axle. And then a single tire. As I pause at the stop sign, trying to make heads or tails of this, boing! Here comes a tire, 100 feet in the air, boing, and just flies like a mile and a half down Route 42.
Wow!
Just kept going.
Holy
That's awesome.
That's amazing.
Wow. Wow. And there's that picture, by the way, of
Yes.
of some of our early rigs, and I think they're all
Nice.
Coleman crawdads. if
Yeah,
I'm
they
not
are.
mistaken.
Yeah, and Brow's rocking the biffles.
Yeah,
there.
again,
Yeah, Brad's
make
rocking
it a
the-
big picture. Have fun with it, guys.
Brad's rocking the biffles there.
Dave's showing some leg.
How old are you guys back then?
I want to say this is 1990, which would put us around 18, 19 years old
Yeah.
in that range.
Yeah.
90 or so. Long time ago.
Yeah.
Stewart's looks the same, but Dave doesn't.
So on the left. Look at that. God dang.
Wow. The biffle master.
Like a Sasquatch.
Ah! Look at that. They're getting shorter every time you zoom in. What the hell is going on here? This is crazy.
No
but
one's even commenting on the back belt. I did. My back was wrecked back then. I was doing heavy deadlifts, man. I had a bad back all my early years, man. I can't even do it.
Your form
wasn't
was
a fanny
wrong.
pack?
Huh?
Wasn't a fanny pack?
No. I'm wearing one now, by the way. They're back.
They're back in.
They're back. They're like tiny boats. They're back. They're fanny packs.
So, Pete, for trailers, what Chris Alfonso and I did, and I don't know, because I had a Datsun 280Z. I got one of them $200
He was
trailers.
driving his tiny boat with a tiny boat.
With a tiny
Tiny car, yeah. So when I was throwing it on the roof in the beginning.
Yes, I remember
But
that.
then what I got one of the $200 trailers that you build at Home Depot.
Yeah.
That you ratchet
Yeah.
together, and the tire's like a lawnmower tire. And that was the trailer. Me and Chris Alfonso. In fact, there's another picture of one of our first weigh-ins at our classic. We also used my boat. We used my trailer as that was like our weigh-in stage.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. You laid the plywood down on it. It was
Yeah.
perfect little platform.
Yeah.
To weigh fish.
Yeah.
I used to lift mine, throw it in the back of the truck. I had that Ford Ranger with 39s on it.
Oh my
Truck, dude. Yeah, he had a monster truck.
It was slow as shit.
Wow. You'd go up a hill and be like,
We'd lose speed.
Dude,
hear
one
the
time-
rubber.
One time he and I were out well beyond when we should have been in that thing in a snowstorm. And we spun out of control on an off ramp, and we wound up facing the right way, and he was just like
You ended up in the dump.
Nah, we got it straight. Remember the time we spun out up in Gloucester?
Yeah.
wow.
I learned the hard way that you had to sacrifice some of your fishing time to actually do maintenance.
Yeah, that's a tough deal.
It is it's so tough. Yeah, I just didn't do it. I had another time I was going to Mananico Ponds, and I got there, and we were going to go night fishing, and I backed down. I'm backing down, and as the wheels hit the water, they just steam starts coming up.
Yeah.
And I made it to the lake. There was no bearings. The bearings they were gone. It was just the hub sitting on the axle, and but we launched the boat. We're like, well, ain't nobody coming to rescue us at 8:00 at night. We're gonna be
Just
fishing.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we fished till the morning,
Wow.
and then had somebody come help us.
You want to hear a good broken trailer story? So check this out. I had my Nitro. So I used to launch it in places you shouldn't have been launching it. I had this.
Like the protected coral reefs in Florida?
Absolutely. Well, so listen.
John Pennycamp Park.
Yeah, this led into it. So
Key
the
Largo.
spare tire was underneath of it. So I took a hammer and smashed off the spare tire thing because it was prohibiting me from backing into places that I wanted to like Alloway Lake. That guy would let us launch it in his house.
Yeah.
Well, all them stumps and roots, I had that spare tire was in the way, so that had to go.
Right.
But what I didn't think about doing was when I busted off the welds, I was going to leave all that metal exposed. So I was launching in salt water, launching everywhere with that thing. So the trailer was, was riddled with cancer, dying. So I go down to before anyone even knew what the flats were. I was down there. I launched in north of Havre de Grace, like across from the marina, the houses, right where it starts to get skinny, the water.
Yeah.
95 bridge.
Yeah.
Port Deposit.
Yeah.
Right, so I break the trailer there in half. I'm loading the boat on, and the trailer cracks right in half. I'm like, oh my God, what the hell am I gonna do? So, I end up getting driftwood, and I had duct tape, and I made a splint on the trailer with the wood and the duct tape. I take the boat.
my God.
I take the boat across the way to the marina, and I talk to the marina chief, and I'm like, hey man, here's my situation. Can I leave this here? You know? So he's like, yeah. So then I had to drive all the way back around, drive the boat across, mooch a ride back to my truck. I leave the boat there. I take the trailer back up our way. I go to a metal shop, and I find like these pieces of metal that like had like they were shaped like a C, and I was able to like make like a permanent cast with bolts. Then I went back down and got my boat. Well, goddamn, I don't know if somebody did this or what happened, but the seagulls done ripped all my seats apart. There was dead fish and skins all over my boat. It was like like yacht. My shitty little nitro destroyed and like yacht. You know what I mean? Like it was ridiculous, dude. But yeah, man, they hammered me, man.
Wow.
But I got that thing back, yeah, and I bought a saltwater trailer for it, not knowing. And then the boat sat like 15 feet off the ground because it was all rollers. You know what I mean?
I remember that.
Yeah.
It looked ridiculous.
No, but I was able to get that thing on everywhere, dude. Like,
Wow.
That's awesome.
Wow. The trailer stories.
we definitely have more. We had more time than people do now, Pete, because we didn't have all the stuff in our face.
Yeah.
Right. If we didn't wake up on Saturday to catch your fishing shows, you didn't see them. You
Yeah.
had to wait till the rerun.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't have a phone. We didn't have anybody. We weren't caring about nobody commenting on anything we said. You know, like,
Thank God.
I'm just saying, like we had so much more freedom.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
What you said about freedom, and I want to echo it. I think I mentioned it earlier, and that's what it did, because I remember being so intimidated when I'm in high school, just trying to make a few bucks, coming out of college, broke with all my debt.
Yeah.
Staring at like all these beautiful boats I really want, but
Yeah.
they're completely out of reach. But the tiny boat wasn't.
Yeah.
Right. It
Yeah.
was there. I think that it was $1,000 for the aluminum, for that, just the aluminum.
Yeah.
And then with the rest of it, I could do it. You
Right.
know what I mean? It
Yeah.
got me on the water, and it got me the freedom. It got, with the exception of breaking down every
Yeah.
time I left the house.
Yeah.
I was free.
Yeah, and those things have remained the same. It's
Right.
like we talk about this movement when we were all, younger, from Pete to Top Rod to you, Dave, building that boat for Jake. And the reasons are the same, right? Access, ease of getting into it, the money. It's very similar to the kayak movement.
You're right.
But what we've seen now, and what we're seeing now is the internet, social media, sites like Tiny Boat Nation, Slay Nation, highlighting these amazing ways to alter these boats. Like it reminds me. This is going to sound strange, but it reminds me of breakdancing. Like breakdancing in the early days, dude, you hit a windmill, you hit a head spin. If you did like 3-4 rotations back in the day, dude, you look and you're like, holy shit, it's unbelievable. But then the internet, people would watch those old videos. They'd watch Beach Street, and they would just practice and tweak. And now, dude, you see them doing like 30 rotations. They're doing
Dude,
it's insane.
At the gym I go to, and the room in the back where like usually chicks will stretch with the lights off. There's like there's like this crew of Asian kids that go in there and they turn the music on, dude, and they get after it. Like you wouldn't believe what they do, man. They're all little Asian guys.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy. But
they light it up.
Yeah, they light it. But I think the
So what was the tie-in?
yeah, what?
Breakdancing, the Asians, they got it now. They run it.
But this movement, the movement, the reasons are the same, but the movement's come full circle, and I think it has more steam now because of these outlets than it's ever had. And Dave, I mean, the stuff that I'm seeing come out of South Jersey, the stuff that I'm seeing come out of your garage right now,
My backyard.
your backyard, are absolutely insane.
Thank you.
Compare your first build to some of your more recent builds.
Oh.
And by the way, to catch up, I can think of 3 or 4 off the top of my head, but obviously the Ike Live boat build, which we've all been watching through social media and through the Ike
Brian
Live
gets
YouTube page.
Gets to put his foot on it with his muscles up like he built it.
Yeah.
Sends it to you and then
Yeah.
gets to
I'll
claim.
be in the garage building in the backyard
Yeah.
building another one.
Yeah. Lou's boat you just built,
Thank you
which
for your
came out
service.
beautiful. Compare a little bit to some of your first early projects to what you're doing now and what you're seeing now with a lot of this stuff? It's
Uh,
totally different.
Everybody just wants to one up the next guy. Like,
Right.
I post a picture, everybody's like, "Oh, I need this and I need this."
Yeah.
Hold on, can we get some of this on there?
Yeah.
And I mean, my boat is generic: carpet, aluminum deck, and that was it. I mean, I didn't really get crazy with it. I didn't even think LED lights and stereo systems. And now that's what it is. It's as much storage as you can get, as many lights as you can get on it. Lights inside, lights on top. GoPro camera sticks and
It's crazy.
YOLO-Tech sticks and the things and thumping stereo systems.
Yeah.
Mike's
TH Marine.
Mike's getting the hydraulics, so when he's going down.
Yeah.
That, I mean, it's the switch panels. I mean, Brian's boat has an 8-switch panel on it just to control everything on the boat.
It's crazy.
And I think there's one open spot?
For now. Yeah.
For now,
Yeah.
yeah. That'll be closed up real fast. We'll put something else in.
It's crazy. It's come so far, Brian, when you compare like those early Crawdad days.
Yeah.
And then you go out and look at the Ike Live boat build. It's unfreaking believable how far it's all come.
True, but there's a lot from those early boat builds that I brought along.
Right.
There was things that I learned about what worked and didn't work, and the basic layout of what we did with the Crawdad is still the same.
Right.
What the front 2/3 or of the boat is, and the open section in the middle. The whole deal, just the way the boat lays out.
Right.
So.
Right. So some elements are similar, but material wise,
Oh yeah, everything's ratcheted up.
Ratcheted up.
Yeah.
Metal. Aluminium.
Yeah.
It's as
By the
close
way,
as
we
I'm going to
have-
get to saying it.
We have a pretty rad looking boat somebody
Yep.
sent in.
This one came
Wow.
in from Vanessa Swindle. I don't know if there's any relation to G-Man or not. but
Wow.
Vanessa Swindle sent this one in. It's a modified boat build.
That's
Looks
dope.
like they're running
It's
with
a good
some
one.
aluminum decking. So
Yep.
we're going to hook her up with a prize.
Nice. Vanessa, you just won. I see the recessed foot pedal there, which is awesome. Cool little touch.
They took it with a flip phone.
a recess.
That thing is a necessity.
Yeah.
Everybody wants a foot pedal tray.
Recessed foot pedal tray.
I don't like 'em.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have to have
Look
it.
at that. There's a little zoom in of it. That's a great feature. That's a great feature. I
That's a
love
nice
that.
looking boat. Now, you also had navigation light in the front. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Would you look at it?
Yep.
Just look at it.
Just
Navigation
look at it.
light
Well, when are we
mounted,
gonna
mounted
Hey,
on the bow.
we got to do this screen here. I'm not going to ever be able to sit in this seat. I can tell you that right now. I like looking at the monitor because is there a little monitor or something? I can.
We're working on that, Dave.
We're working on it.
This is brutal. I'm looking at
It's your
myself.
first- it's your first
Goddamn
night.
Stomach's hanging out like I can't even.
You got to reposition.
Are we
No,
going to show Brian's boat, or we just going to keep talking about it for the build?
no, I do. I do want to show it. I want to show the
Yeah,
Ike
we're
Live
getting there.
boat build.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But it was a cool process to watch it because the really amazing thing, like I've seen a lot of these boat builds. I've been watching them through Tiny Boat Nation. I've been watching through other sites, and a lot of them are before and after photos. You know what I mean? Where you see it. And I'm not a creative mind when it comes to that, like Dave is. You know, where and Brian, where they can visualize this thing. The nice thing about what we did with the Ike Live boat build is the entire thing's documented, Dave. Literally, from the piece of crap sitting in the driveway that's falling apart, all the way to the finished product, which I think Brian the Carpenter, we're almost on the last leg of it, right? With the Ike Live boat build, we got the boat wrap and maybe a little trailer work, and then we're complete.
That's about where we're at, man.
Wow, it's amazing. It's come really far, you know, to watch it, and the process is incredible. And a lot of that stuff is shared ideas as well, right?
Oh yeah, and that's why we reached out to Michael Lopez to come on tonight. He's the guy who started the Tiny Boat Nation page. I followed it on Facebook, but he's also got a big following on YouTube. And it's just everybody sharing their, the Facebook page, just 50,000 members on there, and everybody's sharing their ideas,
videos,
asking
pictures,
questions, putting their stuff up. There's another guy on the Facebook, Nate Eckold, who's a master, and a lot of, and you've seen some of his boat builds.
Yeah, I have.
And we got great ideas from what those guys are doing.
Yeah, it's cool. And a lot of the companies, their products now are catered toward guys doing this stuff on the fly. So TH Marine, of course, is a big supporter of the show. But dude, their stuff is loaded in the Ike Live boat build.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah,
Right.
A
Yeah.
lot of cool products, that the hatches and waterproof hatches, which were nice. I love that Hydra.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's another product out there, but I don't know how you could not have a Hydra on there. And that's basically the clamps on your battery terminals and takes a single stud and gives you either 3 screws,
Three or five.
or 5,
Yep.
to load up your electronics and.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I really like the marine mat that you put on there. It's a nice option for the small boats rather than trying to carpet them. You know, because that marine mat, the beauty of it is, I mean, a lot of people that have small boats, they may not have a garage to put it into, and all that. That marine mat being that composite type material, it's not going to get worn down like carpet would, and it feels good on your feet.
Yeah.
Too. It's nice having some cushion on
Yeah.
your feet. It extends the length of your day, being able to get out there and fish.
Yeah, and that's something we're going to talk to Michael Lopez about. There's some other things out there that they do, which I wasn't aware of. Obviously, there's carpet. There's also some other products. One thing I do really like about Marine Mat is how thick it is.
Yeah.
And again, with what we do,
Logo's pretty thick too.
Yeah. With what we do in shallow water, in an aluminum deck, aluminum frame, and aluminum hull boat, that noise travels.
Yeah.
It's something I'm cognizant of.
Yeah.
I know when we fish our Winter League events, by the time the 11 boats launch on the 40-acre pond,
Yeah.
and every idiot's out there slapping the water and
Dropping
their
keys.
dropping keys, that bite's done.
Yeah.
You
It's
get
smoked.
You get a half hour to get bit, and then
Yeah.
So
that aluminum is just magnifies sound.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You drop it on bare aluminum, you're just it's a powerful noise.
Yeah.
So that's certainly helpful.
unless we're out there for tuna where you want that noise.
Yeah, that's true.
Bringing them in.
Calling them in. The other cool thing about the marine mat, and then we'll go on, is how easy it is to install. I am the least handy person.
Facts.
Everybody can testify to that. And Vegas and I actually installed the marine mat on Vegas's boat ourselves. It's a big template, is all it is they send you a big sheet of like thin paper, and you literally just get a pencil or a pen and you trace out the decks and the hatches. You roll it up and ship it back, and they ship it to you. And it's got a little tolerance to it, right? So, when we were laying it down, it's adhesive, and it lays down. And if we were off a little, you could sort of just pull it a little on the one side. And once it's done, dude, it's the cleanest insulation you'll
But
ever
how
see.
well do they wash, Mike? I'm going to tell you why. Like, I thought about putting one in my kayak, but it gets so muddy because you're always launching in muddy, not so awesome conditions.
Yeah.
Do they wash well?
They wash really good. I mean, Vegas got he ended up with a dark gray color. So, after a tournament, we'll take it to a power wash, or we'll just use the hose here at the house, and it cleans real well.
That doesn't blow the adhesive up when you smash it.
It does
with
not.
A jet
It hasn't
thing?
yet.
no.
It
Okay.
hasn't yet.
That's
No.
3M.
Yeah.
And once it touched, we put a piece on. The first piece Brian put on the one night we were doing it. He took a little triangle and put it down, and we touched it down. And you can move it. Like I said, it's pressure sensitive. And then once you put that touch,
Yeah.
you're taking the aluminum up with
Yeah.
it.
Maybe I'll do it.
Now I want to do a cool little round the room survey real quick. And Pete, think back on your boat build, and Dave, and I want everybody, Brozick, think about some of the old crawdad stuff. Was there one thing that you had in that boat that was like key to that build? Like when you think back on it, Pete, was there one modification or one component you put on there yourself that made that boat like an important tool on that boat?
Man, that's a tough one. I will say that one of the problems I had
Oarlocks.
with my boat is
Oarlocks.
Oarlocks.
That's important.
A plank.
dude.
Pirate flag. Arr!
I had to get the mount for the jib sail. It had to be just right, or else the boat would drift sideways down the bank. But I struggled with building like a mount for my trolling motor, and I opted to stack 2x6s, and because I had to get it up over the over the rail, so I could raise and lower the trolling motor. And I was proud of that little design because there was no book on how to do it. I would study the tracker boats. I would just study the boats. I mean, you'd stay up all night dreaming about getting one of those tracker aluminums, and I'd look at how they did it. But I came up with that design. But one of the problems I had was I was nose heavy, and you'd stop the trolling motor and the boat would drift.
Oh yeah.
And I mounted I built a keel, like to hang over the transom.
Yeah.
so that it would just stop it. It would stop it from drifting.
Right. Stop that
first power
rotation.
pole.
Especially when I was by myself. If I had a partner in the back,
Yeah.
it was much more stable.
Right.
But yeah, if you had a trolling, that was my biggest problem. My biggest thing that I had to overcome. Was
Yeah.
keeping it from spinning.
Yeah, and that same deal on the early crawdads that we built, Dave and a lot of the guys went to a foot pedal, but I always used just that called a Bigfoot,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and it's even on Vegas's boat. We still left that on there because he's 8-9 years old. We wanted him to get used to a hand control first before we put a foot control in there. But dude, that was big.
Yeah.
I still like the concept of that motor.
He's
you know?
so light. I don't even know if he could.
Yeah, I don't know, but he's digging the hand control. So
That's perfect.
But there's fails as well, though.
No, we'll talk about. I know you like to always bring that up. I'll tell you, I already know what you're gonna do. So listen, the most important thing I put on there was when we put. So we used for our basically like our outboard engines. What cameras am mine again?
Right there.
For our outboard engine, we would use like 3 horsepower electrics that carry 3 batteries or whatever. We had it was called a Bigfoot. And it was basically a toggle switch that ran to the front that you could click on and off to activate your what was
Bigfoot
our
switch.
outboard. Yeah,
Bigfoot
Bigfoot
switch.
switch.
Yeah.
And you could hammer down with that. And that was you didn't have to go back, turn it on.
Right.
Because you could steer. You could steer from your trolling motor in the front. You know?
Yeah. That was an awesome modification. Dave, anything you've been putting on these boats stands out that it's like a must-have? Like one of these modifications.
The trolling
that you have
motor
to have.
pedal tray.
Trolling motor
that
inset
is-
tray.
That is a back saver in itself.
the back saver. Big time.
Big time.
I remember the old days of the pedals that stuck up.
Yeah.
You'd
Looked like
always
Captain
be
Morgan.
hurting.
Every once in a while,
Exactly.
when I do on-water training, I get in somebody else's boat that has that pedal.
Yeah.
And you're
You're
I feel
aching.
like you're in the crane fighting stance.
Oh
right?
my god.
you lose your balance. You're like, how did we deal with this all those years?
Yeah,
you know?
this is all.
Didn't
Yeah.
Bass Cat come up with that concept?
They may have. I know some of the Bass Cats were the early ones to do it.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure they were the first ones to have it.
May have.
One thing, Ike, when I did that, everybody was talking about the pedal trays, and everybody was scared to cut that front deck open.
They were scared
because of the framing.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to cut the framing. You're going to cut the framing. I just one day went out. I ordered a tray. No, actually got a tray on sale for like $10.
Wow.
A bait shop was closing down,
Yeah.
and circular saw right to the front deck, cut right through it.
Just
I'm
said screw it.
Yep, just go for it.
Was
Yeah.
there framing there?
Oh yeah, it literally was a cross member right underneath of it.
Of course. Oh my
Wow.
God.
I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
So I stuck a piece of aluminum in the front,
Immediate regret.
and just riveted it to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And tied it up, and there's so much foam under there. The whole deck, that front deck that I have in Lumacraft, that whole front deck is just filled with foam.
Right.
So
That's a lot of stability on its own.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, but I had to cut out. When I cut into it, I was the first cut, and I looked down, I pushed the metal down, I saw the frame member. I'm like, too late now.
Wow.
I'm in.
Everybody called me, like a couple guys that wanted to do their boats, like, I want to put that tray in it, and they're like, what happened? I said, I cut the brace. How'd you fix it? I put a couple extra ones in.
Yeah. Just said screw it and cut it. Let me remind everybody watching, we want to keep looking at your boats. If you've got a really cool
There it is.
tiny boat project, send it in to us. We're giving away tons of MTB boxes for our Christmas special. Riz just pulled up, really cool. This is a aerial view. What a cool shot from a top-down view of the Ike Live boat build. And it gives you a great idea of the layout of that thing. Pretty symmetrical, Bri, on the hatches. I see symmetrical hatching on that thing.
Symmetrical hatching. Yes.
Also notice the Lowrance HGS 12 up front, which may be overkill for that boat.
Shout out to Mike.
But when you look at this, Bri, is there something that stands out? What's one of your favorite pieces to this boat?
Probably the whole thing.
How about the torpedo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so we have a torpedo motor on the back of it, a 5-horse electric torpedo. And for guys that don't know, South Jersey or Jersey is about 95% electric only. There's a couple lakes that have a 9.9 gas outboard allowance, and a couple that are unlimited. But for the most part, we're all electric only. So the torpedo is gold for that. And so yeah, the torpedo is amazing. The whole thing's friggin' awesome.
It's amazing. It's an amazing build. But that actually brings up another point, of why this movement is is so big right now, why we're seeing this movement. It's, it's that easing into it. It's that intimidation factor. It's the money factor. It's all that we already talked about. But it's a little bit of what Brian just talked about, which is that access, like fishing places where you can't get a giant boat, right?
That's right.
I mean, where we're at here in South Jersey, would you say 70% of the water we fish, you're better off with a small boat, with a tiny boat? Is that true?
Well, geez, I'm sitting there thinking about it.
Maybe more?
We have Union Lake, Lake Lenape, and the Delaware River. That's it.
In South Jersey.
You're in a trolling motor no matter what. you
Yeah.
know? A lot of lakes in Maryland are trolling motor only.
Yeah.
Drinking water reservoirs across the country are all trolling motor only, electric
Yeah.
only.
Yeah.
So it does give you access, and I like getting in those boats because it brings me back. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah.
It just gives you a whole feel about how you got started doing this thing.
Yeah.
And fishing those little places like that. I love that part of it too. It's kind of just like kayak fishing.
Yeah.
You dump your kayak, you're quieter. You know what I mean? You're
Back to your days of swabbing the deck.
back to those days. You don't hear outboards running by on
Right.
those lakes that you're fishing.
Yeah.
There's no water skiers, jet skiers on those bodies of water.
Yeah.
It's canoers, kayakers, and fishermen.
Yeah.
It makes your mechanics while you're fishing have to be a lot more fine-tuned as well. You know what I mean? Like you can't set the hook with a double two-step backstep, jump to the back of the boat to like get pressure on the fish. You know what I mean?
Who does that?
Yeah, a lot of people. Your flips they got to be on the money. It just makes you're fishing from that smaller platform. You don't have as much wiggle room to mess up. So it forces you to really be precise, and it makes your fish clean.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'd be curious. We're going to talk to some guys tonight, and I want to get their opinion on this as well. But I think the location where you're at has a lot to do with the synergy of this. And in South Jersey, these tiny boats are perfect. We've got winter leagues, of course, going on right now. We've got Thursday nighters. We've got the South Jersey Bass Club Association, all the clubs that fish the small lakes. I mean, it's been around forever, but, man, you're seeing a big boom in it. It's a big resurgence of these tiny boats. Dave, I want to switch back to you real quick. I know there's a lot of people watching right now, and they're getting excited. They're people that don't have boats, or they got a little 12-footer or 14-footer rotting away at their uncle's house, and they're thinking, God, I can do this. I can do one of these on my own. I like what they're saying. Give them an idea. If they're watching and listening right now, and they're like, I want to do a tiny boat build. Not to go Ike Live, Brian the Carpenter, but not to go basic. Give me a little range of a price. What's somebody talking about to do a decent job, to do a nice build? Are they talking about $500, $1,000, $2,000? What are they talking about?
I mean, if you just go decent, just decking and carpet, I mean, you can get it probably for $500 to $1,000. I mean, the carpet I buy is bass boat carpet.
Yeah.
And it's averages probably $150 to $200 a boat.
Yeah.
And then a glue, another like $20. But I mean, the decking, a lot of people use wood.
Yeah.
I don't. I use all aluminum decking.
So talk about that. There's guys watching and say, I'll just do it in wood. What are the benefits of it?
And aluminum decking completely intimidates me. Like I feel like I could do wood, but you make it look easy with aluminum.
Yeah.
It's the aluminum cuts with a saw. That's what we did the whole show. You've watched the videos. You see, I cut it with a circular saw, jigsaw, drill. It's a soft metal. It's not steel.
Yeah.
So you could cut it with a circular saw. The other guys I see using band saws and stuff to make notches for the aluminum. But the aluminum angle we use, just an 1 1/4 by 1 1/4 angle. Like I said, some of the other guys use a larger angle, use a thinner angle, just with a little more support underneath of them. I use a little heavier angle and go with less support, so I don't have as much material underneath the deck.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more room for storage.
Yeah.
Because some of these boats, I mean, the tiny boat, you don't have 19 compartments, rod lockers. I mean, some of these aluminum boats do. These guys put in rod lockers, and you can. It's a little bit extra work with the tubes and everything. But the aluminum boats, I mean, the aluminum angle and aluminum sheeting, that's the biggest cost.
Yeah. That's the biggest cost in the build, but in your opinion, it's worth it.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
You can take that boat and leave it outside for the rest of its life.
Right.
The most you're going to have to do is replace the carpet.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
never going to rot,
Yeah.
ever. It's
And the weight issue is a big one.
Yes,
Should've never
the wood
told Brian
absorbs.
Yeah.
the wood absorbs, and it keeps absorbing. I mean, if you saw we pulled out the bottom of his boat, the Ike Live boat.
Yeah.
I mean, the foam that was down there was all saturated.
Yeah.
The Senkos that went from this to this.
Yeah.
I mean, everything. The water that lays in the bottom of them boats and gets trapped by the wood.
Yeah.
But the wood is definitely. I try to tell everybody shy away from it.
Right.
Use the aluminum.
Yeah.
What can you get? Is it readily available? Can you go to Home Depot and get aluminum sheeting and stuff?
Home Depot has some of it. I mean, but a lot of places, like we go to Fazio's. Fazio's has every
South Jersey.
every
South Jersey
style of metal
Fazio's,
you can dream of.
That's where I got the metal to fix my trailer. Brian told me to go there.
Fazio's?
That's exactly where I went.
Oh, really?
Fazio's?
Fazio's?
Yeah, in Glassboro
Wow.
or something, right?
Yeah. Wow.
They have every kind of angle, every kind of sheet, diamond plate, whatever you want.
Yeah.
And it's readily accessible there. That's why. I mean, it's 15 minutes from me.
Yeah.
But there's metal yards all over the place.
Right. Right.
But they say there's places you can order online and have it shipped. I can't imagine what it costs to ship.
That's got to be a fortune to get aluminum
to get
sheeting.
it delivered.
Yeah.
What kind of thickness? I imagine there's different thicknesses. What do you choose?
I use 1/8 because I put a lot less metal in, so I could cover less area with framing, and the stretch, it doesn't bounce as much. Like a lot of these boats, they stuff a lot of foam under them, and that's what keeps the deck from flexing. I don't fill foam back in because we use the space we have for storage. So, but I use 1/8 angle, 1/8 decking.
And that doesn't flex under the weight of the angler.
No way.
Depends on the angler.
I weigh 280.
Okay.
And
Eighth inch is good.
Yeah. But I mean, like the guys that are coming on, they use different materials.
Yeah.
I mean, they use aluminum, but they use thinner, and they put a little more support under it, and it's whatever you've worked with. I've worked with the 1/8, and it works great. It doesn't add a lot of weight. It adds some, but like I said, you're never gonna have to replace it.
Yeah.
You can leave that in the backyard, let it rot. It's never gonna rot. The boat will deteriorate first.
Yeah. I think some of these builds are doing now with the metal, they're so much lighter. I think they're lighter than the crawdads that we used to use because, dude, that plywood would get wet.
Oh, man.
You remember trying to hop guardrails with that thing, Dennisville, back in the
Yeah.
day? Dude.
When we used to have to lift it in the back of Brian's monster truck, like you had to press the back like over your head just
Yeah.
to get it up in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was rough.
A lot of weight. A
That's
lot
why
of
my
weight.
back hurts today.
Yeah.
One of many reasons.
One of the reasons you're ruined for life.
Your boat is. I can pick your trailer up still, no problem.
Wow.
Your trailer. I picked your boat up today.
That won't last much longer.
I think it's going to stay pretty light.
Yeah, I don't think so.
When the soft plastics get in there, it's no deal.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me do. I will tell everybody a story. So my old crawdad, I gave it to Vegas. I gifted it to Vegas. I thought it was the right boat. It was the boat that got me into this.
Yep.
It felt right to give that to him. It was all wood. It had been redone probably 5 or 6 times in 20
yeah.
years,
Yeah.
including
Wow.
the last time that Brian and I rebuilt it just for a tournament. We rebuilt the thing
night before a
the
tournament.
night before a tournament on Cooper River. We rebuilt it.
Yeah. Because they were up in the creek. and
Because they were up in the
everybody-
creeks. They were like, oh, shit, let's quick rebuild this thing. But when I rebuilt Vegas's, we used metal. We used 1/8 metal, same thing. And it kept it super light, dude. It kept it unbelievable light. He's got the torpedo on the back. It's a 9-mile-an-hour boat when the torpedo's on
Dang.
and the front trolling motor's on, which is incredible.
So it's got
for-
rooster tail behind it.
It's got a rooster tail behind
Yeah.
it, which is incredible for not quite a 12-foot boat. It's actually like 11.
Yeah,
what was
that
it like?
blows the doors off of mine. I'm pulling 6 to
6 or 7.
7 if I'm running solo.
Yeah.
Still
Yeah.
fast for
6 or 7. But in the absence of the boat, so I give this boat to Vegas, and I'm proud of him taking the responsibility for it. But I'm kind of like, shit. I ain't got a tiny boat anymore. I don't have one, So there's going to be times probably when he wants to be out and I want to be out in a small boat. So I went and purchased one myself. I went and purchased a metal boat. I think it's a low 12? Is it a
1240?
A 1240, which is a small one. I wanted to stay small. I purposely didn't want to get a 14, a 16, 18. I want to stay small. But it's in the works right now, Dave. I'm excited because you've been sending me little snapshots, little teasers over the last couple weeks, and it's
the little video today is it's really coming together now.
It looks
the live well's out. It's getting out at the welder. Shout out to Ron, Bellata Welding.
Bellata.
A lot of shout out to Ron
on Instagram.
Yeah,
he does all the welding, all the boats.
Yeah,
he does. He could weld cardboard if he had to.
You're doing a 2-bank live well.
I'm doing 2 sides to live well instead of 1. Yeah. I still like that. I still like the ability to separate fish in a
Because you think
tournament.
you're going to be actually culling in New Jersey.
I think I'm going to be culling.
Yeah,
you know,
we do lots of culling in Jersey.
Yeah.
But
But
get 5, bro.
You never know. But that particular boat, Pete, I put a 9.9 Yamaha on it, including a TH microjacker, which is on the Ike Live boat build as well. And this is going to be, I think it's going to be a 20-mile-an-hour boat with a 9.9 on it.
Whoa.
Yeah. Really think it's going to be
small.
a 20. Yeah, it's
and
small.
narrow. There's no drag on that boat.
Yep.
It's narrow.
Yeah. We're gonna weight balance it. We're gonna put some of the batteries in the front to kind of balance that weight out, and it's gonna be awesome. I can't wait till the build's done.
Yeah.
It's getting close.
It's going to give you really
that
good
old Trex is going to balance the front out.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think that's where, and we're gonna,
so.
we're gonna go to break here soon, and get Mike Lopez on, and I think that's really where his wheelhouse is the tiny boats, but he's not in an electric only restricted area.
Right.
He's on Lake Havasu, and really what his deal is taking these smaller boats, 14, 16s, 12s, and getting them to run on pad with 20 horse outboards and things like that. But just the correct weighting, keeping them light, and getting the weight balance in them right.
Yeah,
so that really seems to be.
And
where
and the other thing is there is a real artistry to it. You know what I mean? Like what we did back in the day, there was artistry there, but where it's come now with what you do, Dave, and what Michael Lopez is doing, it's unbelievable. And it reminds me a lot like I'll have insomnia at night, and I'll be flicking through the channels, and there's like Grease Monkey Garage. There's all these shows where they take total fucking jalopies, out of somebody's backyard, and the process of bringing them to life. Yeah. That's part of what makes this thing really cool. You know what I mean? Like I said, for me, I can't fix a pop tire on a bike, and watching the process is.
But you can pay Dave to do.
I can pay Dave to do it. Right. I can pay Dave to do it and videotape it.
So
at the same time.
you're getting closer to doing the actual.
I'm getting closer. I'm learning a little bit. As we go on. I'm really good at beating them up. I'm not as good as building them up.
We got to make this one Ike proof.
It's got to be Ike proof. Yeah.
You better go to 1/4 inch plating.
This boat is getting a full weld job.
Full weld job. Look at that.
Every connection's getting welded.
Wow. I need that. I need that bad.
I can see beaver huts getting jumped with that boat.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
You know it. All right, Riz, we've got another boat popping up. Another really cool boat. And here's a great thing. Again, the range of boats. And this is a good example.
This is a California boat from Jacob Bueno.
Wow.
So Jacob Bueno, please send in your custom.
Jacob, send your info. What I like about this one is that's a V, isn't it?
It's a V-hull.
It's a V-hull. And most of the boats we're seeing in South Jersey, Dave Haas, would you say they're a flat bottom style? Yeah, almost all of them. So this is cool because this is a little variation. Probably better in big water. Maybe doesn't draft as shallow, but I like that. I like that style of boat.
Yeah, I mean, if you're dealing with waves, that wave action, it definitely gives you a little bit more versatility. That flat bottom does hit them pretty hard, but we don't see waves in the bodies of water that we fish around here.
Not a lot. Some of them, but not most of them. Now, Dave Brodzik, I want to ask you. You were involved in this tiny boat movement from the beginning with Crawdads, and the kayak thing is sort of right here with this going on. You're one of the guys that fished in both realms. You fished tiny boats, you fished big boats, and you fished kayaks. Give me a comparison. Are there benefits to a tiny boat versus a kayak, or vice versa, or what's your feeling on it?
So the only arena I would give a tiny boat give it the nod over a kayak in is if you're going to compete in tournament angling, just simply because of the live well situation. Like, you can get them on kayaks, but I can just tell you, being a big guy, reaching back and getting tackles is a pain in the ass. I couldn't imagine trying to cull a fish.
Right.
You know what I mean?
In a kayak.
In a kayak. So I give it to the small boat there.
Or bump board a fish.
Yeah, well, I can't. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. But I got a system for that now. I learned it. But I definitely go kayak. If someone's got $1,000,
Yeah.
go buy a Hobie PA12, PA14
Yep.
used.
Yeah.
And then I choose kayak over this because everything's already done. If you enjoy building stuff and you're a craft guy, then yeah, go knock yourself out with an aluminum boat.
Yeah.
You can throw this thing in the back of a pickup truck. It has everything already there.
Yeah.
And you're gone. I love the kayak. If I had that when we were 19, I wouldn't even have built a
Yeah.
crawl
Yeah. And the
pad.
movements are very similar,
Yeah.
Brian. Wouldn't
They
you
are.
agree?
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about our second guest tonight, Frankie Provolone from Slay Nation, is he's combining that. He's-
Kayaks and tiny boats together.
Right. He started
Wow.
a tournament trail that's inclusive: kayak, canoe,
Very smart.
John boats, electric only. But other than that, you'd probably get out there in a belly boat. you know.
Wow.
As long as you can catch, photograph, and release, you're in.
That never really caught on belly boating. I always thought they were cool.
Yeah, it's so strange because in Europe when I was in Italy a few years ago when I went to Paris and Spain, it is the deal.
Yeah.
Like that is what tiny boats and kayaks are here in the States. In Europe, it's belly boats.
Really?
Yeah, and I would ask the guys. I said, "What's this all about?" And there were some of the same things, like where it's like, maneuverability, getting places you couldn't get, being at the level of the fish. There was some of that, but the bottom line, what guys were saying to me is they were like, "I can't fit I can't even fit a kayak." Like the modes of transportation and the highways.
Yeah, they have little fruity cars.
Yeah, everybody's got a little. Everybody's got a little car. And they were just saying like, this is the way. This is the only way I could get off the bank and fish. And I was like, that makes sense.
They also never had the movie Jaws or Lake Placid in their damn country.
That's true.
Because I tell you, my legs dangling in the drink, I'd be terrified, dude.
And dude, the craziest thing is they have them big wells now. You ever see the size of them wells?
Oh yeah.
Dude, they got wells catfish that are like, I'm not kidding you, like 10 to 20 foot long, dude.
Dang, what?
Oh, dude, insane.
I'm out.
Yeah.
So you're dangling your little chicken ass legs. Oh
my
And here
God.
comes a Wells. Going to eat it in. As we're talking about getting eaten by whales, we got another one popped up, Riz. What
We
is this
do.
one?
This one is from Brandon H. Out of Maryland, and this is a 1436. He's running all electric
1436.
for his powering. He's got his foot controlled trolling motor up front, and he's got a hand controlled trolling motor in the back. So this is a 1436.
Yeah, it looks like a Jersey rig.
BTC.
Jersey
Hook us up
special
with a
right
view.
there. Jersey special.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, this is amazing TV. Yeah, there it goes. That looks good. It's a nice looking rig.
It looks
Two-tone.
stout.
He's
He's got the
two-tone.
anchor in the front,
Yeah.
too.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I
There you
didn't
go.
even see that. That's some innovation right there for sure. That's a creative way of doing a power pole, I guess.
Polish power pole. No one
the
uses
old
anchors
old
anymore.
school.
That's old
Get
school.
that out of here.
Polish pole.
Got them little electric motors. You can wind them up.
Yeah. Coffee can was before that one.
Oh,
The
yeah,
old coffee
remember?
can filled with concrete.
Yep.
Yep.
Cement.
Yep.
Did you ever try to use that anchor system on the kayak yet that they came up with that like rappels along and you can go? Oh, my God.
No.
I'd rather do math. You know what I mean? Like, I'll just drift and not catch that fish. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. The anchor drops,
that fish.
and you kind of rotate the string along the kayak, and the anchor will go to the front, can go to the back, and forget
Yeah.
it, dude.
Wow. That's
You
crazy.
have a sailing license to do it?
Yeah, you do. You're right. Yeah. The jib, swing the jib.
Swing the jib, jib ho.
He's the jib.
I'd rather do
Jib
that.
ho.
Brian, you want to take a little break here?
Yeah, let's do
okay. Listen, everybody, I want you to hang in there. You're watching the Ike Live Christmas special. We're giving away tons of stuff. We're going to be doing it in the second and third segment as well. And we've got some amazing guests joining us in the next couple segments, including Michael Lopez
Yes.
of Tiny Boat Nation joining us next. We're going to pick his brain, Pete, talk about the movement, talk about some of his builds, talk about why he started that social site, why he started the website. And I think it's awesome. But we're going to be picking his brains on it. Hang in there with us. When we come back, we're going to be talking about more tiny boats on Ike Live.
Hi, today we're going chest to chest in the Dr. Squatch lather test. On that half of Mike's impressive chest, we're rubbing him down with 3 name brand bars. The result? A sad, milky film of disappointment. How's that feel, Mike? You see, Big Soap cuts corners and strips out all the sudsy goodness in order to make production cheaper. But not Dr. Squatch. Don't worry, Mike. Dr. Squatch soap retains all the natural ingredients, which creates a rich, foamy lather, leaving your skin healthy, soft, and clean. Ooh, looks like Squatch is taking over this peck party. How do you feel now, Mike? Dr. Squatch Natural Soap. When we say it lathers, it f***ing lathers. You deserve glorious lather. Take the lather challenge.
Oh, I'm on. Yes, I'm in.
And then on the producer, just put.
Get up here. That's a good bass. This
Bro.
spot's put out 3 times in a row. Brian, I'm on hotspot.
Dude,
this place is putting out. Just keep throwing the shaky head.
Yeah, all right. We got work to do, homie.
Oh, I'm on. Doubled up. 2 casts in a row.
Back.
This is a big one. Grip and drag.
He's goofing off over there.
Another bluegill.
Riz, get to work! Charles, did you get my email about that new potential sponsor?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What was that on?
Yep.
Charles,
Sure did.
what are you doing?
I'm checking my email.
Hello.
Why does the dude next to me got one? I can't catch one.
Mike! Mike, what's up? Let's go to the gym! Mike! Michael!
4.5-inch drop shot worm, Bama bug. Finesse jig, PB&J, give me something hard. Hey, KVD here. Now, I didn't always know this much about fishing. 4-aught EWG worm hook. In fact, there was a time when I couldn't tell the difference between a jerkbait and a stickbait. But then I signed up for Mystery Tackle Box, the original monthly tackle subscription. And now I know more about fishing than I do about calculus.
And he knows a lot about calculus.
Plus, I get amazing extras like free fishing magazines. October 2016. Featured article, 4 places to throw a frog. Exclusive decals. Zombie bass. And how-to videos for all the great baits I receive. How to tune a crankbait. Is that underwater footage I smell?
I got goosebumps.
So if you're looking to develop enhanced fishing abilities like me, or you just like getting new tackle every month, go to mysterytacklebox.com and get your box today. Ooh, live minnows. Is it lunchtime already? Nature's candy.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Ike Live. This is the Christmas special. And Pete Glusick, it's also the Tiny Boat Special. There's your early Christmas present, a pen.
Breaking news.
I hope everybody's having a great night. It's a Sunday night. Anybody have the Eagles score, by the way? Do we know?
17-9.
17-9?
Final.
Yes.
So did they win?
They won.
Yeah.
Okay. Eagles beat Dallas. Screw Dallas. That's good news. That's an early Christmas present for some of us.
Yeah, it is. They win the division.
Yeah.
And made the playoffs. Pretty exciting
Wow.
here at home.
That's awesome.
At 8-7.
Damn, that smells good.
At 8-7, it's going to be the lowest record to win a division, but our division is really
Horrible.
weak.
Terrible.
Wow.
So,
Terrible.
We got
Things are
a
bad.
big hill to climb to get to the next
Yeah.
through the next game.
Well,
That's
never
all
give
right.
up.
Never give up.
That's right.
Let me
Straighten
remind
into your
everybody,
pets.
we are giving away tons of prizes tonight, including brand new, unopened mystery tackle boxes. All you have to do is submit a photo of your tiny boat build. It could be everything from a toilet up to a full-size boat, right, Riz?
Yes,
Whatever.
and if you submit one of your photos and we use it and I call it out, please send me your information, which would be your address, so that we can get you hooked up with the mystery tackle box or an Ike Live gift bag. We'll just need your address and an email. I won't share it over to the public side of the feed, but send that in to me so that we can get you hooked up.
Why do we give that disclaimer? I did that too when I used to do your job. Everyone can be friggin' Googled. Like, if you give me your stupid name, I can Google you. I know where you live. Like, why do we even have to feel like we have to say we're not going to put it through? If we say Josh Smith won, Josh Smith lives in Wisconsin. I know where
He's
that guy
just
lives.
doing what I told him to do.
I just wonder why we do that. That's
Here's
all.
the interesting.
He's just doing his job.
Everybody can be searched in Google except the guy that was masturbating in front of Brian's house. They can't seem to find that
They
guy.
cannot find that
They
guy.
can't find him. It's crazy.
It's amazing.
He rubbed him out till he was invisible. He's gone.
He's invisible.
Essence all over the place. Gone.
That
got
video
no more
made it on-
fingerprints.
That video made it on live PD.
It did.
It
That's
did.
crazy.
That was awesome.
Still haven't caught him.
But invisible.
I almost feel like it's Thanksgiving where you're not allowed to eat till you do prayer. Can we talk about this beer real quick? So I
Yeah.
can suck on it.
All right. So let's
is
talk about
amazing,
this
dude.
beer. So I told everybody. I gave you the heads up, and here we go. We all did a beer switch, and we went from. Of course, we were drinking Solid Gold, and Brian. Now we
Yes.
brought out a couple different ones. Tell us a little bit about what we got here
Well,
again.
we've got a 4-pack of Founders Imperial Stout.
There you go.
And Mike, I'm gonna get in on you.
Okay.
With this shot.
All right.
Like this.
Wow.
And then do it like that.
There he goes. There's that.
Yeah, hold the
beautiful-
glass up though. That's
Yep.
the beauty.
Yeah, look at that.
Look
Look
at
at
that.
dark and beautiful.
Texas
That
tea,
is-
dude.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right,
And this is the first time I'm having the Founders Imperial Stout.
Yes,
so
I want a live action.
all right.
What's
What
the
do you- and what do you
percentage on
have
that? Can you see that? 'Cause I have to put my
Yeah,
glass.
let's see. It's Imperial Stout looks like a 10.5er.
Dag.
10.5, so pretty hefty.
Oh, we're gonna be loose
10.5. But let me do this for real first time. let me get the. I want to inhale a little bit first. Always with your mouth open as well. It's got a nice nose on it, Dave. Nice nose.
Who told you about the mouth? I never even knew that.
Oh, Becky, because she's like
Does the wine,
Yeah.
Yes.
What is this? Salmon? Yeah.
Dude, you do taste them more with your mouth open. That's amazing.
48 years.
Yeah,
to learn
try
that.
it. Go with your mouth closed and open. That really works, dude.
Didn't really work. Now you're gonna make me try it.
Oh my God! Wow. Wow.
It works.
I'm instantly giving the Founders Imperial Stout. I'm giving it a 9.
Yeah.
Wow.
Out
Right
of
out of
10.
the gate.
Instantly.
Now, Brian, this one costs a few chips, right?
That one ain't bad.
Ooh. Oh my gosh.
No, we saved the
All right.
saved chip for
'Cause
last.
I've never been a stout guy. I've always
Yeah.
been. This is
This is
delicious.
phenomenal.
I
And
mean, I'm just
this is
starting.
one you just chill with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is one you just take your time.
Oh, 'cause
Wow.
It's going to
dude.
get you there.
Oh, it's going to get you there.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
we have
Get you there quicker.
Especially with your mouth open.
Shout out to Founders. That's the Imperial Stout. Give it a try. It's really good. And of course, I want to remind everybody, if they're watching over on Facebook, please like and share the feed, and you're going to be entered in a contest to win the Ike Live gift bag. This thing's loaded. Pete said 9 pounds approximately of tackle, including stuff from TH Marine, Liquid Mayhem, Dr. Squatch, Real Snot, Bash University. Great stuff in this bag. Like and share the feed over at Facebook, and you're going to be entered in a chance to win that amazing prize. We're here around the holiday.
That's right. And people can also win another great prize, which is a 3-month subscription to Mystery Tackle Box and an Ike Live gift bag by heading over to the Ike Live Show YouTube page, subscribe to the YouTube page, go to our most recent unboxing video and comment on that for us so that we know you subscribed, and we're going to randomly select one winner that will be announced at the end of tonight's show.
what is the name of that? We just started our own YouTube page. What is the name of it?
It's Ike. Just search Ike Live Show on YouTube and
Yeah.
it'll come right up.
Yeah, I think we
maybe.
have like 600 subscribers now.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's
it's
growing.
It's growing fast. So everybody that has subscribed, if you're watching, thank you. We appreciate it, and as well as everybody else that's on the message board tonight, we have great interaction on our website and on Facebook. So everybody that's watching, we appreciate you guys. You
Yeah,
guys are the best.
keep them IMs and pictures coming as well. All right, quick survey. This is the holiday special, Pete. We're 2 days away from Christmas. I'm going to go around the room. Start with you, Pete. Ready for Christmas? Are you prepared? Are you ready?
I'm absolutely ready. I start shopping on Tuesday.
The same
ready
old,
to start.
Pete, it's every year. Every year I ask you this. It's the same thing. Why do you do this to
That's
yourself?
the best day in the world to be out.
Agreed.
Everybody's so happy.
What?
They're giving you samples at the stores.
He's right.
Drinks at the restaurants.
Dude, I am stressed out of my mind.
Dude, you've got less than 24 hours to complete it at that point.
Oh my
Oh, no
gosh.
way.
There's nobody else. Nobody in the malls is angry anymore. They're all out now. Like all the hostile people cutting you off for
Yeah, right
parking
now.
spot. They're out now. They're stressed. They're panicking. by Christmas Eve, they're all done. They're out of your way. They're out of your hair.
I'd beef with a guy today with the parking. I had my daughter in the car. He mouthed it off. I wanted to bounce his head off the ground. He was lucky.
Yep.
But no, everything you said except the parking.
Merry
Well,
Christmas.
I'm saying on Tuesday that goes away. As you get into Christmas
I'm gonna give
Eve.
Tuesday a lick.
Yeah, it's just it's a happy time. I love it.
Give it a lick.
All right, Dave Haas.
Give it a licking.
Prepared for Christmas.
After tomorrow, I will be.
After tomorrow, because tomorrow's a saving grace day. You're gonna finish it off.
I'll get everything finished up.
Last minute shopping. Okay. Are you giving any boat builds for Christmas this year?
No.
Okay. All right. Dave Brodzik?
No,
you were shopping today, apparently?
Yeah, I lit it up today.
Okay.
Despite my appearance, I have a very high sense of fashion. So I like to pick things out for the girls, and I do a good job.
Yeah.
Like Trump, I do a marvelous job. I'm going to go out tomorrow. Kids are at swim for a couple hours at the college right down the street from the mall. I'm going to go there. Then I might even venture out Tuesday morning like you, Pete.
Wow.
If I'm not done yet,
Okay.
But I do like Christmas. It feels so much more festive and spiritive, especially if you only got to get like one person a gift. You're only looking for one person to get.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the whole armada, everything on Tuesday.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
There's a lot of people that do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can't
go out on
imagine the
Tuesday.
deals.
No, but everything's
deals.
picked to shit to it. There's only
that's what you
smalls and triple X's left.
Sizes. Yeah.
You ain't get nothing in the middle.
Mediums and triple X's.
Yeah, if you're a normal fish, forget about it. You got to be a minnow or
a whale.
I was going to say the one, but it's not politically correct.
Lunker.
What do they call it?
Lunker.
I don't know.
Big mouth.
It's the grouper in Florida. It had a name for it that wasn't politically
Oh,
correct. But it's
yeah,
called
yeah.
Goliath.
Goliath
Grouper.
Goliath. All right, Riz, you ready for Christmas here? We're 2 days away.
Yeah, I'm big on the Amazon
okay.
shopping. Yeah, I mean it's the best way for me.
Even clothes?
What's that?
Even clothes?
Yeah, even clothes.
Really?
Yeah, actually, everything I'm wearing right now I bought for myself on Amazon. But
wow.
No, I shop on Amazon. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Even for your lady friend, you get her clothes on Amazon?
Well, it's a different story, but Amazon. I buy everything I need to on Amazon, including just houseware stuff. I mean, all throughout the year, not only Christmas. So shouts out to Amazon.
Shout out
Charles,
to
hook that
Amazon.
up for
Speaking of
us.
Amazon, speaking of Amazon, talking about tiny boat builds, Dave Haas, correct me if I'm wrong, correct. You can get a lot of this stuff on Amazon, right?
A whole lot of stuff.
So guys thinking right now, listening to the show, like, where do I get this crap? Where do I get these accessories? The switch panels, all that stuff.
Battery chargers and switch panels.
Yeah.
Type them in, type that whatever you want in, and they'll come up eBay or Amazon.
Yeah.
Usually they'll be all in
And
there.
another great spot, Brian the
and-
Carpenter. We got to shout out TH Marine.
I was gonna say.
Directly to TH Marine.
Yep.
You could probably do the entire build on TH, almost the entire build directly on TH if
That's
you wanted
correct.
to.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Outside the
And-
metal.
And when you're shopping on Amazon, use the promo code Ike Live. Give it a shot, guys.
Hey, let me give you a piece of advice.
Worst they could say is no.
Hey, here's some advice for you small boat build enthusiasts. If you don't know where to get the stuff, don't start. That means you ain't ready.
That's
right?
true.
Like if you don't know where to buy that, don't do it. It
Right.
means you're not going to ever get it done.
Dave, I did a boat
You
build
know?
a couple weeks ago. It actually took me 2.5 hours. I did everything you're not supposed to do.
You went with wood, didn't
Yeah,
you,
I went with wood, about 6 screws, and in a 6x6, and I fished it the next day. So I didn't need 2.5 years. It took me 2.5 hours.
Nice.
Wow.
I'm saying if you don't know where to get it.
And Brian ridiculed me during the process.
Why did you do that?
Because I asked for advice on a Facebook page, and
Instead of him?
Instead of reaching out to his friends who
No,
are
but-
in the process of this, he goes and it's like, what the?
Yeah, I was thinking on my feet, man. I did what I had to
Let
do.
me ask
Make
Mike
plays.
and Pete to see if they get the same Brian experience that I get.
Here we go.
So, have you, Pete? I'll start with you. Have you ever called Brian and asked him for like carpentry advice? If yes or no. If you haven't, then if you didn't, then you won't understand what I'm saying.
No, I never have. I called him to come in and put windows. I needed windows in a door one time. I'm still waiting for him to come over and check it out.
You actually have to tell me you're serious and not say I'm going to need this.
Not what I was looking for, but that's good. Go ahead, Mike. How about you?
I have. I've asked Brian for a lot of carpentry advice over the years. I've also had some amazing builds done by Brian the Carpenter. I had some great positive
No,
experiences.
and I'm not. This isn't criticizing his skills. It's
Yeah.
just I don't know if it's the interaction. If I call him with a question, I always get a smart ass answer in the beginning. Like it can be anything. Dude.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know if you get that. Do you get that? Like to make you know that you don't know what you're talking about.
I've got that occasionally.
Yeah, like
and I don't know what I'm talking
Here's
about.
why. Here's why. Here's why. Because you asked me after you're 3/4 of the way in, and you're already effed it up. That's why. That's why. And you didn't pay me the respect to ask me in the first place.
You need to come in and fix all the stuff that's broken.
Yeah, he's already
and
got
done
it,
wrong.
He's already got it all wrong, and he wants me to tell him how to get it to the finish line.
But I don't say, when you call me for legal advice, I don't say, why'd you break the law? Why'd you have that in your pocket? I tell you how to get out of it. All right, I'll do the same thing to you.
Dave, Dave, I'm jammed up on the side of 130.
Yeah, what should I do? Well, I don't say, hey, well, why'd you have the oh, man.
Yeah, and Dave,
why was your ghost following you?
Yeah, well, that's what I was just going to say. You've gotten Brian's ghost out of jail at least a dozen times.
Brian, yeah.
At least a dozen times. I can think of that one time.
Yeah, I can't wait to meet him in the afterlife.
Yeah, remember that time you got him out of the prostitute thing and all that? You remember that.
Lies, folks. These are lies.
No.
It is lies because I'm going to answer for that.
Wait a
I didn't do
minute.
that.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Brian. If I'm not mistaken, I think is that Brian's ghost coming through right now? Do you hear that?
I think Becky conveniently lost that. That didn't make the move.
Brian's ghost is still in the base.
That's the best barrel he got.
Wait a minute. I think I hear it coming. Hold on. Whoop. Whoop. Oh, yeah. You got canned. Brian's
How did
ghost
we
is
even
no more.
how did we get on this?
digress.
Was this all from Christmas shopping?
This was all from Christmas shopping.
Wow, that's good.
But you said
You know where you can Christmas shop right now
Tackle
is
Warehouse.
you can go to Tackle Warehouse and you can head over to bashuniversity.com
That's true.
and get hooked up with some of the sweet new apparel that we have.
Oh, dude, the swag. Brian the Carpenter. Give us a
including
full frontal.
the hat that I'm wearing,
Dope.
the sweatshirt that's
Super
Brian
dope.
wearing.
Super dope.
We there's
like the blue.
there's a ton of stuff over on bashuniversity.com
Yeah, super
to that are great Christmas gifts. So it might not be too late, but
Yeah.
head over there.
I think you should. All right, Brian and Carver, you were the last one. Right before we get Michael on, you ready for Christmas?
No.
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 Well, how much of it's done? 50%? 20%? 80?
3.
0?
0?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not good.
2 days, bro.
Yeah, it's
Step
it's very
it up.
stressful.
You're in good shape.
This is why
don't
I'm
listen.
not a fan
You're
of
all right.
Christmas. It's stressful. It's not about the spirit. It's about stress. So
I'll meet
about
up.
other
I'll
stuff.
meet up with you on Tuesday.
I'm in.
There you go.
As soon as we
Oh,
get
double date.
as soon as we get done hanging that door, we'll hit the mall.
Yes.
What about you?
I would say 90% done. I think there's a couple last minute things. I'm going to go Christmas shopping with my daughter tomorrow afternoon. Riley's home from college. We're going to go shop and finish a few things up with her, and then I'm done. I've got cards. I've got a few things wrapped already. I'm ahead of schedule.
Oh, wow,
man.
you actually got cards, huh?
Yeah, I got cards. I still do cards.
I do too, but I'm always,
Yeah.
I always screw the cards up and wait till the end, and then there's like 2
None
choices.
left.
Yeah.
There's
No, the
super
longer you
overly
wait,
gross one that they know you don't believe,
Dude,
and then there's the one that's so simplified.
the
that they
longer
don't
you
like
wait,
it
the
for.
harder it gets. And here's the other thing for all you card shoppers out there listening and watching, it's fucking hard to find Uncle anymore. Like, what happened to the Uncle cards? Dude, I honestly,
Right.
this year I was in like 3 places. There was no Uncle cards. Are there no more Uncles?
They might have a different surname now in this politically correct
I
environment.
know.
It would be like Urkel.
I know. Gender forward Uncle?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. But you can't find Uncle cards anymore. It's
Amazon.
crazy.
Amazon.
Amazon probably
Yeah,
has them.
maybe it's someone that you gotta find what they identify as uncle as.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's right around the corner.
You know,
and- yeah,
it's probably. I've never seen you home more than you
It's
have been
crazy.
this year.
I know.
This time of year.
I know. And December usually there's a full week of classic practice, and this is the first year in almost 20 years that I won't be fishing the classic. I didn't practice, so it gave me a whole nother week at home right before Christmas.
How's that feel, bro?
You used it.
I'll be honest with you. I like it. I like it. I like it almost. It's scary how much I like it. Like, let me tell you how much this is strange and weird. I know we got Michael Lopez waiting on us, but
sorry, Mike.
I'm like, this is gonna sound ridiculous, but like I'm folding laundry. I'm like doing like normal stuff. Like I'm like cleaning stuff. I'm like cleaning things out that in the garage that I hadn't got to, and you keep putting that shit off. I'm doing that.
Well, as long as you believe it.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you. No, seriously. Like Becky and I went to the bar last night just to go to the bar and hang out for a couple hours.
Yeah, how was that?
Like that was great. It was great.
You ran into Santa Claus and
Santa
stuff,
was
right?
saw
Karaoke?
Santa at the bar.
So,
Yeah.
so Santa Claus does karaoke. and drinks.
Santa does karaoke. Yeah, nice eclectic mix at the bar last night.
I think
It
you've
was
been
cool.
competing for classics at this time longer than a lot of the people that are watching the show been alive, man.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm
That's
old.
a long streak.
I'm an old guy.
What about you being old? About the streak?
Yeah.
You know?
Now the streak was, the streak it had its amazing points and it had its bad points. The amazing thing is, I kept it going for so long and it kept happening almost on its own. There were years where I was out of it, where all of a sudden somehow I still made it in. It was just interesting. But every year there was an immense amount of pressure at the end of the year, and when I was on the bubble, and dude, it made me seriously, like it made me old. Like I look in the mirror and it's like the gray, the wrinkle, like a lot. No, but seriously, a lot of that I think was from the stress of that one event, like how important that was at the time for me. And the one thing I love about not that I don't want to fish the Classic again, because I'd love to make another one, but dude, a lot of that stress got removed last year. And it felt nice. There was no I wasn't trying to qualify for the Classic. I went out and had fun in a lot of those tournaments. Didn't worry about that, and that was a good feeling. There's something positive to not worrying about the Classic.
Yeah, because you're one of the few ones that had that pressure of the streak.
The streak.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the streak.
You were the leader.
Yeah.
In that arena.
Right.
And I don't even know who it is now. There's probably 5 or
the
number's probably much lower now.
Yeah.
That's Shyrock.
Yeah. Let's call Fletcher again.
Yeah. See what Fletcher thinks.
Yeah, we'll get him back on. Let's keep talking about tiny boats, and we're talking about the holidays and Christmas, and this is a great time to get back to talking about this tiny boat movement, the small boat movement, small boat builds, and when you talk about authorities, I would say the local authority, Pete, we have him here in South Jersey, Dave Haas being one, but this guy I would say is another authority on this topic. And I've this is funny, but I have a fake Facebook account.
Yes.
That isn't my own name. I'm not going to say the name. Nobody say the name. And my fake Facebook account, I get to watch a lot of these other cool sites without, having to I can just watch them from afar and have a little.
At least explain the origins of the name because it's hilarious.
Oh yeah, well, so the name on my fake Facebook account is from my old fake ID name, which at the time I came up with the name because back in the day we used to get fake IDs.
My fake ID was a Chinese guy.
Was it a Chinese guy? Mine was me.
Yeah.
But what would happen is they have Berlin Auction and Pensacola Mart back in the day, and you would go there and you'd get an ID. You could get a physical ID, not like an official driver's license, but you can get a identification card.
Yeah.
And
you could wipe the screen off of it with nail polish.
Yeah. So I went and it was me, and I actually think it was me and John Holland that went to Pensacola Mart. And dude, we had the money, and we were all set, and even though it wasn't illegal, maybe it probably was, but we were nervous, because I don't even think we drove yet. Our moms drove us to Pensacola Mart. And so, I'm sweaty palm. Then I've got all the things, the dates memorized. It's I'm this old to be this, the date. And I'm and the first thing he asked me, he's gets the paper out. And the first thing he asked me, he's name? And I hadn't thought of a name. So I was Mike.
Yeah.
Which is my real name. And then this other thing,
it's a shame no one can know because it's a hilarious name.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So, but then I go through the process and they take my picture, and for a while that worked, and I could get served at probably 16, 17. We were young, probably sophomore, junior. I don't know. We were getting served, and then
Spread Eagle.
Yeah. And then later it stopped working because they started catching on to us. But if you had backup, it would work.
Yeah.
And Brian and I, right out of high school, worked for this company called Acumark, which was a shipping and receiving company in Cherry Hill, where it's a warehousing company. They bring products in, they ship it out to Macy's or something. Wasn't it Macy's or I can't remember.
Yeah, come on.
And he's Russian. And the dude, what's the guy's name that sold me the military ID?
Oh.
You had a phony military
I had
ID?
a fake. He sold it to me at lunch break in the parking lot. He opened up his trunk and literally had all this stuff back here, and he sold me a fake military ID.
That's stolen valor, bro.
I know.
Oh, my
And
God.
but it backed up my.
Why are we even talking about
I
this?
have no idea. All right, let's get back on to the topic.
Golly.
This
No
has
wonder
gotten
you
way
spend
out.
so much time thanking and apologizing to the military.
I know. Right. All right. Let's get back to this. And this is the real reason of the show. We've got the founder of Tiny Boat Nation, which in my mind has blown up this whole movement. It's put eyes on tiny boat builds. It's incredible. And we've got him here on Skype on the Ike Live show. Michael Lopez, everybody. Hey, Michael.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing
How's it going?
tonight?
I'm all right.
Good. All right, where are you? Where do we have you? Are you at home right now? Are you traveled, or where are you at?
I'm at home in my garage trying to fix some things. Kind of scattered. Sorry.
Are you doing a tiny boat build during this podcast?
No, actually thought it was tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'm super not prepared. Pretty yeah. So I was wondering why he was calling me.
That's awesome.
Pretty bad. I'm very sorry.
No, that's all right. I don't place any blame on you. I actually put it all on Brian the Carpenter because it's very typical Brian the Carpenter.
I appreciate that. I really do. So I'm gonna try and impromptu, awkwardly walk around and set some things up so it's not terrible.
Okay.
Give me one second, Sid.
Well,
But how's it going?
It's going
nice
very
finally
good.
meet
It's
you
going
and-
very good. We've had this show. We talked the whole first segment about tiny boat builds, about modifications, and about this movement. And the one thing that we said that this is nothing new, right? This isn't something that just happened. Personally in the studio, Pete's been doing them since the late 80s, early 90s. Even before then, right? Guys have been doing these modifications. So let me start with that question. When did you start with tiny boat builds, with boat modifications? What's your history on starting with these projects?
So I had actually bought an inflatable Sea Eagle Foldcat. Is a little bit better. All right, this is the best I can do impromptu. I bought a Sea Eagle Foldcat a long time ago, and then I started doing mods on it, and then somehow in suggested videos, I saw a John boat to bass boat, and I thought it was the coolest thing I've ever seen, that somebody just could make your own bass boat. And then so I kind of binged through the videos, and I made my first one. I converted a Carolina skiff into a bass boat, and then after that, I was in a YouTube partner program, and then it actually started making me money. So I was like, that was my testimony that it kind of worked. And so, and then people really kind of liked it and had an audience. And then, the more people kind of cheer you on, the more you start to like something. So I gravitated towards that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, people are watching right now and listening. They're saying, man, does this guy do this for a living? Let me clarify that. You're a social worker by day, tiny boat builder by night. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. The other thing too, you're West Coast. You're out at Lake Havasu. A lot of what happens with tiny boats and boat builds in South Jersey is almost by necessity because of the bodies of water themselves, right? The limitation on lake size, the limitation on horsepower size. But you're out at Havasu, right? You're fishing Lake Havasu. You're fishing these bigger impoundments. So that's interesting to me. Explain that, because it's as popular there as it is in places where you got to have a small boat. Tell me a little bit about that, because that's interesting.
So I'm glad you brought that point up, Mike. They're actually I'm very rare. I'm like my own kind of thing down here. So nobody really does it. You're right. The big boats kind of rule them out. There's no horsepower limits. All the lakes are huge.
Yeah.
And I just really like small boats. That's really all I can sum it up to. It's I don't have the garage space for a giant boat, and I don't tournament fish. When I do fish, it's just to kind of get out and relax, and it's for self-care reasons and hobby reasons. And if I was going to get into tournament fishing very, very heavy, and I probably would have already bought a bass boat, one that can actually keep up with the rest of them. But because I just go out and fish, and because I kind of like small boats. They're easier to maneuver. They're not so much of a pain. They're not a money pit.
Yeah.
I mean, once you put initial investment into making one, then your biggest other investment, obviously, other than external modifications like fish finders, et cetera, is just like the motor. And an outboard motor is significantly easier to take care of,
Right.
and way easier to maintenance. And it's much less complicated.
Yeah.
Easier. It fits my style of fishing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We talked about that, Pete. The simplicity a little, taking all that big boat problems, the big boat woes out of the equation, and it puts everything at a easier level. At a different pace. And I think that's true with tiny boats.
Oh, there are certainly less moving parts, but what resonated with me was the money pit thing.
Yeah.
And when you have a boat, that's the money just flows into it, and having a tiny boat really it makes it more accessible to all the people. But you're out at Lake Havasu.
Yes.
You're dealing with a lot of boat traffic and all these types of things. What other advantages? Are you able to get into places? Are you able to go fish and experience Lake Havasu in a way that you just can't do it with a big boat?
Yeah, I do have an advantage in the backwater areas. If you go up river, you go up the main basin. There's a lot of backwater areas. A lot of the bass boats can get in there too. A lot of them do get stuck. There's a lot of tournaments held out here weekly, like throughout most of the year. And so, yeah, it does give me a little escape to get away. Otherwise, I would kind of get overran by traffic fishing the main areas. You get there a little slower because the max you can put on is a 25. But yeah, I do enjoy my time more. And I would say because of all the traffic and all the cluster, it's kind of made me have to build my stuff to a certain level that I might not have otherwise had the pressure to do.
Yeah.
So I've kind of, it's really tailored to how I've actually built my stuff.
Yeah.
How is that? Like, you had to build to be able to combat the wave action from the other boats, or what do you mean?
That specifically, and then also there's just these freak storms that you don't even know they're coming until they're there. They make no sense, especially during the monsoon season, and I don't know. So yeah, I try to bulletproof the hull. I try to make them as foam filled, so there's no open voids. I try to make them as sink proof as possible. And I try to make all dry hatch systems so none of my stuff gets wet. And it's all kind of a seamless system now. It just continues to get refined.
Yeah.
In that fashion. So they're pretty good, even though they're small. I definitely enjoy my time out here.
Yeah. Now the other thing we talked about in the first segment, and I want to put you on the spot on this one, is there's a certain artistry to it as well, and when we did a lot of our boat builds, 10, 15, 20 years ago, very rudimentary design, and when you look at this stuff now, when you look at the builds you're doing, Michael, when you look at the builds that we're doing here in South Jersey with Dave Haas, the artistry has they're pieces of artwork when you're done with them. It's unbelievable. And you see that, Tiny Boat Nation is a great site because you get to see different people's artwork and the finished product. And it's unbelievable. Hey, so do you consider it art? Do you consider it an art form?
There has to be a healthy balance between aesthetics and utilitarian function.
Yeah.
So I always try to make mine as nice as possible, but in the end I choose utilitarian function and safety over how well it looks.
Yeah.
So, but that has to come first. But of course, yeah, you can see people's personalities come out in them. You see people's style of fishing come out in them. You've seen any sort of mods. Like I have a rod locker in my main boat that fits 10-foot X heavy like swim bait rods.
Wow.
And then I can't get that anywhere else.
Yeah, it's incredible. Rich, we got something coming through the IM?
Yeah, we do. Interesting question from South Jersey Bowie. He wants to know what you prefer to build, V bottoms or flat bottom boats, and talk about some of the differences when you do a boat build on a V versus a flat bottom.
I really like a flat bottom makes a better bass boat, or it's easier to hold, but it's just not as versatile on lakes. Like out here, I had a flat bottom. I actually ran a 16-foot flat bottom for a while, and it got tore pretty bad. Right in the after a minute of use, right where the contour curves, right in the front, you start to see cracks there from the waves continuously smacking it. So I really would recommend a flat bottom for smaller bodies of water or bodies of water that you know are not as hostile. And then at that point in time, I definitely would go towards a flat bottom because you can make more storage in those. They're easier to convert. They're flat. They're more symmetric. And so it's much less of a headache, especially if you're trying to take on the project first. They're much easier to do. But I have found myself doing more and more DVs or semi-Vs because of the transition out here. So I have to run a deep V.
Yeah.
But I prefer a flat bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, Rich.
Yeah, one more. Decked Out John Boats wants to know how many boat builds you did before you started your own YouTube channel.
None.
Wow.
I actually had, this was a paintball channel. It originally started out as a paintball channel. And then I had left. And then I had left to move to Lake Havasu to start my kind of career as a social worker. And that's kind of where I flopped. The channel flopped from that to kind of a boat building and fishing channel.
That is so crazy to hear you say that, because I know around here locally there's a lot of our local tackle shops were either shared tackle and paintball shops or tackle and skate shops.
Yeah.
Really?
For whatever reason.
That sounds like heaven.
No doubt.
I would never leave that store. I'd stay there.
It always seems to come up. Like there was one on the White Horse Pike. It was tackle and paintball.
It's a lot in South Jersey, all New Jersey.
That was part of my bachelor party. We went paintballing.
Yeah, a lot of the bachelor party. And the other thing is, I used to work at Dick's Sporting Goods, and I worked in the lodge, and we sold fishing, hunting, and paintball.
Yep.
I fielded more calls working at the counter.
Do you have the Titman 98 custom?
That one, and just some kid like, hey man, you got paintball? You got paintball? That's all they'd ask.
That's funny.
Yeah, you got paintball?
That's really funny.
Yeah. Fill the air tanks.
Mike, what's the most functional addition that you've ever added into a tiny boat as far as uniqueness to be able to really give you an advantage out on the water?
I keep the mindset, like, how do you make the lightest kit in your boat possible? Still have everything in it, still have everything for you to do, and still be able to carry a tournament load and 2 people, and still playing with with horsepower caps. So a lot of people where this is actually really popular, because I'm not popular in my own state, but everywhere else where this is like a trend, they either have like you're talking about, kind of electric only lakes, or they have horsepower limits like 15 horse. A 15 horsepower cap is a pretty popular one, and then there's a 25 horsepower cap around there where Nate lives in Illinois. So that's kind of that's where I'm at. Like, most of the boats that I convert, they max out. The safe horsepower rating is a 25, or 20.
That makes
20
sense.
horse, and a lot of times.
Yeah. We've got a handful of 9.9 restricted lakes.
Yeah, 9.9s. A lot of 9.9s here.
Yeah, there's a number of lakes in 9.9, but most of it's electric only.
Yeah. And a lot of just to expand on that, a lot of the lakes where there's that 9.9 limit, we see guys doing tiny boat builds. The biggest problem they encounter is balance issues, right? Where it's back heavy or front heavy. Do you have guys watching right now that have that problem?
Yes.
What are some tips or suggestions for that in their build?
The flat bottoms almost always lean forward.
Yeah.
And so even if you put all the weight in the back, it would still lean forward when you went up front. So I would, in a flat bottom jump out, I would run the batteries 50-50, right at the 50 line.
Yeah.
Because if you look at an outboard, you're looking at 100 to 150 pounds for the outboard by itself, plus a gas tank. Well, that's generally they're running a 6-gallon, with almost 9 pounds a gallon. So about an extra 50 pounds. So you're looking at somewhere between 150 and 200 pounds with the outboard plus the gas tank. And if you're running like a Group 24 battery, that's another 40 pounds. So, and then the plus U. So you're looking around 500 pounds on average at the tiller before you even get up. So definitely your trolling motor batteries, and if you can move your auxiliary battery to power all your electronics somewhere center 50 or towards the front. But I try to avoid too much weight up the very front of like a flat bottom because as I talked about kind of the waves, the smacking the front.
Yeah.
But it works out. It's kind of a balance there. Most people are going to sit right in the back or right in the middle. Though you can look at it that way. If you keep your, like, say you had a 24-volt trolling motor and you run the 2 batteries right around the first 4 feet of the boat, and then you have everything else kind of balanced out. That's how this one is rigged right now. I rigged it for a well-balanced deal.
The front 4 feet?
The first front 4 feet, yeah, right where the boat starts to taper and curve up.
I got you.
I would run, and I would also try to watch it on the voltage.
Yeah.
Or.
Yeah.
This has got to be a tremendous trial and error scenario. I mean, every boat's different. Every flat bottom, V, your Carolina skiff. Man, you gotta probably put weight systems in, take them out, test them, go back, readjust. Is that how you do it? What's your process look like?
I kind of just wing it. A lot of it I think is instinct now.
Yeah.
So I already know how the boat's going to do. So I don't really have too much of a testing and a trial and error testing. It's
gotcha.
Now they generally come pretty good right out when we take them on their maiden voyage. They do pretty good.
I know.
But yeah, you do have to look.
Mine would. mine would fail right away. And Dave, I know you talked about it about you injecting foam, and Dave prefers to risk it fishing wintertime tournaments and hypothermia by not putting foam in his boats.
Yeah, but the lake's 3 foot deep.
Yeah, I just get out and walk back to the shoreline.
Yeah, so you're just taking the foam out of the equation.
Some of them, I mean, some of the boats still hold it, but like when you want as much possible storage and add 8,000 things to a 12-foot boat, you cut foam out.
Yeah.
You cut it to get the room. You have to take it out to get the room to put all the accessories and all the batteries and everything in. I mean, I try not to take it all out, but
yeah,
you got to leave as much in as possible.
Yeah. How do you deal with that space storage versus the safety of foam and the stability?
There should be enough open voids between, unless you're running your compartments just absolutely stacked together. There should be enough open voids to where you can actually cram foam in there somewhere, whether it's just styrofoam sheeting or the pink foam board sheeting at like 1.5 inch or 2 inch. You should be able to cram those in. I don't know. I use like high density polyethylene totes, just the stuff you find at Lowe's or Home Depot. And once I have those all framed in, I pour foam in all around those. So any open void, it's really important that open voids are gone. So people who are running into storage issues, if they went and inspected and they look for all the open voided space, that's all the open voided space that's really a problem. If you have a gross failure or a tear or something just happens to your hull or you get caught in a freak storm, is there enough foam in your boat to displace? Because in the end of the day, if water, it doesn't matter how much water gets in your boat. If there's not enough actual space in the water, in your boat for water to take up, then your boat won't sink.
Right.
So I have about 3 gallons of, 6 gallon, 3 2-gallon kits of pour foam in this boat. Each 2-gallon kit offsets 300 pounds. So it puts an additional 50 pounds in the boat, but I gained 1,000 pounds of reserve buoyancy.
That's a good ratio.
Yeah.
That's a good number. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Mike, how much square footage does each one of them kits cover? Is there a square footage number for them?
8 square feet. 8. I think it's at 8 square feet. I'd have to get the actual thing. There on TotalBoat.com, there's a diagnostic for it. It shows the actual square. I think it's 8 cubic feet.
8 cubic feet.
Equals, I don't know. Yeah, which equals I don't know how many square feet. I'm
8 cubic feet.
Yeah, that's it. That's the number I was looking for. I got another question. On your hatches, what do you use for your lids?
I make my own lid.
You make them? You bend them out of the metal?
No. I'm going to eventually, but right now I make complete wood decks. I'm able to do it in my region. I think a lot of these Bales also are very region specific. What works in my region doesn't necessarily work for somebody who lives in a much more humid or moist region. But I run full plywood decks, so we've kind of mastered it, so where they're pretty aesthetically pleasing and still very functional. And the weights, we're running 1/2 inch or 3/8 plywood, so the decks are pretty light.
No way.
You're looking at about 30 pounds for a 3/8 by 4x8 sheet of plywood that's 3/8 inch thick. And if you can support that and rim that correctly, your deck is very, very light. I think the deck ends up being the heaviest part of the boat. We try to make it one of the lighter parts, trying to push in. Go ahead. Sorry.
So all the lids are plywood too, or also just like the rest of the deck.
Yes. The deck is really a series of hatches that make up the deck. It's not, or hatches and panels that make up the deck. There's no actual true deck to the way I do it. It's kind of
like that.
very much like an actual bass boat.
Yeah, I really admire the way that you do that, where the deck is just all hatches. That's pretty badass. You know what I mean? Like I have hatches in mine, and we got waterproof TH Marine hatches, but it's pretty dope that like the entire deck is just a series of lids.
Yeah.
Because I'm all about maximizing
the space.
Oh
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
and I can see it. Like out there, you guys are really dry. You get a monsoon season, I guess, but you're dry. So wood can last a long time. Here, we're dealing with
we do have to preserve it.
Yeah, they
you have. Yeah, we do preserve it in different things, all the way up to marine resin. A lot of people just resin coat their wood, whether it's fiberglass resin or marine resin. Some that's a flexible resin that'll contour with the wood as it does its thing over time. Is the better way to keep them. And then we also enamel coat them. I think oil-based enamel won't work in a more humid region, but it works really well down here because I've looked through the lids later and have actually cut them in half to see how they've done when I've had to redo a few of the people who I sponsored on, and there was no water saturation. The wood looked fine.
Wow, that's awesome.
It is awesome.
Yeah.
What are you finishing them off with, decking wise? Carpet. What's your?
Yeah, I've just been wrapping the lids with carpet. I'm going to do EVA foam here pretty soon, and I'm also going to start bending lids. Get a break and start bending some aluminum lids. I'm going to do a few more things. I also use synthetic board. I use this stuff called Cusa board.
What is Cusa board? I saw that. What actually is that, Mike?
It's what is it called? It's expanded foam with fiberglass inside it to reinforce how strong it is.
Okay. How thick is it?
It can be in any thickness you want. It's just like a piece of plywood. So I have a bunch of 1/2 inch sheets right here next to me. Are you seeing this? Do you want to see a piece?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. So I'm imagining it's like an AZEC type of material, a hard plastic material.
No, AZEC is actually expanded. That's actually PVC.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if this is PVC board, but it is. But it is foam board, and you can. I don't know if the camera will get the details, but you can see all the fiberglass kind of woven in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Throughout the entire part of the board, and because it was a board, and because the handle is very, very similar in terms of how you would fabricate it, like a plywood deck, I like it, and so I'm gonna end up using that here, and it's also 20 to 40% lighter than its wood equivalent. So at 1/2 inches.
Wow.
So a 4x8 sheet of that would weigh about 10 or so pounds less than a 4x8 sheet of its equivalent in plywood. So it's also lighter. It's warp and waterproof. It's pretty good stuff, but it's also very expensive.
Yeah,
so
I did see it was a little pricey. As far as structurally, how's it? Structurally,
it's not quite as strong as its wood equivalent.
Okay.
And it doesn't grip screws as well as its wood equivalent. So you have to use through bolts for your applications. You got to figure out a way to use it that way.
Okay.
And you might need some mild under supports. I like to use 3/4 by 1/16 square aluminum tubing for the under supports, and I do that for 3/8 plywood hatches anyway. So like a 1/2 inch sheet of this weighs about as much as a 3/8 piece of plywood, and you have to under support those for any hatch spanning over a foot.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I just use the tubing for it.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
Now, the area you live in.
One more question, Pete. Where do you get Cusa board? Sorry about that.
Coosa River, of course.
I actually got it from Boat Outfitters. They have a fantastic deal where you can get, it's like a 4x2.5 sheet of it for $15, and then you can keep getting sheets in that exact size. And so I got 4 sheets. I ordered 4 sheets, and it was all $15 to ship.
That's not that bad.
I thought
So
it
it was
gonna say
actually very.
Fazios.
Yeah. That's where I got all my stuff, is Fazios.
Fonzios. Back to you, Pete.
Hey, you're living in an area. It's a heavy spring break area. How you rocking these things at spring break to get the girls to come over to your tiny boat?
Are the boobies attracted to the tiny boats? And do you wear pasties?
No, I can't pull off the pasties very well.
Never give.
But other people out here, they definitely wear pasties. It's fun. It's a constantly booming place. It's not just spring break. It's pretty much all year. If the summer partiers aren't here, the spring breakers aren't here, it's the snowbirds are here, and they're fishing the lake. So the lake's always constantly got action on it. Pretty
activity.
So what do you got? Speakers? You got what kind of sound system? Are you even playing in that game?
No, I'm really geared toward just fishing and being silent and the art of silence. The water's really clear out here on this lake.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, it is.
Tell you, it's. I don't know if that does us a service or a disservice, but if the fish know you're coming, I swear it just turns them off. So
I hear that.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't play any music.
How is the fishing out there right now?
I like it. I caught all my records here on this lake, or on the river chain between Laughlin and here. And so I really love it. I mean, the reason I came down here was because I caught my personal best smallmouth ever, and I got the itch to move up here. And we had family in the region, so we moved. Yeah. But it was mainly for the lake and fishing. It wasn't so much for the spring break and partying.
Yeah, it's a pretty lake. I hope we get back out there for a tournament.
Did you ever go there?
Yeah, we fished it for the elites a few years back.
Did you ever catch a fish off of London Bridge?
Did not. No, but I fished around it, but
Yeah.
I didn't fish that area in the tournament. But it was cool. It was a cool area.
You
Historic.
been out there, Pete?
I have. I spent a few days out there a million years ago when we had that tournament on Lake Mead.
Lake Mead, yeah.
I got to fish Lake Mojave and Lake Havasu.
That's cool.
Desert
awesome.
lakes,
Yeah.
like being on the moon, Dave.
Yeah.
It really is.
I've never been there. I don't know what even.
It's like that. It's like nothing you've ever seen.
Yeah, how about it?
Yeah.
Never been to the moon, huh?
No, I plan on getting out there on Tesla moon rocket.
Let me. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Mike. The these boats I built here. These boats get pimped out. Radios, LED lights.
These boats.
Everything.
boats.
I mean, do you do all that stuff with your boats, or is it mostly just a fishing situation boats?
No, I do
they're
them
not.
Stripper poles.
I have put No, I've never done a stripper pole. That's on my list of things now.
Yes,
that'd be awesome.
I think that would be pretty awesome.
Agreed.
No, it's I have done a speaker system, and for a person who I teamed up with to do his boat for this last boat, the Lund, I put a speaker system right in the very, very front. And that's something that he wanted to do because it was kind of more of a hybrid boat. It was for family and also fishing. And I generally run LEDs throughout the entire boat. And if the gunnels are high enough, if they're over so many inches to where you'll actually benefit from LEDs being in the gunnels, I'll put them on the gunnels. Like in my boat, the entire deck lights up at night because most of my fishing is done recently at night.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let me real quick remind everybody, if you're watching, if you have a tiny boat build that you did and you want to show off the picture, send it to the IM, hit up Riz, and he'll punch it through. Rich, we got something else coming through?
Yeah, the Wawa Hoagie lady wants to know if any of your boat builds can incorporate a firework launch pad.
Yes. Fireworks. That's important.
I think anything's possible if you want it. I don't have a good answer to that.
Family, fireworks, and fishing.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
That's all threes. Here's the one thing I want to mention to you. You said something, Michael, that I want you to touch on, and then Brian Carpenter jump in on it too. I think part of these boat builds, right? There's artistry, there's weighing what you need for fishing versus being creative. But you said the maiden voyage, and I've watched a few videos on your site where that's like the moment, right?
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about that, because it reminds me a lot of like catching a fish. You know, it's like you work, you put all these pieces together, you're trying to figure out the pattern, and it's like all this work that leads up to the moment where you get the bite. It reminds me of that a lot. Yeah. Tell me a little bit about
moment of truth.
The moment of truth. Like, you've been on a lot of maiden voyages with these things in this tiny boat building. How is that what this process is all about, or is that a big part of it?
It's in many ways the biggest part of it. It was really exciting for me at the beginning. Now it's kind of routine, but it's always very exciting for whoever boat it is that gets the boat. Like, they're generally pretty. I will tell you though, like, I did an Illumicraft, this T14SF Illumicraft semi-V, which is a pretty small boat. It wasn't very wide, and often like the bottom beam width determines the width of the boat. But we somehow, like, that was the only boat where I was really surprised, where I was standing at the very, very edge of it, and it wouldn't even tip. That one threw me back. That was about 2 projects ago. Where I was actually really excited.
Yeah.
What do you have coming up?
I have a 1448 jumper in my garage right now that I'm currently kind of trying to deck and outfit.
A 1448?
Yes.
Okay. And Mike, you had asked, Vegas's boat is a crawdad.
It is a Coleman crawdad.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, he was asking me, what that boat was. And
yeah, it's polyurethane boat. It's actually a little less than 12 feet.
Yeah, I think it's 11 and a half.
11 and a half, 11.8, something like that.
Yeah.
It's
that was pretty rad.
It's a cool boat. I can tell you, for a kid, for somebody that's new to fishing, it's a great boat. You know, it's got a lot of benefits to it. Drafts in no water at all.
Yeah.
I mean, inches. It drafts in inches. It's solid.
Is that an HTP boat?
Say that again.
Is that a plastic boat, or that's an aluminum boat? Or?
It is. It's polyurethane. It's polyurethane.
And then you added.
But we did the decking in metal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, it came out great.
Yeah.
I think it wowed everybody. I know everybody. I saw it on Instagram. All the comments. Everybody loved it.
Yeah, it's awesome. He loves it. Now, I want to ask another question. There's a lot of people, and we've been getting messages. I've looked at a couple on our social media that love the thought of this process, that follow Tiny Boat Nation. They follow the whole thing, but they're intimidated to start on their own. You know, that they've got the boat and they're like, I'm just intimidated. Give them, you have a word of advice, or give them some tips on guys that are listening right now and said, man, I want to do this, but I'm just scared. Give them some tips.
Well, my first boat build was horrendous. It was not good. Like, I took it off.
It's kind of like the first Ike Live show.
Oh, yeah.
Horrendous.
First 2 years.
That's funny. I think there's a wealth of knowledge out there now, and there's a community of these people doing these things. It's not like before, where there was no actual unity and no best practice or no kind of common function. But between all the media platforms, there are people out there willing to help you out, and talk to you through the process. I absolutely try and help you. My associates who are with me, kind of my administration, also tries to help people a lot, and then we have some really super knowledgeable people that have really helped me get to where I'm at, also, that are in our administration, that kind of just work in the shadows. They don't really like the public limelight.
Yeah.
And I think all the resources and stuff are there for you. And also just people do very basic builds and get pretty far. Like, some people just add a plywood deck in their front and they love it.
Yeah.
And they add like one hatch. Like, I don't know if you watched Andrew Flair's 1236 John boat builds. But that's what a lot of people do, and they love it. They get pretty far with it.
Yeah,
it holds everything. It prevents
that's what
you.
I did. I had an old 1436 that I ran around duck hunting in for quite a few years, and one day I just got an itch. I said, you know what, I'm tired of pulling my Triton around to go fish at all these little tiny lakes in the wintertime. So I went to Home Depot, got some plywood, traced around it, cut it out, threw the plywood down, drilled it in, put a trolling motor on, and called it a day. You know,
Yeah.
it's good enough. I can take my Flambeau Ike travel bag, throw that right back, throw that right in the center
That's
console.
right.
And
that sponsor plug in there.
I'm good to go. That's right. No
I
doubt.
like it. And
Come
that,
on, let's
and,
get it.
Be plugging.
Yeah,
After,
and we did
after watching BU, right?
And we did
Oh, for
mention
sure.
that. We did mention that, Michael, which is a cool thing. And I love looking through Tiny Boat Nation and seeing the variation of boats that are on the site. You know, from
Yes.
literally like 10-foot, 8-foot pontoons, one-seated pontoons, all the way up to something like our first photo that we posted tonight, which was like a 16-foot like fiberglass tiny boat. I mean,
That one's 16
Yeah.
Fiberglass.
yeah, or whatever it
8
was,
foot.
8 foot. I don't know. It was small. Are you ever surprised by some of the images that you see come through, and you're like, "Holy hell! How did they build something out of that boat?"
Yes, absolutely. Yes, there's
Yeah.
a lot of stuff that's actually pretty incredible. I'm not exactly sure what it's called. Like, it's the Pelican Raider. So people have kind of pimped those out.
Yeah.
Those always impress me. So, there's some that are really nice. And one guy, he like made his own kayak. Like I don't know. He glued together foam and he fiberglassed over it and painted it. It came out really like spectacular. I tried to hit him up and get pictures from him. He never got back to me, but that was kind of one of those. There's a lot of lost projects. There's a lot of projects that just get buried that are fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
That I don't catch fast enough. But yeah, definitely you see some things you're like, wow.
Yeah. Rich, do you have something else coming through?
Yeah. Mike or Matt in Wisconsin would like to know who's your preferred company that you buy recessed trolling motor pedal trays from?
I actually just integrate them right into the frame.
Okay.
And then I've also used the cake pan.
A what?
Also, I've used the cake pan also as a trolling motor.
Cake pan.
I've used that.
Wow.
That was actually somebody in the Tiny Boat Nation. I forget who he was. Introduced the cake pan, and then somebody also used a dryer vent that goes into the wall, which actually makes a better one.
Wow.
So because the other
that.
ones they're really expensive. So but I don't know. Any of them would work.
Wow.
I've seen the cake
Yeah,
pan.
it was
I've seen the cake pan in a couple builds. I've actually seen many builds where the guys talk about the cake pan.
Yeah, let's. Are any of them 280?
No,
Right.
I don't know.
Let me see you do 280 and stand on one foot on a cake pan.
No.
That ain't a Haas boat build.
No. That's why I don't put cake pans on my boat builds.
Wow.
Powder coated aluminum.
But again, that is a great example that there are no rules, which is really cool, right?
No,
like
it's really cool.
guys are doing their own thing. They're
Love it.
freestyling. They're
Ingenuity.
modifying. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of ingenuity.
It's a really cool part of this movement.
I think I'll go with the cake pan for mine though. I mean,
yeah, you weigh like
Well, when
180.
you're ordering your home goods on Amazon,
Like
you talked
210.
about earlier, your home
Get
goods.
out of here.
yeah.
I haven't heard a guy say that before.
Yeah.
leave the cake in there.
Yeah.
As a sponge.
I'll bring it
Brian.
out and just eat it with me.
I got a question for Mike. Mike, this is Dave. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Dave?
Listen, you said you're a social worker. Do you work for Arizona Youth and Family Services? Who do you work for?
I've worked for a few companies. Right now I work for a hospice agency as a bereavement coordinator / counselor. I have worked as a mental health clinician that served all populations to include youth. And I've worked next to human services and child services, and I've also worked in other areas. So it's kind of a jack of all trades for social services.
A lot of people don't understand that, like, you guys are the tip, like, that'd be cliche, but you're the tip of the spear when it comes to dealing with, like, human tragedy. Like a police officer and a firefighter every once in a while get to do something good. You guys get called out with kid jobs, and it's either a baby mama trying to trap off the dad or it's a legit situation where kids are just being treated horribly, man. And you guys don't get enough credit for what you see, and I don't know how you cope with it, because I know the couple things I've ever seen I still think about, and you guys see that's your everyday, you know?
Yeah, that's a special talent that somebody has. They like the compassion, the empathy that people have to do that job. Because it's definitely a hated job. Nobody, that's definitely not a thankless job almost at sometimes. But I appreciate that you acknowledge that. It's awesome.
Is the tiny boat building? Is it an escape? Is it a way to cope with that?
Fishing is a way to cope with that.
Yeah.
So I try to do that as often as possible. I really what drives my tiny boat stuff and even my bait making stuff is just fishing. I think it's all about fishing that comes to the root of it. I I was meant to. I feel like very strongly I was meant to be a creator or some sort of fabricator. Or my mechanical skills have always been really high, but I've kind of taken a safe road because I've talked to a lot of contractors and a lot of people, and they're like, "Go to school, like get an office job, do this."
Yeah.
And then, but I really find after I took that route that it bores me a lot. It takes a lot of energy to do that, and I'd rather just be building stuff or creating stuff. And then there was one point in time where I was going to be an animator.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you on. Go ahead.
Your turn, Dave.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Are you still tinkering around with the paintball guns?
No, I had to leave that away. And there's nothing down here. That's pretty dead. But back where I used to live, I had my own field, and I built that in my backyard. That was kind of the start of my little DIY binge, where I built that entire thing. And then we had rallies and videos, and it was pretty cool. It was fun.
Yeah, in the last year, I got into airsoft with my son pretty hard, dude. We're bit by that thing pretty much.
Yeah, we had airsofters guys too. There was a different crowd, but they all joined the field. It was all milsim, military simulation. A lot of it was. It's pretty big.
Sounds cool, dude.
That's awesome. Well, listen, anybody watching and listening right now, you heard it from what I consider one of the masters of tiny boat building, Michael Lopez. Don't be intimidated. Don't be scared. You've heard things tonight. If you've got a boat, try it. There's no wrong, right? There's no wrong way to do it, Pete.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a try. It's an art. It's an artistry. And give Tiny Boat Nation a follow. Michael, you want to people watching right now, listening, aren't members. You want to tell them a little bit about the YouTube channel, the Facebook page. How can they find it?
Oh, just if you search Tiny Boat Nation in any of those platforms, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, it should pop right up. I've changed all the platform names to that, and I've put enough tags out there that it should all pop up. If you Google it, it should all pop up as well. But we would appreciate your support and follow there. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you've created something nice, Mike.
Yeah, it's
helped us out with our boat build.
Yeah,
the community that you've developed, and it's awesome.
Yeah,
it's a good deal.
It's like we said earlier in the show. It's not new, but it's this new feel to this movement.
Yeah,
and sites like Tiny Boat Nation, videos, the photos. It's making this thing get to a different level. And as a tiny boat OG myself,
that's right.
I really appreciate it. I really
Same
do.
here.
Yeah.
I must say, your boat looks fantastic, by the way. You guys did a fantastic job on that.
Thanks.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
It's pretty awesome.
There you have it. Michael Lopez, everybody. Tiny Boat Nation. Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you much. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
You too. Yeah.
Dave Haas, I got a question for you.
Shoot.
Now, we talked about all these modifications. Are there any regulations? Like, do you got to pass any tests before you can float these boats, or it's just?
I usually just run them down to the lake, and the last one I built, I never got to float. Like, I literally got it done, finished up, and Lou came and picked it up. He took it out.
Lou snatched it from
Lou. Lou came, picked it up, but the
he
boat,
wanted to do the maiden voyage.
Exactly.
What about Park Lou?
Yeah. You know, Lou.
So there's no
Shout
like
outs to Lou.
horsepower regulations or not.
I mean, the boat has that the badge on it.
Okay.
So
if you modify it, there's nothing that you have to answer to.
No, we're just
Yeah,
we're just pimping them. We're pimping them out.
Thanks for giving him liability now, Pete. God. Pete, Lou's like the injury lawyer.
Lawsuits coming. A lot of lawsuits coming.
Yeah, now Dave's done.
Brian's going to go to jail for the Ike Live boat build.
Yeah, you're right.
A lot of these guys, everybody wants the fastest trolling motor you can put it on, and that's the thing. Like Lou's boat, 36-volt trolling motor. You know, on a 14-foot boat. Jake's boat is a 80-pound. He's got an 80-pound Fortrex on his. Now Lou, he's got like a 10. I don't even know what it is, 109 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But he took it out. He said that boat flies.
Anyone faster than Brian's boat?
No, nobody's faster than Brian.
Except for Vegas.
Except for Vegas.
Vegas
Vegas' boat is
definitely
the only
faster.
boat that's faster than Brian's.
Wow.
Vegas has got the fastest electric-only boat in Jersey, I'll bet.
I bet you it is.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
Because the crawdads are so narrow.
Unless there's a reservoir, unless somebody has a
55
reservoir rig
pounds.
with like a 20 on it or something.
Yeah, Vegas weighs 55 pounds.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
no one's
Yeah.
gonna beat him.
Mike, does the crawdad get on Pat?
The crawdad doesn't quite get on pad, but it does. It leaves people in the wake.
It glides.
Literally leaves people in the wake.
That's
even with you in it, with you and him in it, it does 9 miles an hour.
9 mile an hour with both of us in it. Yep. Yep. And
And
the
that's
nice thing about the Torpedo is it does have a kill switch on it. So
Yeah.
when he's riding that thing, Vegas always wears a vest when he's fishing. It has
Which
a little
brings us to a
lanyard.
great story.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the story?
Dave?
Well, we were
I
talking
never- I
about
never had
boat
a
mods
torpedo.
earlier, and
Yeah.
I think we kind of skated around it. And that was when Dave made a modification to his trolling
Oh,
motor.
Shout
yeah.
out to
The
Dave's
Dave
trolling motor.
We've talked about that. This is almost like a historical fact
Yeah.
now on Ike Live.
So
yeah.
so back in the day, we all modified our crawdads, and we
knew
put
it was coming.
foot controls on the front of the crawdad. Well, the crawdad is this high off the water, so you can jack your foot, all the way up, and it's still too deep in the water. So my man made a play, and he says, "I'm gonna take it to a machine shop and have the shaft cut down." And being that the baller that he is, he didn't lay up and play it safe. He went for all of it, and
Being the
they
baller.
cut that shaft. I mean, bro, from head to
It was short.
oh, it was like that. It was like 2 feet.
Yeah.
The whole entire thing.
Yeah. He just, like you were saying, Dave Haas, he just went for it. You know
went
how you
for
just
it.
cut? He just went for it, but this time it didn't work.
Oh, it didn't work?
No.
No.
So the shaft was so short that he
Cavitated.
couldn't not be in the front of the boat.
Oh, it was the rear troll motor.
No, it was
No,
the
the
It was
front.
the front.
Oh, it was the front one?
Because I didn't like having the head like
Yeah,
25
dragging
feet
on the
out.
bottom.
No, but no, I'm talking about like I didn't like having it like 25 feet above the deck.
Oh.
Because like you couldn't skip like you were clacking into a telephone pole.
Yeah.
So I wanted to be able to get the head all the way down.
But you had to
just
like
miscalculated how much of the shaft to cut off.
Yeah.
So what was the problem when you turned the back motor on or something?
The
front would
problem
come
was
out?
that if it was like if I had someone in the back,
That's what it was.
it
pulled the
didn't
front one
take
out.
much for me to like like a fan boat,
Helicoptered.
Yeah, it didn't take much. Yeah, no, I know.
So there's this, we're fishing this one tournament back in the day on Wilson Lake.
Oh, jeez.
And when I'm out there fishing some lily pads or whatever, we're all in our crawdads. There's like, I don't know, 8 boats or something fishing this top rod tournament. And I see Dave going down the middle of the lake, and he's panicking. He's running from the front to the back. And I don't know. And he's sitting on the front of the boat, fucking sitting on an Indian style, with his finger held down on the button on his foot control. So he's just big ass. And Dave's, for guys listening to it, Dave's a big fellow. He's Polish. He's top heavy, and he might be. And he's holding the button down on his trolling motor. I don't know what the hell happened. Maybe you could tell us. But you lost your balance, sitting Indian style, and just rolled off the front of the deck into the water.
Yeah, I wanted to reach back because I think I had baits dragging in the water, and they were wrapping around each other, and I had a long run. And I got like tired of I need to say. I tried to reach back, and I reached back like to go against the Indian style. You know what I mean? Like I didn't go in. I went behind. And totally went over and just went into the drain.
I remember, I'm sitting there watching him. I look at him sitting Indian style. I'm like, look at that idiot. You know what I mean? I'm admiring my friend as I'm just shit talking. Admiring and shit talking him to myself. And then he just rolled off the front deck into the water.
Yeah, that was bad.
Those are the days.
I had the constant button on the trolling motor.
I was just going to ask, did the boats keep going?
I don't remember. No, it didn't get away from me because I don't remember anyone having to come get me in the middle of the lake. I don't know if I grabbed on, if it didn't go. I don't think.
Would
the
you
boat,
just stand up and grab it?
I don't think the boat overturned. I think I was able to grab on or.
One of my favorite memories.
Yeah, I don't remember.
The funniest thing about that story is Dave's like, yeah, I was going to make a big run.
On a 20-acre lake.
At Wilson's. A big run.
All
From
the
the
way to the
dam to the
dam.
creek. From the dam to the creek. It was a big run.
I was going from dam. I was going to the skinny water. I was going to the creek. Man.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Heading up
awesome.
shallow.
Going up for them cool water fish.
Yeah, man. Whatever. I don't even think I caught
So
it.
check out this submission here and then
Yep.
take another quick break.
That sounds good. All right, Rich, we got another one that came through.
We do. This one came in from James Lowry out of North Carolina. It's looks to be a 1648.
Nice.
Decked across the front with another double electric motor boat.
Double
with
electric.
The,
Yeah.
foot controlled trolling motor up front and the hand controlled trolling motor in the back.
Dude, that boat
Your
is
cooler live well.
all deck.
Yeah.
There's all deck.
He's
all
a
deck
boat
with the
connoisseur. He's
with
got
the
a
live
kayak.
well cooler in the middle.
Yeah, a little bit too much deck for me. I'd like to see about 10 more inches of that middle section.
Yeah.
James, it's just my
He
opinion.
likes to party.
Yeah.
He's got a pontoon boat in the background, a kayak.
He
Yeah.
does
I
like
like
to
it.
party.
James, send us in your
hate
information, man, so we can hook you up with a prize.
Yeah, I
That
like
looks
it.
familiar.
I like it. Now, before we go to break, though, talk real quick. Talk about that hole, because people are looking at this image and they're saying that's not enough. Some people are saying, what do you even need a hole for?
So some guys
Cool.
who will go unnamed in South Jersey deck the entire top of the boat.
The entire
Meanwhile,
top, right?
I have another picture of James Lowry's boat that he just followed up with.
Yeah.
And I'll get that queued up now.
Okay.
Stand
He's
by.
bringing some smoke.
Yeah, free smoke.
But where do you boat flip a fish if it's all deck?
Right.
Where do you put where's your co-angler put his tackle bag?
Right.
Where do you put anything?
Right.
So I've gotten into some of these boats. I've jumped into fish with
Mm.
some guys. I jumped in their boat and there's no place to put anything. All of a sudden you've got your tackle box sitting on the top deck, this far from being kicked.
Gone in the drink.
Gotta
right.
have that lower section.
Yeah, gotta have
Gotta
it.
have it.
Yeah.
I think it's super key. But
Hey,
But
Mike, can you order Brian to be nice on this break? I bet you Pete on the flower plantation got better breaks from Farmer Al. He's yelling at us. All right, as we go into
2
this
minutes
break.
in.
All right.
We're back.
Brian, you got to be nice.
when I speak, people need to listen.
That's right.
That's all there is
That's
to
right.
it.
All right, listen, everybody watching, hang in there with us. We got one more segment. You are watching the Ike Live Christmas special, right? This is a tiny boat special as well. We've had a great show so far. Of course, Dave Haas here on the couch with us.
And
we've also had Michael Lopez joined us from Tiny Boat Nation. It was awesome. And one more big guest coming up, Brian
Yes.
Carpenter. Who do we got?
We got an energy guy, Mr. Frankie Provolone.
Frankie
He's coming on
Provolone.
to talk to us about Tiny Boat Nation.
Is that the
Or,
same
excuse
boat?
me, Slay Nation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like I was saying, Dave, who left the room, canoes, kayaks, john boats, this innovative tournament trail.
I can't
And,
wait to talk to him about
yeah.
it. This is exciting.
Me too, and I'm thirsty. We're gonna get into that KBS espresso.
Okay, and before we go on this break real quick, this is the same boat, Riz, coming through.
This is the same boat.
All
from James,
lit up.
This
Wow.
From James Lowry. He sent it in after.
Dude.
After
Wow.
Brian said he needed more space, he said, "Come
That's
and get it."
dope.
That looks good, man.
Yeah.
Dave,
That looks
Dave
I look
Haas.
at Dave Haas on point.
Yeah,
over there.
I was going to say, Dave Haas, I'd like to see the
ears
interior
perked
light.
up.
Do we have the interior lights?
Oh, yeah, you're going to be lit up like
Okay.
a Christmas tree.
I like that. I like the ability to work on those Thursday nighters. You know
Dude,
what I mean?
like 2 shows ago, we were talking about how basic Mike's boat was going to be.
No. I
told
Yo,
you
basic?
are 180.
No, you know, the word I used early on with Brian was minimalistic.
Yeah.
Minimalistic.
I want to go
There ain't
very
nothing minimal.
minimalistic with my boat bill. What happened to that, Dave Haas?
I don't know. A shipment from TH Marine came. Just put this on the boat.
That's right.
Shout out to TH Marine.
Shout out to TH Marine. Don't go minimalistic. Shop TH.
Oh, I have a winner for the YouTube the YouTube
Oh,
contest.
we have a winner.
Yes,
Okay.
I do. Congratulations to Upper Cumberland Outdoors. Upper Cumberland Outdoors was the winner of our YouTube subscription contest. And he won himself 3 months to Mystery Tackle Box and an awesome Ike Live gift bag. So Upper Cumberland Outdoors, please contact us on one of our social feeds to get us paired up with your address and everything in an email, and we'll get you squared away. So thanks for everybody that was in the contest. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. We appreciate all your support, and keep it coming.
There you have it. All right, hang in there with us. When we come back, we've got more Ike Live talking about tiny boats. We got Frankie Provolone joining us from Slay Nation, and we're giving away more prizes, plus the MTB unboxing.
That's right.
Hang in there with us. When we come back, more Ike Live.
Mike, you good, man? You know we're doing a video right now, right?
Mike's hot.
I'm about to go down there and tackle that dude. Hey! Hey there, official world. What's shaking, fat cat dude, and coming at you? Listen, let's talk about something very important. And I'm not talking about Jack and Jaws Ripping Lips 2455 and Big Belly Kelly out of a brush pile. I found Primal Urge Foods. Ladies and gentlemen, what Primal Urge Foods is, it is a monthly meat stick box. Every month you get a box of meat sticks to your door. Retail is probably, I don't know, $30, $40, $14.95 a month. Now you can pick many different varieties. You can pick a surprise box. You get a little bit of this, you get a little bit of that. You get some 24.55 and 54. No, we don't like antibiotics. No antibiotics. And these right here, completely Eagle free. Now the gas stations meat sticks you buy probably have eagle in them. They have rhinoceros in them, but we are Americans. America! We're not eating bald eagles in our meat sticks. Guaranteed, none of these meat sticks have bald eagle in them. That's the number one reason to buy these meat sticks. You want to get granddaddy a gift? Hey, you're dating a girl. Ooh, she fine as muscadine wine. And you want to warm up with her. I'm getting excited talking about women. I forget what it's. Primal Urge, $14.95 a month. Monthly meat box subscription. It could be called a box of meat sticks. Just do like I do, and every month the box shows up, and I don't know what's going to be in it, but they're all delicious. The meat right there. That is, I tell you what, that's something good right there. It's girthy. It's Fat Cat Newton, Primal Urge Foods. Please, Ike Live is the code, guys. Ike Live. Ike Live is the code. Okay. Primal Urge Foods. Ike Live is the code. It gets you $5 off a box. Okay.
Hey everybody, Mike Iaconelli here. I love fishing this time of the year. It's cold, it's winter, it's snowing, but if you want to prevent the buildup of ice, use Real Snot. Every time I'm fishing this time of the year, I put a couple squirts on all my guides, especially the tip, before I start casting. Try that tip when you're fishing under these cold conditions, and you're going to catch more fish. See you later.
There's a special place in our hearts for the tools of the trade. They're what we prep for a good day on the water. They're what we clean after a good day in the field. Flambeau's patented Z-Rust technology protects the gear of today from rust and corrosion. Z-Rust, for the performance of tomorrow. Preserve, perform, repeat.
You work hard to catch your fish. TH Marine has two products to ensure your fish survive. The Oxygenator injects 100% pure oxygen into your live well. That increases fish survival by 35%. For the perfect combo, add G-Juice live well treatment. It calms fish, stops bleeding, removes ammonia, and replaces slime coat. Get an Oxygenator and G-Juice and keep your fish alive.
Hey everybody, hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I know we are here at Ike Live. You're watching a brand new show. This is the Christmas special. It's also the Tiny Boat special. My co-host Pete Glusick sitting down. We've been talking about little tiny boat builds all night, Pete. It's been very interesting. Of course, Dave Haas live in studio. Dave Brodzik, a.k.a. Fatty, back in the house with us tonight. And Jake sitting on the couch with us as well.
Jake.
Been a good show, man. I tell you, I like it for the same reasons I like kayak fishing. I like this tiny boat movement. It's a way to get people fishing. It's a way to get people in boats. I love it, dude. You don't need $60,000 to go bass fishing.
You can learn how to be world class out of a boat that has trolling motors only.
Absolutely.
You can learn everything that you need to learn right there, and that's huge. That's that's what I'm inspired by this show. Is I'm excited. I'm going to get back into a small boat.
Yeah.
This show's inspiring me, to do it, and especially with my son Jake.
Yeah.
Getting involved in fishing.
Great age. Yeah.
This is
Is
a great
he
thing.
bit yet? Did he get to bite yet?
Well, we fished our first tournament this summer.
Okay.
Together, and together we caught a 0.2 ounce white perch.
I remember that. That was awesome.
Hard to get a bid on that.
By the way, if that 8-pound snakehead wasn't caught, that would have won miscellaneous. Just to let you know.
And
Hey,
Jake,
Mike,
and
Mike,
Jake
go-
went right back to video games.
Yeah.
Yep.
Going
right back
forward
there.
tonight, can you maybe not call it like little tiny? But can you emasculate the goddamn boat anymore? Little
Well,
tiny
it's
boat.
known
build?
as it's known as tiny boats.
But little
right?
tiny boat. It can't be
Little
can't be- God dang.
little tiny boat.
There's a guy right now to save this everything up for that little tiny boat.
Yeah. Well, Dave's boat's a tiny boat, and that thing freaking launches aircraft on it. I would consider that a tiny boat.
Yeah.
That ain't no
Not
maybe
many people. Not many people do
No,
that.
no, maybe
No,
not.
you know what I'm saying. No one.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Nobody
yeah.
wants their junk called cute,
Yeah.
right?
It's more about.
Oh, look at that cute
Most
thing.
Pete does.
You want to hear? Oh my God!
Damn.
Like what? Like not? Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
how cute! How little and tiny.
Tiny boat.
What are we talking about here?
I have no idea.
Boats.
You went to boats.
Boats and penises.
Boats and houses.
Dave's been spending his weekends watching guys in singlets.
You're right.
That's true.
Heck.
That's true. Let me remind everybody as well. We want to hear from you. Hit us up on the IM. It's not too late. If you've got a picture of your custom John boat build.
There you go.
Is that better?
We could say small boat. You could say
small boat.
boat.
Okay.
You got
Immature boat.
Immature.
Pequeña boat.
Poquito.
Poquito. Send it in to us, and you can win yourself a brand new unopened mystery tackle box. Also, if you're watching on
Unopened?
Facebook, unopened, yes.
Usually they're half
maybe
pilfered.
Yeah, who knows?
They're gonna be
also, if you're watching on Facebook, like and share the feed. You're going to be entered in a contest to win. Let me remind you, if you're hurting for a Christmas gift idea, it's not too late. Go to the bottom of the Ike Live page. You're going to see promo codes to all our great sponsors. Get yourself a subscription.
Hit up
to
that
companies.
Primal Urge.
Hit up that Primal Urge. Hit
Nothing-
up Dr. Squatch. Get yourself some Founders. Get yourself a Hobie. So many gift codes. And how about a subscription to Bash University, Pete?
It's
great gift.
It's a perfect gift, and it's not too late. Don't panic.
Don't panic.
It's the best gift that you can give. All these companies, give them a try. I love the Primal Urge foods.
Yeah. Nothing says I love you like a box of meat.
I'm telling you.
No carbs.
We love the meat.
No
and
carbs, guys.
Here is another one that it's not too late, and it's Mystery Tackle Box. I'm not going to say who just in case he's watching, but I got a relative a year subscription to this box right here, which is the Pro Box.
Uncle Don.
Nice.
And I know, hopefully he's not watching. I know he's going to love this because he's a flea
awesome.
market junkie.
Yep.
He raids my shop a lot. He comes by just looking for shit laying around. You know, he likes trying stuff, and he lives on a creek. He lives on Timber Creek, and I know he's going to love it, you know, and I know he's going to love the mystique of looking in this box for the first time.
Shout out to Timber Creek, by the way.
Yeah.
And he had river access before it was cool.
Oh, yeah, he
You
did.
know what I mean? Think about that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We need a camera when Uncle Don unboxes that for the first
I
time.
know. Maybe I'll try to get him to GoPro it. But why we're talking about Mystery Tackle Box, and again, it's not too late. Get yourself a subscription. Use a promo code. I think it's it's Ike Live 25. I'm sorry, it's Ike Live, and you'll get a discount off this box.
Yeah,
but
like 50% off. The
He's
first
probably
box.
going to. You're probably going to go to his house, Mike. He's going to have like 10 of them because he thinks you got him a cigar subscription.
I know.
Staggle. There's going to be like a stag of them. I don't smoke cigars.
All right, but here it goes right here. You ready, Pete?
Yep.
Listen to the sound. Right there, the seal breaking. Let me remind you, this is one of the only live fishing podcasts that does an unboxing. Let's get this out of the way, Pete, and we're going to go ahead and do it. And I'm going to pick one right off the giddy. Pass it over.
I like your pick.
Thank you. First one I picked, Brian the Carpenter. Give me a click when you can of this one.
Oh, yeah.
I love jerkbait fishing, and I love Rapala products. I'm sponsored by Rapala. I use a lot of Husky jerks, Shadow Rap Shad. But I went right to, you ready for this one? Brian the Carpenter, Dave Brodzik,
Rattling
a
Rogue.
floating rattling rogue. You know, this is a technique that people forgot about. An old school floating minnow, whether it's a Rogue, it's a 11, a floater by Rapala, just a floating minnow.
Yeah.
Dude, twitched around for bedding fish, Pete, post spawn when they're with their fry. That thing could be a killer. And the color on that, by the way, is super dope. That's called, that's the lace minnow, they call that color. Lace minnow.
I remember.
Very, very cool.
I remember fishing a open or one of the Bassmasters tournaments. You were in it. Kevin was in it.
That box is going.
And it was down at Lake Toho where we're going in January.
Yeah.
But he had an amazing run at that tournament. I don't think he won it.
Yeah.
But using that exact bait.
Wow.
That floating bait.
Yeah.
That reminds me of that.
Crazy. Very cool.
They got good factory hooks too, those dudes. I don't know who they use, but
Well, the Ike Live code also works on Amazon, as you heard earlier. So give it a try.
These are facts.
But this is I'm going with the Guggen baits. This looks like a drop shot bait, which I can't read. I got to put my glasses on because I don't know the name of it. But it's a drag and drop. It's a sweet little drop shot bait. And this again, Mike, for the last 15 years, I've said this is going to be the year of the drop shot for me, and I fail to throw it as much as I should.
Yeah.
And I'm recommitting to it again. That's why I'm picking this drop shot.
Yeah, it's pretty
bait.
cool. We'll work on a Ned head too, I bet you.
I bet you it would.
I bet you it might work on a
It's
Ned
got a
head.
skinny little waist.
What?
Don't make it sexual. Pete.
All right, who's up next?
I didn't think it was.
Riz, what do you got?
I'll go. I got a. Can you guess it? A swim jig.
Wow,
it's
shocker.
It's a Booyah swim jig.
It's got a unique head on it.
Yeah,
their
the
swim jigs.
the reason that the reason that it stood out to me was the color on it.
Blurple.
It's got like a deep green pumpkin and purple, but what I really like about it is it has the tinsel, and it's got the tinsel down on the bottom.
Don Zalewski.
And yeah, right there. I don't know if
Don
you see it.
Sky.
But,
Hydra.
One of my favorite things to do with
Parachute
a swim
front.
jig is I actually like to skip them, and this has got a flat bottom
Is
on
that
it.
a half
so
ounce?
It's a half ounce. So I'd
Ooh,
imagine
that looks nice.
on the right setup, I'd be able to skip it pretty far, and that's what I like fishing a swim jig for.
You throw a swim jig?
Maybe a little bit.
All right, who's up next?
I'll go.
Dave Brodzik.
I'll go. I got a finesse worm from Riot Baits, and I really like this. I don't know if I even going to see it on me, but it's got weight.
What? Ooh.
It's got some weight to it.
Yeah.
man, for skipping under docks.
Yeah.
I've never even seen Riot Baits. I'm actually going to go on their site.
Riot's
see if we
good
can get-
company. They got a lot of good stuff.
See if they have black with a sharp tip. If they do,
Oh.
I'm absolutely in, man.
They do.
Old school.
They got a bulbous tail.
Bulbous
They
tail.
do. I've never seen their baits, but it's very heavy
Yeah.
for its size.
Yeah.
It's very dense.
Yeah. All
Pretty
right.
rad, man.
Dave Haas, what do you got?
We got the 10,000 fish saw crawl.
Ooh.
Max action claw design infused with scent and salt.
Scent and salt.
Is it a
Okay.
trailer
It's a double?
or-
Oh yeah, it's a big crawl.
It's a big crow.
Yeah, that's a meaty crawl.
It's
That's
all about
awesome.
the crawl.
Oh
That's
yeah.
awesome.
This time of year.
Hi, Beck.
Beck's walking
There
right
you
in
go,
front
Brian.
of us.
Oh, Riz, here you go.
She
Hand it,
don't
Brian.
care. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
That's a lot of water
Ooh.
before bed.
I tell you that this was a this particular mystery tackle box had a lot of really cool stuff in it. I
Yeah,
liked
we
it.
got one more. Jake grabbed something too.
Can I
Jump
see
up
that?
here, Jake.
Jake's not on camera. Or
It's cool color.
He's gonna get on our camera here. What do you have there, Jake?
I got the Throwback Lures Trailblazer, little 3.5 inch. I'm gonna go with a perch on that. Solid winter league.
Is that a hard bait?
It is a hard bait.
Okay. Little swim bait.
Dual treble hook.
Yeah.
Multi-jointed. Solid winter league action.
I like it.
Silver on that on the bottom.
Small profile. Now, Jake, while you're there, thank you for helping with this unboxing. I would also like to put you on the spot because not only are you an amazing angler in your own right, but you make some awesome lures. You got a little company. You've been doing it a long time now. You're young, but you've been doing it a long time.
Dag.
Talk a little bit about it.
I've been doing leading lures, freshwater soft plastics, and now saltwater soft plastics for about 5 years. Just started out locally in little flea markets selling to guys out of Ziploc bags.
Yeah.
And it took off immensely, especially in the saltwater industry, making
Yeah.
9-inch shads for mojas, which are used a lot on the East Coast, a lot in Jersey.
Yeah.
And still doing the freshwater stuff. I like making that custom thing that nobody sees.
Yeah.
Like Dave looking for that black and blue with the chartreuse.
Yeah.
Making stuff like that and thinking about new ways to combine colors to make stuff that nobody's ever seen, the fish haven't seen.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I like to go.
I'd agree. I've seen some of your colors, and I've one in particular. I don't want to get too much into it because I want to keep that to myself. But you make some unique colors, some unique shapes, cool actions, and you get a little bit of a cult following down here, which is cool. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it's definitely the local guys are my biggest supporters. They back me
Yeah.
when there's thousands and thousands of companies, just like Tiny Boat. There's also soft plastic guys where there's 6,000-7,000 guys that's all they do.
Yeah.
That's their life.
Yeah.
And to compete with those guys out of my garage and
Yeah.
out of New Jersey is insane.
That's awesome. All right,
Dude,
if
I'm
there-
on his site right now. It's pretty legit,
I know.
dude.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I'm not letting you off here yet until you tell me.
My
There's-
garage. You talk
There's
about
people
Dad's
listening right
basement.
now.
Dad's basement, Dad's garage,
Yeah,
Dad's
that's-
truck.
That's
He can
right.
say my.
Yeah. But how can people watching and listening right now? They're saying, "I want to try something." How can they find it?
leadinglures.com, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Come visit us at the Barrington Flea Market.
Word.
Ike Foundation.
I'll be
maybe.
there. I'll be there.
Ike Foundation will be there.
Beck will be there for sure.
You got reasonably priced tungsten. How do you get it so cheap to sell it that low?
I don't mark up to price gouge the anglers. I try and look out for everybody's interest. I take a minimal profit to help out everyone else. My biggest sale is the soft plastic. So if I can get you the soft plastic and the tungsten and hooks and eventually line maybe all in one place, that's my ultimate goal. But I don't have to mark up 120% on tungsten and say it's the most expensive thing in the world. It's really not.
Guys, he's selling you half-ounce tungsten weights, 2 of them for $5. That ain't bad, dude.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
No. I didn't even know. I didn't even know you existed.
Here's the other thing I want to say. All you young guys watching that don't want to get out of bed, that don't want to work, take a look at this guy right here. How old are you, Jake?
20.
20 years old. Got his own bake company.
Tell these bums to get up out of bed and get off the YouTube.
Get off the YouTube.
We're working 40 hours a week, going to college, and running the lure business all at one time.
I love it. I love it. I love
Jake,
it.
who made your website, dude?
I did. I made the website.
Goddamn, guys, go on the site. You're not going to buy anything. Look at how smart this kid is. I just clicked on the one individual, what the hell's it called? The flapping creature. The way he has his colors, it's pretty neat, dude. Congratulations. Very
awesome.
Very nice.
It's awesome.
God dang.
All right. Thank you, Jake.
So maybe you
Appreciate
should
that.
stay on the YouTube.
Goddamn,
Should.
Jake ain't on YouTube. He's working.
Not on YouTube yet. We're getting there.
He's working, dude.
Just need to start a paintball company and then switch it over to fishing.
Sell
Before you
paintballs
know,
on
you'll
the
have
site.
50,000 subscribers. Let's keep going. We did a great MTB unboxing there, Pete. And again, if you're still looking for a gift, Mr. Tackle Box is one. Bash University is another one. You can still get yourself a subscription. I want to continue with this talk, Brian Carpenter, if I can. And we've got another Rich. Wait a minute. Before I do that, we've got another boat that somebody sent. Another MTB winner.
We do. This one came in from Dave Belcher. He's out of Pennsylvania. This is a. It looks like a 1648.
I like it.
Decked all the way across.
Semi-V?
Yeah.
clean.
A semi-V boat. It's very simplistic, but it gets the job done. It's got the trolling motor on the front. He's got a nice side outboard on the back.
Yeah.
I've crossed paths with Dave quite a few times. I believe he fishes what's that lake in Pennsylvania called? Nockamixon.
Well, he trolls. He's
Nockamixon,
got a
so-
trolling rod holder on the
Yeah,
website.
so this is a Nockamixon boat here, and he's got a nice size graph right there. Everything you need to do to go out fishing. So it's a
I
cool
like
boat.
it. Send your info
Good-looking
in.
boat.
I think he just won you a mystery tackle box.
He sure did. Yeah, mystery tackle box coming your way. So hook us up with your address.
There's not a lot of space between the carpet and the water.
Yeah.
No
Dave,
lip.
How
No
many
gunnel.
rods you kicking off, Dave?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just saying.
Yeah, now look at that. My God.
Dave ain't got any scissors
I mean,
left.
we're so far behind. With 25 things to give, you could send a life raft, and you're probably going to get something sent to you at this point. A pool tube.
Oh my God.
Looks good, Dave.
Oh my God! All right, Miss Rebecca just sat down with us on the
Beck
casting
doesn't have
couch.
a microphone,
We don't
Mike.
have a mic, but did you need something, Beck? How many? How many mystery tackle boxes? I'd say 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I think we're doing pretty good.
Not good enough.
We're giving them away at will.
Doing our best.
Let me also
Yeah,
remind
God,
everybody
talk
that.
about
Let me remind everybody that this is the Founders Beer of the Night, and we switched every segment during the Christmas special. And Brian Carpenter, we got a new one.
Dude.
We started, of course, with the
Did you try this
solid
one yet?
gold. No, not yet. I want to do it for the first time live. We went to the Imperial Stout, which was unbelievable. And now we're switching to the KBS Espresso Stout. This is also a stout.
Oh, yes.
This one comes in at 12%.
Yeah.
Dave.
That's
This
just
one
gonna
comes
wake
in
you
at
up if you're knocking
12%.
down at the same time.
And now we've got Becky here. Maybe we could ask her. Beck, I had to tell Dave the correct way to sniff it.
I didn't know that.
To get the nose on it is to
I did
smell
not
it
know
open
that,
your mouth.
dude.
We
Why
all learned.
is that?
We all
Why is
learned.
that, Beck? Why is that? Because when you close your mouth. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Come into a microphone. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Why? When I haven't had this yet. I'm
So,
sniffing it.
You
I have to open my mouth.
You don't have to open your mouth wide, but
Right.
you have to open your mouth enough.
Yeah.
Because what happens is if you sniff with your mouth closed, here's the simplest terms of it. All you smell is the alcohol because you hold the alcohol in. But when you open your mouth, you release the alcohol part and you actually get the notes of whatever it is
Dang,
you're sniffing.
genius, dude. I didn't know.
The
Thank
notes.
You.
Yeah.
The
I
notes.
probably would have died not
That
knowing
would
that if I
be
didn't
like
come tonight.
wine, beer. That's anything you smell. Like you just have to open your mouth a little bit, but especially with alcohol
Yeah.
because alcohol just holds the alcohol.
Well, see, the problem with Dave is Dave early on in high school, before he was with Mel, had a lot of bad experiences down there, and he always kept his mouth closed.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, here we go.
What time is it?
Yeah.
We still got another guest, so let's get moving. Come on.
Oh, wait, I still haven't tried this
Mike
yet.
hasn't
Oh,
even enjoyed the beer yet.
All right, so this is the espresso.
Oh, from the bottle.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah.
I like it better, dude.
It is very good.
You know the best part of all this?
Try that, Beck.
is-
Try this
is
one. You're
Mike
gonna like
has
this.
to work out at 7 a.m.
I do. That's
tomorrow.
okay.
He's going to be a pool
No, I'm
show.
going to be good. I'm going to be good.
What gym you going to? You going to a gym now?
Yeah, I started
That's good.
about 3 weeks ago.
She took it.
Beck started. Yeah, you can take that one. I've got one here. You take that one. I started, an early New Year's resolution, which was I started getting too out of shape. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, like issues and just looked shitty. And Beck finally convinced me to go to her gym. And the one thing that was always holding me back is she's telling me about her trainer. And she's like, it's this little girl. She's like 5'1". She's like 50.
Now they'll smoke you.
And I'm like, nah, man. And, I'm like, and Beck said, well, she trains some guys that are, actually like, real bodybuilders. I'm like, nah. I'm like, and finally she convinced me to go in. Dude, the first experience was like everything was so right, like a circuit, like the form was correct. And I've worked with trainers before that were just sort of like meatheads that didn't really know the procedure. Dude, this chick's dialed.
You mean the guy that had you doing deadlifts at 47 years
Oh
old?
yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yeah,
good move.
Yeah, but yeah. But this is the right thing, and it's good because I feel like this is a piece of my fishing game that's been missing for a few years.
Yeah.
So I'm getting back on that. And the other piece is I fished more winter leagues this year than I have in a lot of years.
No, but here's the best part.
Yeah.
It's the one thing I have on Mike.
Oh.
Like, he's so out of shape.
You can wear him out?
I am.
He's like holding on to things.
No,
He'll lift,
I'm not
and
that.
then he's
Am
like,
I that bad? I know.
Little
It's-
tiny
I'm
motor
bad.
weightlifting.
I am bad.
It's the one thing
I'm
I
bad.
have. We're
Uh,
highly competitive with each
yeah.
other. It's really
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Like I have skiing. You have like everything else.
You have skiing and baking and
baking, yeah.
lift and working
now
out.
lifting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then
It
he
is a
got
little.
on the Peloton. He's trying to like outdo me on the
Yeah.
Peloton.
It is a little embarrassing. The only embarrassing, and I'm a little embarrassed, but the only embarrassing part is I'm in there like working out, doing this like routine and circuit, and there's women all around me lifting heavier weights, which is a little embarrassing.
Crushing it.
It's a little embarrassing.
Mike
but
Schwarzenegger.
Outside of that, I feel good that I'm doing the things that I feel like when the year starts in the middle of February this year, dude, my mind's going to be right from fishing these winter leagues. My body's going to be a little bit more right. I'm in a good place right now,
Good
man.
for you.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
Well, this coffee beer, Brian, goddamn, dude.
Dude,
Good
how
call.
about it,
Yeah.
huh?
Good
It's good stuff. It's good
Jesus.
stuff.
I'm gonna be
All right,
smashed.
we've got. I know a lot of you have been waiting for this last segment, and we usually do. Brian the Carpenter save the best for last, and we've got a great guest joining us that I feel like completes this show. Right, Pete? It
Yes.
completes the show because we've talked about tiny boats, how people can get started, the ease of starting. The next logical step for guys with small boats, John boats, kayaks, canoes, whatever it is, these smaller boats. The next step is they want to tournament fish. They want to tournament fish. And I think what this next guest is doing is a really, really smart thing. Let's introduce him. Joining us for the first time on Ike Live. Very excited to have him on the show. The one and only Frankie Pollifrone.
What's up, Ike Live? How we doing, babies?
Frankie, I like your shirt. First of all, let's get a full frontal of your T-shirt if we can.
You want a full frontal of this? Oh, my
Yeah.
brother-in-law is gonna dig this.
Let me see that.
Run-
Stand up just a little
run-
bit so we see the bottom. What's that say?
Run road, stay grounded, brother.
There you go. I
That's
like
right.
that.
All about staying humble, my man.
I like it. I like it. Well, first of all, thank you for coming on the show. This is a perfect time to have you on because we've been talking tiny boats. We've been talking about boats that aren't
$60,000, $70,000, $80,000 boats. We're talking about fishing boats that are accessible to the common man. And a lot of our viewers, a lot of people watching tonight, they ain't got $80,000, $100,000 for a rig. They can't fish the Bassmaster Trail and spend $50,000. They wanna have an outlet to compete, but they only got a small boat. You've created something very, 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 very cool. Tell me a little bit about it. People watching and listening don't know about it. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, appreciate the invite. And I mean, really what it is this isn't the first time that the tiny boat thing, as far as tournaments go, I haven't reinvented the wheel. These things have happened around the country, even including kayaks, canoes with the John Boat Field. It's just what Slay Nation has started to do is we've made it more appealing, right, and more accessible. Yeah. And like you said, and with this day and age, the cost of living is so high that it's, for the everyday angler, it's, bank fishing is extremely popular now, right? You see all these YouTubers on the bank, but it's getting back to the grassroots, the canoe, the kayak, the John boat, how many of us all started. Mm-hmm. And what we've been able to do with Slay Nation is the appealing part of it is a non-intimidation factor. Yeah. Right. And I think for the everyday person, doesn't matter the age or, the gender, it's, I fish as a co-angler in the American Bass Angler Division here in Connecticut for like 7 years. Right. And, I remember I did that for 7 years and yeah, I was a little intimidated. Right. I was a little intimidated, but, the cost of fishing those tournaments for a guy with kids and house, all that, was it's $100 buy-in, then you pay gas to the boater. Yeah. And that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Then on top of that, to get your own, big bass boat, forget it. So to be able to just take your old, whatever, you can go to Ocean State Job Lot, grab a Pelican kayak, get 2 rods, put together a flambeau tackle box for whatever you think you need and a hog trough, and you're good, you know? So I think it's unique. And Slay Nation is bringing something where, it's attractive, and I think that's a big thing is the attractiveness to it.
Yeah, I love the concept. I mean, we've talked earlier on the show, Pete, about starting here in South Jersey, and what you're talking about. All of us here grew up with that smaller boat, smaller lakes. That theory. Frankie, you're from Connecticut. We see up and down the East Coast, but especially in the Northeast, a lot of our fisheries fit the MO to what you're talking about, right? You don't need the big boat. You don't have to have the big boat. I like that you're filling that void on a larger scale. Brian the Carpenter has here in my notes that you started the page in 2018. 2019 you had your first tournament year. Here's an impressive stat that I saw is that you had 9 different states participate in your tournaments in 2019. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we're happy for that, man. It was actually 12. We had 12 on board, and we had a director with a health issue up in Canada, our buddy Jerry, but he's good to go. So he's still on board. We got him for 2020, and then we had a trail in Virginia that just kind of fell through, which is going to happen, right? It's going to happen. And then our third, the other one, I think our 11th one was what the hell was it? I forgot. I think it was New York. It was a New York one. We got our new director in New York. So yeah, we had 9 on, and I'll tell you right now, shout out to all the slayers across the nation, and shout out to our phenomenal directors, because without them, there is no Slay Nation. There just isn't. And I could put the recipe together, but if you ain't got no cooks in the kitchen, nothing's getting served, baby. So you know what I mean. So everybody wants that spicy meatball, but whatchamacallit, we have
I like that.
We have 17 right now. 17 trails committed for 2020, and I have 2 more tours to 2 new states tomorrow. So we are piping hot right now, and we're just all these opportunities like this, we're going to take them and we're going to lick them, baby.
Wow. So is that 17 different states, Frank?
That is 16 different states. So that's Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Central New York, Jersey, baby.
Yeah, Jersey.
Pennsylvania. We got Georgia. So shout out to our Georgia director and our California director, Jacob Bueno and Cavassier Swindle, who had their little John boats featured on when you had Quad Vid earlier.
Oh,
yeah, those are some sleigh directors, baby.
Wow.
We have
How about that?
Florida on board. We got Northern Cali, Oklahoma, Texas, Red River Showdown. Let's go. Minnesota, South Dakota, and Nebraska and Southern Canada.
Wow,
Yeah. So
how the hell did you sneak Nebraska in there?
oh man,
It's like corn husks out there.
I was just gonna say that I had to do a little
there a lake
popcorn
out
with
in
that guy.
I don't think there's any lakes.
Yeah,
It's like a lake.
But I'll tell you what, Nebraska, man, that director. And here's the cool thing. One thing I'm going to say about Slay Nation is, we accept everybody. A lot of these directors never even fished a damn bass tournament, let alone run one. So, it goes to show you anybody and anyone can be a part of fishing,
Yeah.
let alone directing it,
Yeah.
if they're passionate about it, right? And they want to bring something new to their community.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. Brian the Carpenter started talking about this. I want to say it seemed like a couple months ago, and it started spreading. I saw it spread on some of the New Jersey chat boards, the state chat boards that we have here, and people are genuinely excited about this because we've had a limited amount of this style events here. We have a few open buddies, but for the most part, you had to join a club to compete in a tournament like this. So now you have a national trail with one coming to New Jersey. I think that people are excited about that. Yeah. They're excited for a chance to compete. But with that excitement, I think there's also a little skepticism about a couple things. And I definitely want you to flush this out with us because so many people are used to the traditional 5-fish, 12-inch limit, keep them, cull, come back, bag them, weigh them. How is this trail different? Because you use a different system. Talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So it's really the same thing. The only thing is you're not putting the fish in a live well, right? It's CPR format, catch, photo, release, just like KBF does. All that. It's your traditional kayak tournament format, and using a hog truck or a hog trough or a bump board, whatever you want to call it, but a certified one. So it's not going to be the aluminum one you can go get at Bass Pro Shops or so. It has to be like a catch board, like Catch Company, KETCH. They make an aluminum one, which they're really expensive, but they have a little dip in there that kind of holds, right, the bass.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. We do a 5-fish limit, 12-inch minimum, no matter where it is. Unless you're in a state where, your slot limit is a little longer. Maybe like, Nebraska, maybe it's 15 inches, for example. Go off your state regulation, but for us up here, it's 12-inch. And you could still call. So what we do is I stay away from the online stuff. So a lot of popular kayak tournament trails use Tourney X. I'm sure you all may have heard that.
Yeah.
I stay away from that. What I wanted to do was make it as a traditional fishing tournament like there is a weigh-in. Now, all of our trail directors do a little differently, right? I'm a little bit more vibrant, so I kind of make it like you're coming in for a weigh-in, and I'll say the inches out loud. So if you and Pete are on the boat, whatever, on the canoe and the John boat, whatever it might be, you keep an album of your fish. So let's say you pull one in, all right? You pop it on the hog trough, 13 1/4. All right, put that in the album. That's your first fish. Once you get to 5, then you could start calling, right, on and over. Then when you come in for your check-in, even though we still call them weigh-ins, trying to think of a new name because they're really not weigh-ins, right?
Yeah.
Thinking to call them like a slaying or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not too much sleigh going on, but it sounds pretty good. And so you come to the table, right? You check in. And I'm going to say, Mike, how many fish you got? 5, right? And I write this on the whiteboard in the event sheet. All right, first one. Have my co-director look at it. 14 1/4. Woo! 14 1/4 on the board. Second fish. Whatever. And you keep going. You tally it up by inches, and it's the same thing. We do an Angler of the Year system, a point system. So if you caught 57 inches of fish that event, that's 57 points, right? And then you just add them up through each event. And that's what it is. It's good for the fish, good for the fisheries. It's very easy. Even though some people might think it is slow for the weigh-in portion of it, it's really not. It's really not. Because, I go over the system with all these guys, and it goes pretty quick because people are still putting their kayaks on their trailers or on their cars, maybe putting the John boat on the trailer. So you don't have like a line of anglers waiting their turn. You know, you really don't. Hey, you're done. Put the hog trough in the back of my truck. All right, yeah, you got 5 fish. All right, come on over. You know, and you weigh them in, and that's what it is. That's the format right there. Pretty easy.
Wow, that seems simple. Let me remind everybody watching, if you've got a question for Frankie, please hit us up on the IM. Also, keep your pictures coming in of your tiny boat, of your small John boat build, and we've got some more boxes to give away, Pete.
I can't wait to see more of the boat builds, and I'm excited about what we're talking about here because it's inclusive. Like the kayak fishing has exploded, and people are traveling all over to fish the kayak deals, but you can't fish it with a trolling motor. You know,
right?
A John boat, a boat build. You know, if you
it's
got
one
a
or
canoe,
the other.
Yeah, it's one or the other. It's really, really inclusive, and I think that's awesome. And I want to applaud you for that concept. I think it's really neat. BTC is going to fish it this year. Is there going to be a classic? We're going to have a Slay Nation Classic coming up.
Or a red crest.
Or a red-breasted sunfish.
Yeah, summit cup that no one.
So there's a few visions that I have in the works now. You know, there is going to be a point where I would love to do like a national championship, like a Slay Fest, right? So to work towards that, what we're doing in 2020 is in the Northeast, we're going to have what's called Battle of the Slayers, Beast to the East, and we're going to take the 7 Northeast states and we're going to compete and name our Slayer of the Northeast.
On
so
Candlewood.
Oh, I wish. Believe me, but it's just too unsafe for us because the traffic there is ridiculous, and I can't have.
Palatine Lake.
Is that in Jersey?
Yeah, it's like in Ellie's. Mike will be cooking for you all day.
There's a lot of pets swimming around out there.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of pets out there. What, Pet Cemetery, or you got?
Beware the dragons.
Hey Frank, I got a suggestion. You could, like, when someone brings their bag up, you could say, "What do you have in the sleigh box?" You know.
Oh, what you got in a sleigh box? Okay.
What do you think about that?
I like that one, David. Hey, good to have you back on the show, brother.
Thank you for recognizing my voice. I appreciate that.
Well, by the way, Dave Haas and his son Jake, I don't know if they remember me, but I met them last winter up at an expo in Hartford, Connecticut. And he told me about this John boat build before it happened. And kept their word, man. Kept their word. A lot of people talk that stuff, and you don't know if they're telling the truth. And happy to see that your son, the business is still rolling. Because I remember when I met you, his girlfriend was working the cashier, the register, and you guys were talking tungsten with me. So
hustling.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Happy holidays. Happy holidays.
Heavy hustle. Now, let me just clarify. People watching and listening, they're like, man, this sounds dope. I want to be in. You can have any boat? Is there any limit? Any limit to the style? We're talking kayak, canoe, John boat, tracker, sailboat. Any limits?
Sailboat.
So I mean, there's really no. I mean, you can't. No tire tubes, right? Or no swan blowups.
No swan blowups.
Come
on, Frank. Awesome.
Don't eliminate.
Damn it.
Becky's out.
Go check out a title sponsor. They do a Filth Fest, and they had some swan blowups going. I mean, it looked like spring break, but whatever. So I tell all my directors, because they'll hit me up with a text and say, Frank, there's this boat this guy wants to fish. And I look at it, it's a friggin' bass cat or a phoenix, and I'm like, guys, come on. Like, can you see that next to a canoer? So I'm like, use your skull. So I mean, it could be like, if it's aluminum, even like a bass tracker, like a 17-foot bass tracker, if it has the gas motor on it, I'll look at it and I'll say, you know what? All right, they could do it. The gas motor has to be up. They got to use a trolling motor only. And what I will also do is I'll say, hey, they can join. Ask them if they want to be an emergency boat, the emergency vehicle. God forbid someone capsizes.
Yeah.
And we need to rush someone there. It's nice to have 1, 2, or 3 of those people in the club or in the trail.
Rescue.
They could, I could shoot him a quick text and say, yo, Bri, you got to go save Jerry, man. He took a dip. And
Jerry's always flipping.
Jerry's an asshole.
Jerry.
Damn Jerry.
Come on, Jerry again.
Yo, Jerry.
Yo, Lon. Lonnie's and Jerry's are always tipping over. Yo, Lon.
Brian's nephew wants to know, are belly boats legal in your tournament?
Listen, man, if you want to lay in your belly, it's all good. I don't know. What the hell is a belly boat?
So basically like an inflatable.
It's like a float tube.
Inflatable tube.
Oh, dude, I mean, come on. If you want to use it If you want to be the belly boy, go for it. But
The belly boy.
That's
you
got
want
to
to be the belly.
It's the I see that you've limited it for the big boats, right? Triton, you got a big outboard and you limit it that way. But yeah, with your format, you got to really worry about limiting it the other way, like
pallet,
a tube,
a pallet.
Yeah, a pallet.
Just a life raft and a fly rod.
James Riley on the bank with
bank
his waders.
anglers.
James Riley.
Bank
Yeah.
anglers. Do you have to have a boat? I mean,
Yeah, you have to have a boat. Yeah, that's funny because our Nebraska trail director asked me, he's like, "Yeah, I got this young kid, this young guy that wants to fish from shore," and I'm like, "Listen, if I open up that can of worms, what it does is then you start having bank fishermen everywhere. I really want to keep it true to, typical tournament fishing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On the water, getting out there, and I also want people to learn how to fish. That's the one thing about tournament fishing is you learn. You'll go out there, right? For me, I got a cheap fish finder, but next year I'm going to invest in something because I want to learn how to fish on the humps a little better, how to fish the ledges, how to look for better structure.
Yeah.
And that's the tournament fishing that I would like them to get involved in so that, I'm not going to walk up to a bank fisherman, nothing against them, but at the end of a tournament, I'm like, "Hey, man, what were you throwing?" "Oh, you were, were you next to a pine tree? Is that where you caught him?" Like, what am I going to ask him?
Yeah.
So, you were under the willow tree. Nice, man.
Dude, how do you deal with these questions, Frankie? How do you deal with these questions? If the directors gave me those questions, I wouldn't even want to do it. How do you deal with it?
Listen, it's common sense, man. What I'm telling you is exactly what I would tell them.
I know, but I don't know how you take the questions. I'd be like, why am I even doing this? Why is he calling me right now?
Dave already quit.
I'm not even director anymore.
The thing is, I don't have to deal with it, but,
Riz, what do we got? We got something coming through.
Yeah, Matt in Wisconsin wants to know if someone was interested in being a director, what does that entail?
Yes.
Ooh.
We want to get in Wisconsin.
Yes.
And, just you could email us at slaynationtournamentfishing@gmail.com. Find us on Instagram, Slay Nation Tournament Fishing. And just PM us or send me an email, and we'll have an intervy. I got to interview you, bro.
Matt in Wisconsin's good people. He's one of our guys.
That's good. All right.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it, Pete.
Are these buddy tournaments, or is it like Jaws, where like all these boats go out and you can have 10 people in a boat, or is it individual, or what's going on?
So you have the option, right? The entry fee is $50 per event, and you have the option of fishing solo or with a partner.
Okay.
Okay. No matter if you fish by yourself or not, it's $50, right? That doesn't change. A lot of guys do fish, and gals, fish together, and then very few you'll see. Some kayakers will fish individually, but you can fish as a kayak team, in two individual kayaks, not a tandem.
Wow.
Wait a minute. I'm confused. So two separate kayaks, or both people have to be in? You said not a tandem.
They don't have to be in a tandem. No, I mean, no one really uses those. But, so let's say, Pete, you and I had kayaks. We're a team. We could fish together. However, you got to stay within 20 yards. So you can't go fish a north end. I go fish south, and we cover. You got to be within casting distance. And here's why. Because if there is a kayak team, we require one hog trough per that team, which means if you have the hog trough, Pete, and I'm 20 yards from you, and I catch a fish, I got to holler for you. Yo, Pete, I got one, baby. You got to come over here, right? So that keeps the teams within a certain distance, okay? So they can't venture off, because if I don't have a hog trough, how am I gonna measure the fish?
Right.
Gotcha.
That's interesting. All right, now I'm monitoring some of the questions that are coming through social media, and Rich has got the IMs, and I've seen a couple pop up that want to know, Frankie, about basically they're saying, how do you safeguard from cheating?
Okay.
And that's a logical question. I get that one.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, people are going to cheat no matter what you're fishing. It doesn't matter. Like, if there's a will, there's a way, right?
Right.
Now, how do we do it? So, in this tournament realm, the small boat stuff, kayak stuff, we do an identifier code. Okay. So, meaning when you show up in the morning, you check in, right? And you pay entry fee. I'm going to write on your hand. We either do, with a Sharpie marker on your hand, or we can use like a concert bracelet.
Yeah.
And I'm going to code. So, for example, if you are fishing Candlewood with me, I'll write CL, and you're going to draw your boat number from some poker chips, right? We use boat numbers for raffle stuff later on. And so I'll write CL and whatever your boat number, 12, and I mark that on your sheet next to your team name.
Yeah.
And so, your hand has to be in the picture, for that event. And there's timestamps and all that. I mean, they won't know the identifier code because I bring a new one it doesn't have to be that we're on Candlewood Lake. I put CL. I might just put, Brajol and then put number 10.
Right. Right.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. So they don't know. So now the whole fish has to be in the picture, right?
Right.
And if they're using their own hog trough, they need to tell me so I can check it and certify it, meaning they can't get their own and maybe mix up the inches on there, whatever. People get a little sticky nowadays, right? But, so they're not going to be able to cheat. Now, the question is, when they come in, if you see 3 or 4 fish, all the same inches, all the same length, you're like, wait a minute here.
Yeah.
You got 4 13-inchers, so then that's when we start looking at the fish and look at the tail, look at the pattern.
Right.
And that's, and yeah, can that be tedious? It can be, but we haven't had any issues, right? Because if they cheat like anything else, see ya, sayonara.
Right.
No refund on the membership fee.
Beat that ass.
Yeah, exactly. So that's right. That's why
Send them packing.
That's why.
All right, I got another one real quick, Pete. Came from Brian's Ghost, and he wants to know, will you have Shelly Sanders at your slayings?
Say yes, Frank. Just say yes.
Listen,
the answer is yes.
If we need some buoys, if we need. Yes,
that is a yes.
Listen,
That's a yes. There you go. Applaud that move.
I got a
You
question.
are correct.
All right, Dave, Haas.
I got a question. Frank,
Yeah.
if your partner cannot show up to a tournament, what is the regulation on that?
No regulation.
No?
I like it.
If partner don't show up, you fish by yourself, and whatever you get for inches are your points.
What
That's
happens
it.
if you want to bring another partner
Yeah.
in?
You can. We do a substitution. So you're allowed to substitute from your regular partner 2 times within the season, right? Your trail season. And they pay the regular entry fee with you, but we also have a substitution fee, which is like $15. And that $15 will go towards a lunker pot for the end of the day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
So
good with that.
we're not real strict. We're not really strict, but we set a tone where people don't, bend and stuff.
And this is 100% payout on all this.
100% payout. Let's go. So we're paying out first, second, third, and lunker. And then those boat numbers, here's why we have boat numbers, because the first tournament I did, like your traditional blast off, right? I'm sitting there, we're at this small lake in Connecticut, and I'm like, all right, boat number 1. And you got this guy on a kayak paddling, with his paddles, and you're like, what the hell are we doing a blast off? Where that John boat goes, and the guy's moving, slower than molasses. And I'm like, yeah, just go. So the boat numbers are for raffle giveaways. So let's say, the first, second, third, and lunker finishing the money. I'm going to look at the sheet. All right, these were their boat numbers. I take those boat numbers out of the pot, and now we want to make it so everybody has an opportunity to win something, right? We've all fished some tournament where the guy first place wins $3K, and then they win a $300, rod and reel pack. You're like, damn, I didn't catch shit, and I didn't win nothing. So what we do is we take those rest of those boat numbers, and they're entered for whatever giveaways we get from our partners and things of that nature.
That's great.
Hey Frank, I got one. It's Dave here. I'm going to congratulate you on that beard. All right, that's amazing.
Strong beard. Strong.
Baby.
Strong beard.
Like Jeb Bush said, you look very fertile. Very fertile. All right.
Yeah, my wife would agree, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Spermazoa power.
Yeah, no, definitely, man. The high testosterone. Look at that beard. There's not a gap in it. You turn sideways, it goes right to the top of the ear,
thick.
the way it's supposed to.
Thick.
Shout out to Frankie the Brush. That's Frankie Senior.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, you got to get the Fu Man. You got to get like the curl hanging, the handlebar hanging off the end of it. You can pull that off. You're a handsome guy.
I think you get fired at my school, looking like a molester, dude.
Hey, Frankie, how many boats we drawing in these tournaments? What do the big tournaments look like?
So that's a great question. Now, this was our infancy year, right? 1 year, right? Literally, our Instagram page was 1 year on November 11th. So some trails were bigger than others, right? Connecticut, I already had a decent following from another trail that I used to direct for. So, I mean, in Connecticut, I had 50 members. So we had, I mean, I think my biggest tournament, we had 25 teams, right? 25 teams. Put it this way, DEP in Connecticut, I had to like push to get the extra parking spots because we only get 50% of wherever we're fishing.
Oh, jeez.
And then we've had some trails like Maine, for example. He had like 10 members, but they were all, a lot of them were the kayak guys. So they had maybe like, I always base it off teams. How many teams did you have? Right? 8, 10, 12. So we ranged from, 8 teams to 25, basically like 10 members to 50, depending on the trail.
Gotcha.
We had 165 this year in 2019 altogether.
Wow. What? You're growing and growing. I mean, there's so many people that have different types of boats. I wouldn't, be surprised to see you guys drawing more and more. I know the kayak guys are drawing just massive amounts of people at their derbies. And, being all inclusive like you are, I think the growth is unlimited.
Now, Frank, you're paying 100% payout. What's who you got helping you out with this?
Accountant?
You got to have sponsors helping you out, keeping this thing going.
Yeah, so we have a lot of great partners, man. Like a lot, we keep growing with that. So that's one thing that helps us. Like, so if I'm talking to somebody, and you guys all know this, I say discount codes help us, and any kind of raffle or giveaway you can do is greatly appreciated. But all members pay a membership fee, right? A $60 membership fee. And really what that is, that supports the trail. That's how we buy these hog troughs. That's how every member gets a sleigh jersey. That's how we get whiteboards for our directors. That's how, I buy other giveaways and raffle prizes with that. It really supports the trail because I don't have the money to go supporting, 17 states. You know what I mean? I didn't hit Powerball yet. So, that really helps out. But our partners help as much as they can. Right, as much as they can. That's why you see us with 25 on the website because the more the merrier. And I like to give the members are always first. The slayers are always first. That's what whenever I talk to somebody or I do things like this, it's to represent them and to help them, give them the best tournament opportunity we can. And that's why I'm excited to have our title sponsor for 2020. Go. Filthy Anglers, who's really going to help out with that. So we're ready. We're ready to roll in 2020.
That's awesome, dude.
That's awesome. Congrats. Yes, congrats. We like it. All right, got a couple more coming through on social media, and then we'll see what Riz has got. I've got one from Tony Luke, and his
got cheesesteak.
Yeah,
I could eat that right now. Dude.
I know. I would too. I would too. I wish
Frankie, you got to come to Philly and get a Tony Luke's.
Yeah. So Tony Luke, his question is, he said, Frankie, with considering your last name, we know you like cheese. Are you going to go wit or without?
Wit, baby. Come
wit.
on.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Come on.
Get in there.
That's the right answer.
It is the right answer. And then who that is.
And then one last question. This one's from Brian's Mule. And he wants to know, have you ever drawn a penis on the angler's hands in the morning?
Only on the ones that pass out at the ramp.
Wawa Hoagie Lady has been known to pass out at boat launch.
Speaking of the Wawa Hoagie Lady.
If we did do the PT, it's a tiny one for the tiny boat.
The Wawa Hoagie Lady would like to know if an angler only has a disposable camera, are they allowed to leave the tournament to get the pictures developed and come back to weigh-ins?
That's a good question. It's actually a good question.
That's a really good question.
Listen, that is a good question. I ain't gonna lie. If you can do it within a 45 minutes, let's make it happen.
Perfect. And then the other question that keeps popping up on the message board is, do you have a secret to keeping your beard looking so pristine? Is it possibly real snot?
Oh, it's a little combo, real snot on the left and a little look of mayhem on the right.
Oh, yeah.
And you cap it off with a little olive oil.
There it is, a little Evo.
Nah, this is all Pollifrone right here. I'm a hairy bastard, so Sasquatch
your back hair.
And also, we'd like to know, or the message board would like to know from Brandon H. has Boyd Duckett reached out to you yet to purchase Slay Nation?
No, shout out to Boyd, man. No, I'm ducking that one.
Take the money, Frank.
Take it.
I'm just kidding.
Are you ducking
No,
that one?
but-
Or are you
Take the
ducking
money
that
and
one?
run.
I want to get on Luke Duncan's podcast, man. I want to get some low budget live and get.
That's the safe zone. You go rip that place over there.
That's funny.
Oh man, that's good.
Take the money, Frank.
Yeah, move next to Joe Baylog in Florida. Get the hell out of here, wherever you're at.
Connecticut.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
All right.
Frank,
All right.
is there a size limit to the boat?
No, we talked about it earlier. I mean, so this is where it's a fine line. Like Pete said, it's like you can go to the left of the spectrum and say, all right, is a tube safe? Is an inflatable safe, right? You know, an inflatable, like I'm going to be honest, I would like to stick it to our three main vessels, canoe, kayak, and a john boat. Now, a john boat, I'll go up to, you know, like I said, if it's a bass tracker, 17-footer, 18-footer, that's fine, right? That's okay. I tell them to send me a picture. Send me a picture of the boat or your director or whatever, and I'll say you're an A. Now, this is where I can't nail it. Like, I can't nail the cap off. Like, what do you – because usually when you think of john boat, you think of a lot of the boat builds that we're seeing popping up, right? Those aren't crazy. They're not extremely huge or extravagant. So, I mean, you know, I got to see a picture. Put it that way. That's how I nail it. But, you know, if you got –
slip in them DMs, send Frankie pics.
Yeah.
I got a 20-foot John boat.
You're out.
Okay. You got a 20-foot john boat. What do you got in the back?
A 115.
So I would say, listen, here's how it,
Haas.
if there was like 10 of you in that club
You
and
say,
the rest of them
beat
were
it,
kayak,
Haas.
I might say yeah, right? Like you could fish it. I would say, you know what? Send me a picture of it. Let me take a look. That's what I do with all the directors. I say, send it to me. Let me take a peek. I said no maybe twice. You know, and I would just say, you know what, Dave, just kick up the motor. You're my emergency boat. Can you agree to that? Yeah? All right, cool. Let's do it.
Okay.
You know?
Cool.
I want to get everybody out there.
Yeah. Frankie, what kind of boat do you have?
So, you know what? Here's the sad thing. I started, you know, before Slay Nation started, I started with a kayak, then I had a canoe. I had an Old Town canoe, 16-footer. This thing weighed like a mother.
Wow.
And
That's a big canoe.
I mean,
Wow.
this thing was heavy. PVC. And, you know, I just sold that baby. And I tell you what, right now, with my buddy, the Hebrew Hammer, Snitty Bassett, that's my co-director. If he's
Hebrew
listening,
Hammer?
the Hebrew Hammer, happy Hanukkah.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, I love it.
He's known as the Jewish Hammer. That's my boy right there. Covered wagon all day, baby. So I sold this canoe, and forever, for like the last 10, 12 years, we've always said, hey, man, imagine if we could fish tournaments together on this bad boy. And I just sold it, sentimental, sold to his grandfather out of Long Island, got it for his grandkids, and I got a john boat. So I got a small 10-foot Starcraft, a 1965.
Wow.
It's not fancy. This thing floats like a gem. I just, you know, I used some marine epoxy, glove it, epoxied all the rivets and everything. It's really standard right now. I just picked up a trailer, so I don't have to haul off the top of my Ram SUV. And so that's what I'm rocking, a john boat, you know?
I like it. I see a boat build come, Dave Haas. I see a boat build coming.
Frankie, what's the event coming up in the middle of the schedule? I saw the Jersey schedule, the Slay Nation Jersey schedule, and there's an event in the middle in Connecticut somewhere.
Woo! Are you talking about Battle of the Slayers, Beasts of the East, BTC? That's like, I try to stay from the term regional because in Connecticut, we got so many damn tournament trails and everybody's regional this, like they show it off. And I'm like, I got to be different. So we're doing a Battle of the Slayers, Beasts of the East, 7 Northeast states. So Maine, New Hampshire Slayers, Massachusetts Slayers, Connecticut, Central New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. So all those 7 states are going to compete in Connecticut for bragging rights. And I'm trying to make it like a, excitement throughout the middle of the season, right?
Yes.
Trying to make it an exciting thing, and to keep people pumped up to finish out the rest of the season into the colder months.
Now, Frank, our very own Dave has a kayak, a Hobie
Yeah.
PA-12, and he has no excuse not to come out and compete in these
That's true.
Slay Nation Jersey Trail.
That's true.
What
That's right.
what might you say to Dave to try to get him to get off his
I'll say,
fucking ass and
Dave,
come out?
First of all, don't worry, bro. We can get a 3X jersey for you. All right, son?
Yeah.
And then,
That's how you're going to motivate me? Call me fat in front of my friends?
let's have some fun, man.
I'm laughing. You can't see me. I'm laughing.
I'm looking forward to this all day, guys. I had that Santa hat on for like 7 hours. I got a bald spot now. Dave, you got to get out there. You're going to love it because we're bringing a different type of community and feel to it where it's not that overly competitive arena. And that's something I'm proud of having our directors on board because those aren't the type of directors we look for. And I think you're going to enjoy it. You're going to grow your family and friendships with the people in the Northeast.
We need music and hot dogs at the weigh-ins, Frank.
What'd you say?
We need
Corn
music
dogs?
and hot dogs at the weigh-ins.
All right, Dave, what's your jam, bro? What are you rocking to? Because I'll get it.
Fine.
Diamond Girl.
What?
Diamond Girl.
Diamond Girl.
Diamond Girl.
All right,
Yanni.
Dude,
Dave's a big Yanni fan.
Yeah. Serve me hot dogs and fat jokes. I'm out there. Sign me up. Can't wait.
Sleep down to your weigh-ins, dude.
Skin flute. Dave's in the skin flute.
So we got a lot of New Jersey people. Listen, what's the New Jersey schedule look like, Brian? You looked at it.
I did. I couldn't recite it,
That's
but
awesome.
the first events that
All
there
right,
you
look
go.
at that.
Jake Haas has it.
Jake Haas.
Jake
Creates
Haas.
websites and gets some.
Dave, read it aloud. If you
All right,
want.
so here it goes, guy. New Jersey schedule. End of April, Malaga Lake. End of May, Lake Muscatong.
Yeah, you got it.
Muscatong.
All right. Yeah.
Never been there.
Damn it. Yeah. So we got Assunpink in June, Mercer in July. Near the middle of July, we got Mansfield, Hollow Lake in Connecticut. I guess that's the Slayer.
That's the Beast of the East.
Beast
to the East.
Right.
We got
That's
Union
right.
in
Shave your chest
August.
for that one.
Yeah. A lot of events. We got Manasquan in September 20th, and Merrill Creek, October 18th.
Ooh.
Yo.
Yo, Ron.
Yo, Ron.
Yo, Ron.
Half them places I've never been to, and I love the idea of going into it with never been there before.
Fresh.
Are you
Zero
fishing?
practice and
I
just
like that
going.
too.
Are you fishing it in the new boat?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Nice.
He's doing all of them too.
Wow.
He's
Every
hardcore.
single
He's
one of 'em.
committed.
He's going to be at the tournament on time, ready to go.
With hot dogs.
Hey,
Hey,
Frankie
good hot dogs, that's
Provolone,
right.
you're going to be at
Extra
Beast of the East?
crispy. What'd you say?
Frankie, you going to be at the Beast of the East?
Am I going to be there?
Yeah, you're going to be there.
What, you crazy? Is a frog's ass slimy? Of course I'm going to be there. It's my house.
Now, how many events do you have to fish to qualify to fish the Beast of the East?
You don't have to qualify for nothing, right? You just got to fish the trail. And we don't do any qualifications yet. That might be something we do for a national thing. Right now, as long as you're a member in those 7 states, even if you're outside of those 7 states, I don't even care if you're a Georgia Slayer, you want to make the trek, come join us. You don't have to qualify.
Do you have any? Are there rules against pros fishing it?
Mike, anybody who's pro who wants to come fish Slay Nation, you come sleep at my house, right? And we'll go fishing. Absolutely not, because
I might
that's
have to show up at one.
You got a sleepover. I got a fat joke.
We're gonna drag that boat. We're gonna drag that boat build out.
I might have to. Maybe it's the maiden voyage.
You got a sleepover. I got a fat joke.
Absolutely not. We have no. Well, we
Man.
we invite all demographics.
Man, I like the sound of showing up to one of these.
Frank-
Maybe the Beast of the East.
Frankie Ray Scott Provolone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the young Ray Scott. Yeah,
Getting it done.
I like it.
Harry Red.
I like it. Now, Frankie, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you're around Jersey, you might want to stop. Can you stop in the studio with us for a live show?
Yes.
Freaking kidding me? Absolutely.
All right,
Absolutely.
that'd be fun.
Yes.
I can
Absolutely.
sense it.
You
I
know, my
agree.
last name.
I can sense it.
My
too.
last name is popular in New Jersey. You know that? So have you heard of the Iceman?
Chuck Liddell?
Kuklinski, the murderer for the mafia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the detective that took him down, his last name is Pollifrone, Dominique Pollifrone.
Wow.
I didn't know that until a state trooper here, whatever. He was a student's father of mine, and he's like, Frank, what's your last name? I'm like, Pollifrone. He's like, dude, you're royalty in Jersey. I'm like, what the frick are you talking about? And then I looked it up. He told me, but I have 2 L's, not 1. So No relation.
Damn it, Frank.
No relation. More relation to the mob side, maybe. I don't know.
For people listening that don't know what we're even friggin' talking about right now, there was a guy named Kuklinski, and he was a mass murderer for the New York and New Jersey Mafia, and he did a lot of hits, hundreds of hits, and he was a family guy. But, like, you know, you see pictures of him with the family. He just looked like he looked crazy. You know, he looked crazy. But I used to be a correctional officer. I know guys that had him on the wing up in Trenton State Prison. He was a total jerk-off, by the way. He was like an egotistical jerk-off that, like, just, I don't know, thought he was much I don't know.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah,
Well, if I'm ever in Jersey, you let me know. You let me know.
Oh, shit. All right, so here's a moment of truth. There's people watching, listening right now that are like, this is my John.
Yeah.
This is made for me.
Yep.
How do they sign up? How do they find you?
So here's what you got to do. First off, all right, you got to go to our website, SlayNationTournamentFishing.com, membership tab. Check it out. Make sure we have a trail in your state. First off, actually, go to our trails/schedules page. Make sure we're there where you live. And if not, hit us up if you're interested in directing or someone you know. Then go to our membership tab, pay membership, get the liability waiver, get the membership form all filled out, get those to your directors. And then follow us on Instagram, Slay Nation Tournament Fishing, Facebook page, Slay Nation Tournament Fishing, all right, or follow me, Frankie_Provolone, and get in touch with us. You know, that's how you get in touch with us. That's how you join. And it doesn't take much to get out there and fish. You just got to be passionate. Don't be intimidated. Come on out. And you're going to love it. After your first event, you'll get addicted pretty much. Tournament fishing is that damn fun.
I like
it. Hey, Frank.
Yeah.
Is there a limit to how many accessories you can have on your boat when you fish this trail?
No, you can have, I don't care if you have, here's one thing I'm going to say. I don't care if you have 50 rods, 15 electronics, if you have a Torpedo on the back, I don't care. I really don't care. At the end of the day, we all have to go find the damn fish, right?
Yeah.
I don't care how fast you're zooming here and there. You can, I don't care. You want 100 rods? Feel free. You know, feel free.
Yeah, I can tell you this. I don't think I'd ever say this in a million years with the state of the sport right now, but I'm going to say it. With everything that's gone on with Bass, FLW, MLF, this other pro circuit that started, I never in a million years thought I'd say, I'm glad there's another circuit starting.
Yes.
But I'm going to say it because I think you're filling a void. That's a really cool thing, and I think
It's
more.
important. Definitely.
It's important, and
It's
I think more people.
It's gonna allow people to fish.
It's going to allow more people to get into competitive fishing, and it's going to ultimately allow more people to start fishing,
Yes.
which I like, and
Yeah.
I applaud you for that, Frank.
Frankie!
Awesome. Yeah, good job.
Appreciate it. And one more thing to note, if I can, we're doing a ladies slayers only trail.
Ooh.
That's a women's only trail, an online nationwide series. We are going to use Tourney X for that because I think that's another demographic, and I think a lot of women get intimidated fishing tournaments because of whatever, right? It's male dominated, whatever, right? So we're coming out with that too, baby. So
Right on,
stay tuned. Stay
I like
tuned.
it. I like it, man.
Keep it
There's
going, Frank.
a lot of stuff. Please, everybody, if you're watching and listening, if this sounds like something you want to do, check it out. Sounds like a great circuit. Sign up. Rich, what do you got? One more thing coming through.
Yeah, one more thing from the message board. Is there an age limit for your tournaments, Frankie?
There is not. There is not. You know, I love seeing the father-son tandems, or the mother-daughters, whatever it might be. If the angler is under 16, they have to have signed parental consent, right? And now I think if they're like 12, 11, 10, I don't want them fishing by themselves. I mean, that's where it gets iffy. I don't like them fishing by themselves. God forbid, 12-year-old falls over, whatever. I need someone on board with them. But it doesn't matter. Any age. I've had 9-year-olds this season fishing with the dads. And that's what I love to see. That's getting people in the fish.
Yeah.
That's the opportunity that we're able to bring to that new breed.
Yeah. Future of the sport right there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. There you have
Absolutely.
it, Frankie Provolone, Slay Nation.
Frankie.
That's right. Thank you so much, Ike Live. Love you guys. Always have. And you made a dream come true tonight. So I greatly appreciate it.
You're the man, Frank.
Appreciate you coming on.
Happy holidays. Happy
Frank.
See you, Frankie.
Thanks, Frank.
Cheese whip.
Merry
Merry Christmas.
Happy Festivus. That's right, brother.
Stop fat shaming. All right. So, hey, something about Kuklinski, the guy he was talking about. That guy used to freeze the guys he would murder.
He'd freeze them.
Freeze them because he could cut them with no mess. He would saw them up in pieces and then dispose of the pieces. But
Right.
he'd freeze them solid and cut them open with jigsaws and stuff like that and
Wow.
disperse the pieces that way. And there was no blood, no nothing.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
That's actually smart.
There's your boat.
Effective, I guess, right?
There's your boat, Dave.
Yeah.
Right there.
All right. So
A lot
here's
of
another.
pumpkin.
Riz has another winner coming through.
Nice.
There it goes.
Yes.
Who submitted this one, Rich?
That's Frankie Pumpkin.
Frankie Pumpkin Loney
Frankie
just submitted that one. Frankie, send your information, and you just want a mystery tackle box.
No, that was from Loaded for Bass, and apparently he wanted to know whether or not he could slide out there in the pumpkin rig. So.
Oh, man, I think it's legal. I'd say it's
so,
a go.
too. Yeah.
Brian, do you remember that one Mischief night? We cracked someone's pumpkin like that size. Do you remember that? Someone had a pumpkin like that big, and we were running around smashing pumpkins. And we couldn't pick that up. We rolled it, and we rolled it to the street. And just a little bit of drop from the sidewalk to the curb was enough
Crushed
to
it.
split it open.
Oh, my God.
It was a giant one. We couldn't lift it. We had to roll it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was nice of you guys.
That wasn't the worst of it. That wasn't the worst of it.
There's a
believe me.
9-year-old kid that cried for 3 days after that.
No, that wasn't the worst of it. That wasn't the worst
And
of it.
to get more seasonal, remember how many snowmen we would tackle?
Oh, dude, the
Oh, my
snowman.
God.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what anyone says. People are way nicer today.
Oh, they're
Yeah.
nicer.
We were assholes.
Yeah.
I can prove it.
A lot of property damage.
These
a lot
kids
of
are way
poop
nicer.
floating in pools at night.
My kids could not grasp when I told them that we would be Christmas caroling. That
Yeah. What? The poop in pools?
You gonna reveal that?
I never heard of that.
It's called pool hopping. Brian and Dave were specialties at it.
No, I would go home by that time.
Everybody at the
I didn't do that.
public
You're a
walk
good
in
man.
Runnymede was a victim.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, you pooped in pools. Come on.
But what I did do, and my kids were very ashamed of me for this. Listen, we would actually hustle money with Christmas
We
carols.
did hustle money.
And we would sing Christmas carols and painfully make someone give us money for it. But while we were
did.
doing it, back in the day, there was only one type of Christmas light, and they were huge.
The C3s.
They were like half the size of a stick of butter.
Yeah.
You know?
Great descriptor.
We would be sitting there singing with our hands behind our back, unscrewing their bulbs the whole time. Because you could unscrew a bulb and it wouldn't shut the whole chain down.
Yeah.
Because we knew we were going to smash them afterwards, like, you know. Like, and if they had a snowman, oh my God, yeah, forget about it.
We sucked. Man.
Sidekicks,
dude,
flying
horrible.
sidekicks and tackles, punching
Horrible,
in the
man.
face.
You would sing
Drop
Christmas
kicking.
carols?
We
did.
would sing Christmas carols, no
We
doubt.
would go sing Christmas carols door to door to hustle money.
No kid.
Yeah, they did a lot of peeping in windows too.
There's
No, man, I
a
told
little peeping.
my son's always belly aching about this and that. I said, you got to go hustle a buck. You got to rake some leaves. You got to shovel some
Hell
snow.
yeah.
Get off your ass. Don't,
Yeah.
You know, like, I
Go
took
tackle a snowman. Go
snow
poop in a
time was the
pool.
time to make money.
Come on.
Dude,
What are you doing,
Let me
kid?
tell you how bad these guys were. They get the paper route. What was the paper? It wasn't a main paper.
It was Courier Post. Mr.
No, there
Clark.
was another Shopper's Guide.
Shoppers.
They do the
Guide.
They do the Shopper's Guide, and they get on their delivery, and they just go to like Second Woods or Suicide,
thought
and
right
dump
in
them
the
all
friggin'
out.
dumpster.
They just dump them, and they'd collect that
So
money.
Pete, I would get a whole sack of Shopper's Guide, and I'd take them right to the trash dumpster, whatever shitty apartment complex they dump me off in. And I'd wait a little bit because I would do a few, just to be honest. I'm right in the dumpster, man, waiting. And then like you don't get near the beginning because they pick you up at a certain spot.
Yeah.
You gotta make it look like you're coming out. You come back with just a couple extra. You know what I mean? Yeah, they were going right in the trash.
I had
Nobody
the-
wanted that
horrible.
shit.
I had departments, my paper route.
No, you had my apartments
I
in the
did.
paper route.
I
Yeah,
did.
presidential.
They were terrible.
Oh, you had
Them
presidential?
Them mothers
not
didn't pay.
Good. Not good.
Nah.
Not
They would
good.
go in deep debt over
Oh,
newspapers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talked me into getting a paper job. I had that for a very short time. That was a terrible
Yeah,
job.
They did not pay.
All right, Riz, we got another one that snuck through here as we're talking about our mischief here.
We sure do, and that comes from none other than Wild Bill.
Wild
Oh, Wild Bill!
Wild Bill.
Oh, Bill got a center console. Looks like. What is that?
It looks like
Bill's
it's
the
side
man.
console.
Oh, all right,
Yeah, it's a good looking boat.
Is that Taz's boat?
No.
That's a giant motor, though. Is that
They-
really considered a
the
small
two of them
boat?
on top of each other ain't the size of Taz. Come on.
That's a small front deck.
Same boat.
Yeah.
Taz looks
I
pretty
like it
that's
though.
Taz on the front looks pretty slick.
Got the electric. Got the electric on the back next to the gas. I like it.
They
Looking
fished
good.
up at where did they fish?
Is that really a small boat?
By the way,
he was fishing the ABAs out of that boat.
Wow.
Run the river in that. I was going to say that.
Wow.
He fished the ABAs. They made it all the way to like the final tournament, and the last day, like the first day on the last tournament, they crushed them. They had like 18 pounds.
Yeah.
The wind spun around.
Oh.
And the gas motor died, so they could only run on a trolling motor.
I can't think of
the lake they were on.
Of Billy's team partner, but
Yeah.
dude, they crack them. Like
Yeah.
last summer
Steve?
up at Cayuga, they busted like a 25-pound bag in one of those
Wow.
ABAs. Yeah,
Is the guy's name Steve?
It is Steve, but I can't think of his last name. No, that's Stefan. But yeah, anyway, they catch him out of that thing, man.
Richter? Steve Richter?
We'll send.
No.
No.
Anyhow, shout out to Wild Bill and his partner.
Well, Bill, send your
Awesome
information
guys.
in. We probably already got it, but we'll send you an MTB box. We got to get rid of these things, or Beck's gonna kill us.
They're going in the dumpster.
They're going in the dumpster with the shopper guides.
Right in the dumpster.
Right in the dumpster.
No shame either, too, by the way.
Oh, I know. Crazy.
You guys haven't learned anything.
The worst. We're the worst. Absolute worst.
They ain't going to dumpster. The boxes are too damn good.
No, they're not going to dumpster. Just kidding. Dude, what a cool show. What a cool show. Nice little change of pace. Nice little spin, breaking away from traditional tournament fishing, talking about small boats, talking about Slay Nation, different style of tournament. I like it, man. Feels good to go back in time a little bit like that. I like it.
100%.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people out there, you know,
Tons.
and
Oh, yeah.
and they come from all walks of life, and
Yeah.
and they're busy hustling by singing Christmas carols, and they
pooping in pools.
but they want to fish these tournaments, and
yes,
it gets them out there, and that's really cool. I wish we'd had these options when I was getting started out, because we didn't have them.
No, we didn't have as many. That's for sure. We didn't have as many.
It's funny how every time I post one of these builds, I get phone calls, and everybody wants to start getting into the game.
Yeah.
And there's a couple waiting after yours.
There is in
yeah,
there.
oh, yeah.
One might be a famous ex-Eagle football player, from what I hear.
Maybe.
Wow.
We got a
maybe a big corporation.
Oh,
Maybe
it might
big
be
corp-
too.
maybe.
I heard that one as well.
We got a little video we're gonna play here. Hit the
Oh, we got a little video. Okay.
Here's what this boat's going to look like next year.
What's it gonna look like?
The same.
Go ask.
It's going to be a Kong mount with no electronics on it. There's still going to be no brake lights. Still going to only have one factor.
Brake lights for what?
A handle underneath about 2 inches of water. Still in the box.
I just thought of something else you need to put on the boat, though. If you end up doing it, which you probably won't, but if you do,
put a scarecrow on it to keep the crows off of it.
A scarecrow.
We'll see the scarecrow.
Look at Becky.
I know.
I don't have any pants on.
You got salmon-colored pants
I don't even
on.
have pants
It was
on.
Plum smugglers.
Oh, dude, that was so good.
Now, hold
I
on.
remember that show.
I get it. That's Brian's way of throwing it in my face that the boat was done.
Well, now they're going to pull up a picture of the boat and rub it in even more.
No, but what I would like to see is now when someone's missing, they show an aged, enhanced photo of what he looks like in the future.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that boat a year from now.
Yo,
After it's been sitting in the elements straight on the cover.
Yo, he cleaned out the garage.
No,
that thing's got a roof.
That thing's
over
got
it.
its own roof.
Wow.
Yo,
Dude,
done.
this is next level Brian. This is a Brian we haven't seen forever.
This is.
Never.
The garage door
Took
and
47
everything.
years.
Oh, my
Wow.
God. Brian with a bat cave.
Wow.
Yes, exactly.
Who would have saw it?
Dude, this is a responsible Brian.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Yo,
We'll see how long that
you should
lasts.
see the pictures of the shop. It is tight.
So you actually rehabbed his garage too? So
No.
we get saved?
No. He rehabbed the garage so we could finish the boat build in it.
Wow.
Shop by Haas.
Hey, you know what? I got to eat crow, right? I
Yeah.
said the boat was going to look like whatever it looked like.
Well, the thing
Hold
is
on,
that
Dave.
video, that Ike Live episode, was from 1985.
That was from
May have
1
been.
year ago.
The boat just got done.
May have been.
It was from 1 year ago. Dave, go ahead.
No, I'll eat crow. I will eat crow, but I would like to see a year from now. All right, it's going to have a beard, that boat. It's going to have stinky underwear, swamp ass.
The one thing that definitely won't happen, and I got to tell you this, I fished out of it a few times, but we were out in the boat in Elmer.
You fished out of it?
I fished out of it.
Wow, I haven't yet.
What?
No.
Oh my God, that's
Wow.
rude.
Awesome.
I fished with him in Elmer, and I've never been in a boat with Brian where he's worried about shit getting on shit.
No,
like I
What's he
swear,
doing?
dude, I had a liquid mayhem tube
Oh,
up
no.
on the deck.
Don't open that.
And he stopped fishing to come back and say, "Oh no, man, you can't keep that up there."
Dude, no.
I was like, "God damn, I don't even do that with my bass cat."
The guy who breaks everything on everybody else's boat.
Oh, don't listen to their bullshit.
Wow. Oh, Brian,
Dave,
stop, Brian.
have you ever seen this? Even
No.
back when Brian had that Huffy or whatever back in the day.
Huffy.
Did you ever see this shit?
Brian's Huffy.
No, the Huffy had a...
Brian's Huffy.
It's a new character.
He's such an asshole.
Brian's Huffy on the message board.
Dude, hold on, Mike. You say that. All of us had regular BMX bikes, right? I had a Diamondback. Mike had a dyno or GT. What you have?
I had a GT, then a dyno.
And Brian's brother came up with the idea of getting him like a mountain bike. It was like a Huffy mountain bike.
It was an
Brian's Huffy.
It was an X24.
And it was huge. Everyone else had these like regular sized bikes. He had this monster tire truck.
I couldn't fucking pull a wheelie with the damn thing.
You couldn't do an endo. You couldn't do
goddamn big.
We didn't have the prepubescent strength even listed over our heads, dude. Let alone.
Damn it, Bill.
Oh my God, Brian's Huffy.
Brian's Huffy. Coming out of retirement, man.
Shout out to Brian's Huffy.
Oh my God.
Dude, I can never win.
See that? You had to rub the boat in my face if you would just stop. And I didn't have to apologize for it. The Huffy would never even bring it up.
Spit the crow right back in his
I
face.
if you would just let me go.
Dude, can you imagine the memes that are going to show up in the
Brian's Huffy.
That's a new contest, by the way. We need memes for Brian's Huffy.
Hold on. In Brian's credit, the best part about Brian, nobody can eat a shit sandwich like he does. I remember when he got the bike, he's like, he acknowledged like the funniness of it. You know what I mean? He accepted
Everybody gets a 20-inch fucking
right.
bike. I get the 24.
He gets the one that can ride over people's trash cans with no regret.
Son of a
Dude, you can ride through landscape on that bike. He did. He would crush people's azalea bushes, but he'd ride right through them, dude.
Dude,
Like,
there are no less than 24 people making memes right now as we're talking about James Riley and Loaded for Bass.
James Riley gonna make a symbol.
No, we would all be going on our bike rides, like, yeah, and then we talked to Brian, like, and then we like look up at him, remember?
Up and back because you don't.
No, it shifted gears. It had like
that's right. He's in front.
12 speed.
It had shifters.
I don't think it had shifters.
You shifted gears.
He was the
paddle shifters.
Yeah, he was the only bike not allowed on Rob Rockwood's half pipe.
It wouldn't even got up it. It would have stopped mid half pipe.
Brian's Huffy X24 on the message board says, "I miss you, Brian."
Is that you?
Instantaneous, man.
Gotta bring that through.
Oh God,
That's my bike.
Instantaneous.
Oh my God.
Wow.
X24, that's right.
Man.
There's the boat.
That should be incorporated into the new rap.
Right. Next 24
The X24.
Oh my God.
Jesus God.
That's your boat number, Brian.
That's your bike number.
My God.
Unbelievable. All right.
Right on the back.
All right, Riz, holding up the, of
Shout
course,
out.
the famous Ike Live gift bag that we're going to try to give away tonight somehow.
Are we giving something away?
Are we giving this away?
Yeah, we're giving that away.
Dude, I just remember.
Don't remember nothing.
Now remember it, Dave.
I was like, man, that's kind of cool. He's like, dude, dude, All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this isn't fun.
Bring it back together.
He was just like, dude, everyone's got like a normal sized bike, like look at mine. It's gigantic, dude. And we were that vicious back then. I'm like, man, that's pretty cool, dude. You can like ride over stuff.
There it is, Brian's Huffy.
Oh, there it is! Oh my God, Brian's Huffy! It's back from the dead!
Think of all the stuff you can ride over. Oh my God!
Let's do, Haas. Let's do a boat. Let's do a bike build. We can soup that motherfucker up.
LEDs.
Oh, please, let's find one.
Have a big 20-inch fucking depth finder on the front handlebar.
We'll put a
Torpedo in the back. Torpedo drive.
YOLO tech, so you can see everything that you run over.
Do you remember the size of like the the gooseneck pad on his thing? It was like a turnbuckle pad that you looked out of the steel with a bit. It was like gigantic, dude.
Oh my God! Oh
It's like a giant maxi pad.
Yeah, the gooseneck pad was huge because the gooseneck was gigantic, so it had a bigger gooseneck thing on it. Oh my God!
Oh, my stomach.
I don't.
They get a box. They get a box.
Oh my God, Brian! You had to throw arrows. You had to throw arrows. Look at you.
What does that say?
I don't always ride a Huffy, but when I do, I ride Brian's.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. The first of many.
Oh.
Oh God.
No one even cares about the boat. Not even one care in the world. All that work, all them hours, destroyed in one sentence. You had to match arrows with me, man. Just let it go.
He who lives in glass houses shall not throw stones.
Thank God you only show up once every 3 months.
Merry Christmas.
All right. Oh my God.
I couldn't think of a better way to end the show than on that note.
Oh my God.
Man, what a show. Riz, do we want to give this bag away, or we're gonna do it later? We're gonna announce it later?
Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and announce that tonight. Just give me 1 minute and 20 seconds to put it into the randomizer.
Yeah. All right, let's
shout out to Kane Simpson's nephew, Sebastian, and his girlfriend Hannah. They were watching tonight.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's
Wow.
Kane Simpson's nephew.
All right.
Oh, he's a big fan, King.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did he do that mean?
I
don't know who did that. That was awesome.
No, that's not even. That's not Kane Simpson caliber.
The Brian's Huffy meme was from none other than our very own Zach Cesar.
Ooh.
Great work, Zach. ZTI the intern, otherwise known as Trevor.
Trevor, man, that was quick, Trevor.
Trevor the intern.
Wow, that was super
That is
fast.
a funny nickname, Trevor.
Pete, let's thank everybody that came on tonight. Of course, we want to thank our special in-studio guests, 2 of them, Dave and Jake Haas, coming in tonight to hang with us, talking about tiny boats. Also want to thank Michael Lopez from Tiny Boat Nation.
Yeah.
And last but not least, Frankie Prevolone from
Sticky
Slay
cheese.
Nation.
Provolone.
Yeah,
Wit.
Provolone. Wit. Yes, we want to thank those
Frankie
guys.
Witt.
It was awesome.
Frankie Witt.
Also want to thank everybody for watching tonight. It's been a great show. We gave away a ton of mystery tackle boxes, and now we're giving away the Ike Live gift bag. Riz?
Yes. And the winner. Yes, I am. Yes, I'm in.
I'm in.
The winner of the Ike Live gift bag tonight was Chris Ritchie. Chris Ritchie, thanks for sharing tonight's feed. We appreciate your support, and I will be contacting you on social media to get your information. So thanks.
Dick Ritchie.
And if anybody has Brian's original X24,
Yes,
please contact the
please.
show. Mike will pay a king's ransom
I
for
will
it.
pay anything for that bike. Anything. And dude, I'm actually going to go. I'm going to go on eBay, and I'm going to find one. and we're gonna soup this thing up.
We're
gonna
gonna
bring
do a
it back
video
to
of
life.
Brian's ghost riding the X24.
Oh, dude, they can't get views on the regular boat build, but we'll get views on this thing.
Ghost ride the X24, do Brian's ghost over it. You know what I mean?
Ghost ride it to Hershey Lake.
Oh my God!
Shout out to Founders. Without them,
yes,
most of this wouldn't be possible.
None of this would be possible without Founders. It was an awesome mix tonight, Bri. I want to keep doing that. I like the 3 beer, 3 segment thing. That was really cool.
Right on.
And of course, we did the.
He hit it with the big beers.
Yeah, we did the solid gold to start. We went
hydration.
to the Imperial Stout, and then we ended with probably the best beer I've ever had in my life, the KBS Express.
I want to weigh in on that. I want to say
good.
the CBS was probably the best I've ever had. The KBS,
Pretty
I wanna
good
take that
too,
right
though.
Behind it.
Yeah, pretty
But,
good.
Yeah,
I'm
that
with
was
Brian.
freaking
CBS over KBS.
Yeah, that CBS is unreal.
That CBS is amazing.
Yeah,
Great
Pete,
Christmas
Pete
beer.
goes
That
for
KBS is really
Pete's voting for the CVS.
Yeah.
Pete's favorite CVS.
Pete doesn't even talk about the beer because he's just like, I'm a man and I drink goddamn straight dark.
Whiskey.
Dark.
Whiskey.
All you
and-
little sissies with your beer.
More time.
I'm drinking the dark.
Dude, his lights are activated.
Whiskey.
Long time ago, I
Well,
was a beer drinker.
Pete, this was a fun show. This is a good one. And
It's a lot of fun. Can we
Thank you very much.
Can we get Brian's Huffy down to the classic?
I think we can.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
Oh,
bring
my
that instead
God.
of the boat.
So there is talk about bringing the little boat.
Yeah,
down
there is a possibility. I want everybody watching, listen, if you're an Ike Live fan, and I want to say 100%, but there's a good chance that if you want to come and meet, of course, the Bass University crew, if you want to meet the Ike Live crew,
we'll all be there.
come to the Bassmaster Classic Lake Gunnersville, and there's a good chance you might see up close and personal the Ike
Brian's
Live
Huffy.
boat. Brian's Huffy and the Ike Live boat build. On display.
I
at
had
the
to do
classic.
it. See that? You don't fight me.
Good stuff. It's got to motivate you to get interesting.
All right. Well, guys, it's been a great show. And before we turn this off, I do want to say, everybody in the room, everybody watching, I want to say happy holidays, Merry Christmas, have a happy New Year. It's been
Yes.
awesome. It's been awesome. All right. Good night, everybody.
We're going to roll out
night,
to
everybody.
2016 Stormtrooper and Night Before Christmas.
Oh.
Or it was the night before Christmas.
Can I stay on and just keep
I
these
thought he
headphones on and
left.
listen to this?
You're dang right.
All right. Come on. Let's watch.
But he must have beamed back.
Wait.
Stormtrooper, thanks for coming back in again one more time. And
His lights are activated.
your lights are activated. And I didn't know this, but Stormtroopers also celebrate Christmas. Is this true?
Thank you for having me back.
Okay.
We will now commence with the honoring of Kris Kringle,
Okay.
titled Ike's Christmas.
Okay.
He has made the list.
Look how long that is.
Quiet. Yeah, Kumar, quiet. He has made the list and checked it twice. Several of the anglers were naughty, not nice. Their punishment will fit the crime. Lifetime subscriptions to Proverb Live.
I can't believe I'm sitting here right.
Silence. He knows if you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, because Cajun Baby is always peeping through the windows and watching you. Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even the calf crew because of the bungalow alarm. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas would soon be there. Ishama Monroe prayed they was full of bling and malt beer, while Gerald Svindle hoped his was full of arrows to sling at the deer. And Jim Niggermeyer dreamt of a new last name to start the new year. Yay, Kumar, the chief bass blaster, would kill to sell that one like Bass Fan for another $3 million. Peter Grusek dreamed of Davy Height's demise, so he may get the next shot on the Bass Live. Becky was nestled all snug in her bed, With the doors barricaded because Dave Mercer was looking about the underfloor. As Becky lay lapped in nearly extinct fur, she was far warmer than the skinless dead snow leopard was before. Mike settled his brain for a long winter's nap, dreaming of kneecapping Skeet Reese with a yellow bat. Then out on the lawn, there was some clatter. Mike looked out the window to see what's the matter. It was 8 anglers tethered to a sleigh with rope in mouth. If Bob Ozumi was there, he'd say, "What's this all about?" The driver of the sleigh was short and whiffled, and when Ike heard him say, "You're making it hard on me," he knew it was Tommy Biffle. His shorts were red corduroy and tight, higher up his thighs than O'Brien's a carpenter Friday night. He whistled and shouted and called the anglers by name. Schultz, Zona, Sancho and Nixon, Hackney, Cruz, Omari and Dixon. Dixon, a Runnymede guy. Biffle cracks him with his flipstick and splackened. "Fly away, before I can any protest me." As he fled Ike's gaze, he shouted, "To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, till the sweat drips down my..." Wait, wrong lyrics. But what Ike really heard him exclaim as Biffle flew out of sight: "Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night."
Wow!
I gotta give it up for that.